Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the Summer Championships. Here are your brackets, and we are going to be starting off with Zone versus Reginald Puggington in a best-of-3 showdown, followed up by Houseplant versus the Platypus in yet another best-of-3. Then we got 2 best-of-5s. We have a third-place match, which is going to be best-of-5, and a grand finals, which is best-of-5 as well. So it's certainly going to be interesting to see perhaps a more depth and range of factions in those best-of-5 series. But I am joined by none other than the legendary ItalianSpartacus, taking it back to the old school here. How you doing, man? You ready to go?
Dude, the OG days. I'm good, man. How are you? How are you doing? I'm amped. Are you amped? Let's get amped.
I gotta say, I'm pretty hyped, opening up with a Slaanesh mirror match. And I have to say, from the past couple weeks of, playing some of these, with some of these players and some of these matchups, Slaanesh and the Vampire Counts have just massively appeared as huge powerhouses. So if you guys want, today we are going to be showing the picks and bans as well, so we can show you a full breakdown of what the players have done with their picks and bans, so you can get somewhat of an idea as it pertains to their thought process. So looking here at the picks and bans, Zone started. So Zone he picked Slaanesh, he picked the Vampire Counts, and he picked the Warriors of Chaos, and of course he then banned Tzeentch. So what his opponent did is he picked Slaanesh, banning Zone's Vampire Counts, and then that led to a Slaanesh mirror match here, so you can see on the screen. And that
Turin, is there supposed to be something that visually shows them that those bans are going? I don't see it right now.
Yeah, it should be up on the screen.
There we go. Boom.
There you go. Yeah, it's magic. So you can see right here, this is the standard format for the picks and bans. Is Zone, the initial player or player 1 in the situation who's doing the picks and bans, is going to be picking 3 factions they would like to play. And then they ban a faction to kind of defend themselves, right? Then Reginald gets the opportunity to ban one of the said 3 and pick of his own, and then Zone will pick from his remaining 2 factions. So he probably felt as if the Warriors of Chaos here were not a great matchup into Slaanesh, perhaps, so he decided to go with the mirror. So that was ultimately the game plan there. So map is Battle for Itza. It's a pretty open map, which I think is certainly not bad. I mean, there's not too many dynamics to talk about as it pertains to, different factions. Like, yeah, Slaanesh is going to be good against Empire here because of this. It's just going to be a heavy-duty Slaanesh battle. But infighting is pretty common amongst Chaos, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of like a thing that you always get from lore. Is that's kind of how that great game goes, right? Like, not only is it just the simple fighting between, hey, Khorne and Slaanesh, or Nurgle and Tzeentch, or Khorne and Nurgle, whatever it is, you sometimes just get them fighting amongst themselves. That's why, like, nothing Chaos ever tries to do lasts for long, because always at one point, there'll be a point in which they turn on each other, or one will go off on their own machinations and just kind of thwart the grand plan.
You kind of have to have that, though, right? Because the villains are often so powerful in lore, like, Chaos and like Skaven, for example. I mean, the Skaven, if you really look at it, they actually have like nuclear weaponry basically in a fantasy setting, but they're always like backstabbing each other, and that's kind of like what keeps everything like relatively balanced and keeps the setting alive, I suppose.
Yeah, and it's Slaanesh too, so it's just like this could just be pure excess of wanting to spread blood, all sorts of destruction in the name of the nipple god himself.
Yeah, the Dark Prince is here.
I can say that on stream, right?
Yeah, you're all good, man.
It's all right.
So just to catch some of you guys up as it pertains to the meta. So essentially, the reason why Slaanesh performs incredibly well, I'm sure you guys saw Slaanesh was played quite a bit yesterday, is because of the Devoted Marauders and their infantry quality. So infantry quality, especially melee infantry, of course, is super important in domination mode, since it's a game mode of holding objectives and holding ground. So having good quality infantry that can trade on objectives and also have good capture weight is extremely important. So Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh, they cost just over 400 gold, which is a very nice price point, pretty much the same as like a State Trooper Swordsman, but they trade upwards very heavily. They will often trade evenly with, if not defeat units that cost like 100 to 150 more gold than them. They're also immune to psychology, so some of the common tactics of like buckling positions using terror does not work at all against Slaanesh. So that makes them actually surprisingly durable for one of the Chaos God factions, which theoretically should be very squishy, right? I mean, they only have 15 armor, but they got physical resist, they have ITP, and they trade incredibly efficiently. So spamming these guys has been a very common tactic. And, one of the weaknesses of Slaanesh, of course, that you probably experienced as well, Spartacus, was in the early days, right? They had like no armor whatsoever, but now Slaanesh, right, with the Champions of Chaos, has like a whole range of warriors, which is very nasty.
Look at that Chaos Sorcerer, man. Like, it's just so cool to see the whole repertoire, right? Like it's like 3 games in the making, over 7 years of production has led to this moment. And it's like you finally get both factions, Demon and Warrior, just kind of being fully represented in that as close to full 8th edition roster, right? Like, of course, there's stuff missing here and there, but it's just really cool to see a mass of Demons that are Slaanesh with a mass of Warriors that are Slaanesh. Like, it's so cool to finally see that together.
Oh, absolutely, man. And it's been quite a bit of fun. For the Slaaneshi armies, I'll just give a quick breakdown on the tactics here. So looking over at the western side, we do have the Dark Prince Sigvald. He's going to be leading the forces of Zone, and it's going to be a very classic combo, which is the Spawn Marauder combo. And what's really nice about this is the Spawn can stand on top of the Devoted Marauders, which is going to mitigate enemy spear damage. They have huge DPS and the Soporific Musk, which lowers combat stats. So he's gone with the Shadow build. Both players are doing Shadow, except the difference is Reginald Puggington does not have a Sigvald pick. He actually has the War Shrine of Slaanesh.
Oh, look at that thing, man.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So each of them has a different unique ability based on AoE kill. So this one turns into an AoE draining or Mortis Engine effect based on the kills it gets, which it's certainly not bad. I mean, Slaanesh having access to a Mortis Engine in an infantry-based grind fight, I think is going to be super, super nice here. So the battle is on, and players are moving to the objectives, which will be opening up in about 1 minute here.
So this is Domination Mode, and Domination Mode has since changed since the game first came out, of course, right? The way the tickets work as far as the victory tickets in the top go, as far as any kind of benefits towards people that are maybe trailing behind has changed. Can you kind of break that down for us? Like, how has Domination Mode differed from the inception of the game to now or this point?
Oh, it's been pretty massive changes. The objectives open up quicker, the army sizes are substantially different and bigger, which has been quite good. But again, still relatively melee focused, but we do have some of the engagements going down to the far side. The Chaos War Shrine of Slaanesh moving into some of the Marauders of Zone here, and it looks like there's going to be an aggressive push from Reginald Puggington, bringing his War Shrine, trying to build up that Mortis Engine, and it should be a favored fight for the forces of the dreaded Battle Pug. Now, on the other side, though, Zone is going to be getting more aggressive. You can see a cav surround. So the Hellstriders of Slaanesh moving up and over the high ground, looking to envelop the forces here of Puggington. And, of course, Sigvald is going to be a big difference maker. He's incredibly tough to get off objectives, and he's going to be going in for the Assassinate. Bit of shades there.
Look at that, just dropping right down in the middle of that group. But it is on top of a bunch of spawns, so it's not going to get as much of a benefit here. It's on top of a single entity, placed on top of a whole infantry unit. It's going to... Oh, wait, never mind. There's that unit of spearmen that just got murked the entire time through it. Didn't even see it. Yes. Oh, my lord. And another one.
Yeah, so Pit of Shades is extremely meta right now. It's a little bit overtuned. And in this case, both players use a Pit of Shades to eviscerate one of the other player's infantry units. But that's the thing about going cheap infantry, right? If you just go for these really, really, I wouldn't say poor quality, but low price point infantry, like when they cast a huge Winds of Magic intensive spell, it's not really going to be as big of a deal. But again, a little bit tricky here. Middle objective is being contested. The far objective is owned by the forces of the red Slaaneshi player, aka the Puggington, and both players are trading pretty darn evenly, honestly. But one thing that could come into play over the course of the late game is the fact that we do have the dreaded double War Shrine. So the Chaos Sorcerer's on a War Shrine, and then also Puggington has brought a second one, so that has won him the far side point. Now, will the Mortis Engine be enough to help him win the center point? Certainly going to be quite good against the masses of infantry, while the high ground is not even being contested, which I think is a slight mistake for the more mobile player Zone here.
This is just a mess of purple, you know?
Yes.
There's so many things licking things and punching things. Like, it's so hard to tell what's going on, but it's just this total carnage.
And some folks in chat might be wondering why the players didn't use different banners. Well, there's currently a bug, which is going to be fixed for launch, which makes it so if both players have different banners, for some reason, they don't get their army abilities, or one of the players doesn't. It's very strange. Huge Pit of Shades going down here. That's going to be nailing the forces of Zone. So clearly the Pit of Shades party is on, and that was super cost effective, hitting 4 infantry units. And now we're seeing some of the new Forsaken coming in. Have you seen these guys? They're pretty cool looking.
I have not. I'm completely lost trying to find them on the battlefield too, which is the roughest part right now.
The slightly pinker faction, but they're actually a pretty cool choice because 85 armor is going to help mitigate a lot of the damage coming in from the Marauder spam, and they also have super high DPS. Now, middle objective is currently owned by Puggington, and so too is objective 3, which isn't really being contested. You can see Puggington was leaving a War Shrine over there as kind of a deterrent, but it looks like he's pulling all hands on deck into the middle. But I think that the War Shrine is making a big difference, actually, and I kind of thought these units were a bit of a meme, but let's go ahead and look at the value. So far, it's at 1500 value. It is doing a Mortis Engine effect. Currently, the damage is 16 to 32, which isn't terrible. And it is draining the forces down of Zone here, which is making the difference in giving the objective to Puggington. So who would have expected? Even though it is a little bit boring at times to see mirror matches, I think seeing the innovation of the double War Shrine in the mirror match certainly is something some folks may take notes of here.
Yeah, like I'm looking at the stats right now as you're talking about the War Shrine, because I too haven't even gotten a chance to really drill into this thing, because like you said, I thought it was kind of just a bit of a meme, but to see it give that leadership bonus and give that Mortis Engine effect, I mean, those are all things that are going to help in... and you and I were kind of going over how the meta for this game works. Oh, dude, another Pit of Shades in the same spot, hitting the same units, just rip it, just picking at that scab.
Yeah. Hit the mirror guard.
And another Pit of Shades, and it's just all over the place.
This game is like the most like accurate anecdote for like what the meta is like right now. Like, no matter what army you are, there's going to be a cheap caster casting either Pit of Shades or one of these big AoE bombardment spells. And of course, Slaanesh, hey, at least we're getting the Slaanesh mirror match out of the way early, so we can jump into some more diverse matches as we go. Although, you know what's going to happen is we're going to get a Helman Gorse mirror match in the next game, and they're just going to be.
Oh, do not say such things. I would not say such things if I were you.
Don't put this evil on me. Now,
no, thank you.
This is looking pretty advantageous for the Pug, man. The Battle Pug has got 2 objectives. Sigvald here, though, does have a massive Chaos Spawn. And the spawn of Slaanesh are pretty, I wouldn't say impervious to, but they're very resilient against Mortis Engines, right? Because they have a low model count. But the top objective is being taken by Zone. So Zone did get his Hellstriders, but the Pug is looking to contest this with Seekers and Hellstriders. And ooh, it looks like there's going to be a Fascination going down. That's a really nice play because it actually rampages those guys, and they're going to rampage to their doom, or just, you can see what they're doing now is just rampaging away from the objective, allowing Puggington to just space jam into there with his Seekers and his expensive Cav, which will probably maybe allow him to have that objective, which would give him a triple cap and probably seal the doom here of the forces of Zone.
Yeah, you sometimes got to put in the hoop like slam, get ready for a space jam, because we're coming up to about 2,000 points for Puggington on Zones, some on 700 or 800 points. Now, is there a certain point in which, hey, you know, you just can't recover from this amount of point deficit? Is there a point in which, hey, if you're this far ahead in points, it's just not going to happen?
Yeah, it certainly can.
That kind of a mercy rule, more or less?
If you want to get into like the mathematics of it, so for each capture point that you have here, essentially you get 5 tickets per second, so you up to a maximum of 15. So a lot of, you know, higher level players are going to be very aware of a point where they're like, okay, there's only X points left in the game, therefore I can win by just holding one objective, or I have to triple cap my opponent. That's like a pretty substantial skill set. Now, if you look at the value, Reginald Puggington is down by 1,000. Zone has gone up by about 1,100. He does have Sigvald, who's going to be a little bit more sustainable. So maybe Sigvald is going to be able to carry the day. Like, the Mortis Engine has been strong, but the Chaos Sorcerer is nowhere near as good of a combatant here as the Dark Prince. And the Dark Prince has been able to perpetually push him off. And you can see the capture weight is actually going for Zone here. So he does have Forsaken and some Hellstriders coming in. It looks like Puggington has secured the top objective and still is holding the low ground objective. But his forces are looking a little bit worn down, whereas of course, with the value lead, Zone is going to be having a little bit of a healthier army. Another Pit of Shades going down, which,
God, right on top of those Hellstriders, too.
Yeah, and what's really crazy about seeing Pit of Shades in every single matchup is it's truly a testament to how game-breaking that spell is. Because the lore of Slaanesh is arguably one of the best lores in the entire game. It gives a melee attack buff to your entire army, which is insanely good for the Slaaneshi roster. And the Chaos Sorcerer's kind of Chokyo drifting around here, looking to try and get that Mortis Engine effect while also staying away from Sigvald. But Sigvald has been able to kind of, stick right on his heels here, and that Chaos Sorcerer might be paying the troll toll here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Sigvald's just been chasing around with the boots with the fur on the whole entire time. His gigantic space boots trying to crush that Sorcerer. And the Sorcerer's in a pretty nice little spot. He's doing that Mortis Engine effect. He's being supported by his Seekers, which are now pulling off that fight. But just kind of getting a nice little blanket of damage going down as his health kind of comes down to his final 25%.
Overall, if we're looking at the forces of Zone, he's got a pretty nice melee-based army, like kind of a ground-based infantry corps. He's got Sigvald, he's got some Marauders around. He does, of course, have his Chaos Sorcerer, but Puggington has the mobile advantage, which in the Slaanesh mirror matchup is going to be mega important, right? Looking up here, we can see the mobility of Zone really just being taken apart by the forces of Puggington. Another Pit of Shades going down, not really going to do a whole lot. That one was a bit of a swing and a miss, but I would probably say that Zone is in a very commanding... Puggington's in a very commanding position, having the mobility. And Sigvald, of course, is more of an anchor piece, and he's not going to regain the mobile advantage for you. And the War Shrines, dude, the double War Shrine innovation from Puggington was crazy good. Looking at the value here in the game, you can see that the Chaos Sorcerer of of Slaanesh himself, and the War Shrine got 3,800 value. And looking at the other War Shrine, it got only 1,000 since the fighting was a little bit less pitched over there. But overall, I have played a lot of games with these guys in the past couple weeks, and I don't think I've once had anybody bring out the War Shrines against me in the Slaanesh Mirror matchup, and that was a really, really neat innovation for sure.
Nothing like a little pocket War Shrine to kind of tip the scales in your favor. It was kind of funny though. It said at the end, "Close defeat Slaanesh." Before we press the next stream, I'm like, who won? But
yeah,
nonetheless, the dreaded mirror match is over.
Yeah, and Sigvald is really good. Sigvald is an incredibly strong pick in general. He is very, very common in domination because he really anchors an objective. And you saw that Sigvald did start to wrestle the middle objective from the forces of Puggington. Like, Zone was doing a great job with that, but the War Shrines cleared out most of the Slaaneshi infantry of Zone, which then allowed Puggington to just have advantageous positions on the objectives. And on top of that, he just had the mobile advantage as well. He seemed to have just Seekers and better quality cav on the battlefield. Really nice fascination play up on the high ground, was able to drag away those other defenders and allow Pug to get that, which I think was the straw that broke Sigvald's back there. So that is going to be game one in our best of three series. Of course, the winner, if we take a look at the brackets, will be advancing on to the grand finals today, and we will be having a third place match as well. So certainly a full day of competition. And for any of you guys who are worried it's going to be Vampire Counts and Slaanesh, your fears are somewhat founded, but there is going to be best of five, so there will be a lot more faction diversity as we move into the third place and grand finals match.
You know, and it's kind of funny, like, when you think of like the matchups between all these factions, there's always like some sort of motivation, right? Oh, it's the Lizardmen, and they're trying to go get like a little like plaque for the fucking for the old ones. They're trying to do this, they're trying to do that. But it's kind of always interesting when you talk about demons and the undead, because they have such an interesting dichotomy. And more often than not, you know, it's like there is still, I guess you could say, a reason that the worshippers of chaos or chaos as a whole would have qualms with the undead. Like, for example, Khorne doesn't like it because they're wasting all the good blood. You know, like, oh, wait, you guys are drinking the blood? No,
they're skulls though. Spilling. They got skulls going on, so yeah, it could be worse.
Yeah, like, oh, you guys got entire armies of walking skulls. People like Tzeentch, or not people like the Tzeentch itself, would also be kind of tempted into kind of messing with the machinations of, say, the Necrarch vampires, which are very driven towards magic. And that is something we've seen in the lore, where they manipulated Necrarch vampires to attack Lizardmen and then just kind of cleaned up the the fight afterward. Came in as like the garbage men, just like, oh, okay, we'll get into this. Even Slaanesh is like, oh, you guys are all into ecstasy and pleasure and having these grandiose, over the top, aristocratic, wild vampire Lahamian orgies. But there's something about, like, I guess the lore actually kind of stipulates in the second edition RPG about how the kind of decadence the vampires are into is not as appealing to Slaanesh, because it's almost like this attachment to nostalgia. They're like, oh yeah, you guys are missing a time that is not now. Like, I'm trying to get you amped up about other things and pull your desires out of you, where vampires are just kind of like lost in the past. It's kind of a really weird and interesting thing that they've got going. And Nurgle hates them because they're immune to diseases. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Why that would all kind of push things together.
Yeah, he's not down for that. Yeah, you see, he can't use his tricks. My friend, we do have the first wave of the picks. So Reginald Puggington, for his 3 picks here, has picked the Vampire Counts. He's picked the Wood Elves, which I would be quite interested in seeing, actually. And we are on Black Ark, which is a super big open map. Certainly would favor Wood Elf mobility and sniping. And Khorne for his third faction. Now, as far as the bans go, he's going to be banning out Tzeentch. So his opponent can pick any of the 23 factions in the game, excluding Tzeentch, so 22 options, and then ban one of Puggington's 3s here. So I would suspect Zone will probably go for a Vampire Count pick. And maybe you go Vampire Counts. Yeah, that's probably the play here for Zone. You go Vampire Counts, and then you ban Puggington's vampires, which could be an option. We'll have to see, though. Black Ark is such a cool map, man. It's so awesome. It really captures that. Like, I love the big open field. It really encourages cav play and flanking, because on some of the earlier domination maps, we had a lot of issues with like the lanes and these narrow alleys. So like big cav factions like Bretonnia would really just struggle there. But now we can certainly see a lot more kind of diverse play styles here on the Black Ark. Man,
it's wild to see. And for those of you guys who kind of don't know the history here while the picks and bans are going on, Turin and I, mainly Turin, have been doing this for, in fact, like 99% Turin, have been doing this specifically, like, kind of commentating these championships for Creative Assembly for 5 years, 6 years now.
Dude, it's
And we
crazy.
went from doing it in a like dingy, smelly, sweaty apartment bedroom to like the grandiose halls of Creative Assembly itself. So now look at this level of technology. You have picks and bands where you can show this off.
Yeah,
We
but now,
dreamed of this years ago.
but now we're back to the stinky, sweaty apartments, man. Where I live, it's been. I mean, it's pretty cool now because it's early in the morning, but. Dude, it's been hot, man. It's been like high 90s here, and like there's been days where I just don't want to stream because even with like air conditioning on, it's just like I'm just sitting there like dripping in sweat. I'm like, dude, this is so miserable, man. So,
And for those over
man,
in
it's brutal.
the other across the pond, that's 32 Celsius.
Yeah,
And that's what we're dealing with on the daily.
yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. So we do not have the counter pick from Zone, but if I would wager, based on my experience, I think kind of the power ranking that many of these top players, so the individuals who you are seeing in the Summer Championship, all qualified through pretty substantial tournaments. And the meta that we've been seeing really has been extremely, at least in the early builds, is Vampire Count and Slanesh dominated. Nurgle has been good. Nurgle is more map dependent, though. Nurgle is probably not going to like playing Black Ark against like Wood Elves or some of these more mobile factions. And also, Nurgle is good against Vampire Counts in my experience on smaller, more brawler-centric maps. But on a big open map, things like Blood Knights from the Vampire Counts are just going to be running down their reinforcements, and it's going to be very tricky. And that's, I think, what gives the Vampire Counts the edge against Nurgle in the match is simply because their mobility is just so strong. Vampire Counts got so many buffs, and that's one of the wild things, man. Like a couple weeks back, like there was some patch notes just giving Vampire Count so many buffs and adding magic damage to all sorts of stuff, so that really allowed them to trade super effectively into the demons for sure. Where Vampire Counts, like, I feel like they're just always a little bit tyrannical. Like in Warhammer 2 they kind of were, in Warhammer 1 they were crazy because they had no healing caps and no summons. Were they tyrannical like that in tabletop in your experience? Or did you not get a chance to play them too much?
So actually, like I collected Vampire Counts.
Yeah.
And I always really liked them. I liked them more in 6th edition when they had the like very distinct bloodlines. But Vampire Counts were one of the top tier factions, especially with the Chaos Demons. So it was kind of funny to see the meta kind of how it is.
Yeah. It's just, some things never change, huh?
Yeah, right. And it's interesting too to see kind of how they've evolved through Warhammer 1 and 2 and then into 3, because they've had such a wild up and down. Like I remember when you got me into the competitive scene for 1, you were saying, hey, this is a really good solid starter faction because you don't have to worry about your back line. And then they fell
Everything
off.
just works,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, everything just go forward. That's all you got to do, right? Like,
Yeah.
And they would go up and down in the meta. So it's kind of interesting and kind of fun to see these guys kind of back on top here.
Yeah.
With the way that yes.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go on. No, go on. You have a more pertinent.
Oh no. I was just going to say
will.
they're very tyrannical right now, man. They're just tough to beat for sure.
I'd say one of the worst things about them in tabletop was in 8th edition, you had such a gross amount of models. Even my high elf army, I think, had like something like because the big thing with 8th edition was you had a lot of like sub-ins. Like, okay, hey, I've got like 2 lists that I kind of run, and I've got, oh, you know what? I'm not going to use White Lands of Trace here. I'm going to be using Swordmasters of Hoeth or whatever it was. But if you're playing Skaven or Lizardmen, which Lizardmen would often run Horde, which was a large block of units, or Vampire Counts, you had to have all these extra models. Like you had tons of zombies. The nice thing about zombies, though, is like, you paint them by basically slapping like 3 amalgamations of colors and a loose thing of like flesh tone on there, and it's like, oh, my zombies are done, like. But you just had to have so many models. I remember playing against so many Undead Legion factions during like the End Times event, because you had a lot of people who would just pick up the Mortarks or Nagash, and seeing those armies was always hog wild because of the tyrannical amount of zombies you had to make.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of used to that since I played Death Guard in 40k, so I like some of my zombies, if I'm running like Poxwalkers, will have like over 100 models. But we are here with the picks and bans. It is final, ladies and gentlemen. We have Khorne being banned by Zone, and he is going to be picking Lizardmen. So look, no Slanesh, no Vampire Counts here. We have the Lizards versus the Wood Elves. So Khorne being banned, it looks like he didn't want to play Vampire Counts into Lizards, so he opts to go for Wood Elves, which I have seen very, very little of, for sure. So
I was not expecting this.
Yeah, this is very exciting. This is very exciting. So we're going to be jumping into this match very, very soon. It's a big one. So the old meta for this matchup in Warhammer 2, but again, that was land battles, very different, and it doesn't really have objectives at play, was kind of this was a really common tournament matchup, like really, really common, but it's got to be super different here. Now, one thing that Wood Elves are going to be doing very well is having like really cheap Glade Rider Cav that do have good capture weight since the recent changes to Cav. Way Watchers potentially to snipe big dinos. Are we going to be seeing like a missile line of Glade Guard versus Solar Engines, which was very common in Warhammer 2? There's so many directions that could go. And I bet you, though, there's going to be a Pit of Shades caster for the Wood Elves.
Oh, you bet?
Yeah.
I feel like it's just going to happen now at this point. I feel like Pit of Shades is going to be the thing we're going to be screaming the entire time.
Yeah, it's going to be really good. Lizardmen have some of the most stalwart, durable infantry in the game, and that's one of the reasons why they're so good in domination mode. But the thing about lizards is they can really sneak up on you with all sorts of tricks and traps, right? You're sitting on an objective, you're holding it comfortably on the low ground. Suddenly a bunch of chameleon skinks roll up from the shadows and just like dart your infantry off it, and then they just steal it. Or like they got so many tricks. But again, Wood Elves have really good Vanguard options as well. And Vanguard deployment is super, super strong here for sure. Being able to kind of sneak up on somebody on the point with a fast Vanguard like a Glade Rider or a Wild Rider popping out, or Dryads. Even though Dryads aren't going to beat Saurus, if the Saurus get buttered up a little bit by a Pit of Shades or something else, they can Vanguard, they can steal that point, and there's just so many tricks that they can bring to the table, which is very, very exciting for sure. So yeah, man,
it'll definitely be
this.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a very interesting situation, because I was kind of asking you before this, like, hey, what kind of shines in domination mode? And you were saying pretty much that it's infantry armies that have sustainability, that can really kind of like last the test of time. And Wood Elves, a lot of their vanguards and aggression and their fast-moving things, of course, all come from Glade Riders, Wild Riders, things that don't capture points as easily, like you were illustrating. So it'll be interesting to see, like you said, a lot of Glade Guard action, a lot of Eternal Guard action, and how that'll kind of come together against a horde of Stinky Saurus.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of Saurus with shields, I would imagine. And, you know, the sustainable infantry, I think, is really a prerequisite for being like a S-tier faction in domination mode. However, maps can change a lot, and that's kind of what I'm more excited about in terms of the future of domination, is getting a more dynamic breadth of maps that favor different playstyles, right? Because currently, in my experience, shooting has been substantially weaker in domination mode. It can be made to work, but the person who is microing the shooting units, whether it be the Empire or the Wood Elves, has to, in my experience, work substantially harder than the person that's just kind of like, you know, really playing a more durable, conservative style play with infantry and healing. Like, it's much harder to micro those range units effectively, to effectively target priority, you know, the right targets. There's just so much more to it. But what I was going to say is, on a map like Black Ark, this map is massive. It's huge. It's kind of like the Skjold of old. Skjold was the map that we had in the Vampire Coast Everchosen back in the day, and this map is massive. So Wood Elves, I think, are going to enjoy this map probably more than the Lizards. Granted, Lizardmen do have good mobility, but the Wood Elves, I think, will be able to do a little bit more with a bigger map, could potentially backcap them if the Lizards have a little bit too slow of an army. So there's all sorts of tricks we could see out of the Wood Elves here. And yeah, tons of lore choices too, like Sisters of Twilight could be decent. Orion might not be bad.
That was going to be my question here, is like what legendary lore kind of like outshines the rest, or one that's really going to fit into this? I mean, like, I imagine Draika's kit would really help here, like her spell kit. I mean, like her, like she cast Pit of Shades.
Yeah, if you want like my power fantasy, then I would like to see Orion or the Sisters of Twilight would be super cool, but I think it's going to be some sort of a Shadowcaster. So in domination mode, you don't have to bring a Lord. You can bring a hero as the Lord of your army, or you could even have a unit be the Lord of your army, which is pretty funny. But I think we're either going to see Draika for the Pit of Shade spam, and you know, she's actually not bad also against the Lizards. She can fight, she can summon Dryads, and is a pretty decent presence in terms of giving you a little bit of sustainability on a point. But, you know, there is a chance we could see Sisters of Twilight, although they are a little bit vulnerable against the Lizardmen poke. Like, on the ground, we can see the Lizardmen zapping with their little, you know, dart guns and really, you know, giving the Sisters trouble up in the sky. Orion isn't terrible. He is, again, vulnerable to, like, Saurus. DPS isn't bad against him, and, like, some of the Daka can really poke him down, but I mean, he's fast. He can give the charge bonus. He's a decent fighter.
Got the hooves.
And there's also the other option in that the Wood Elves could just go, like, we've been seeing people go with like 20 stacks with nothing and just trying to overwhelm. So, and it looks like that's actually what it's going to be, man. Do you see that Wood Elf army?
Dude, that is a lot going on right there.
That's some serious magic. So we'll be switching over to that perspective in just a second, guys. I just try not to switch while we're on the loading screen of Doom. I just don't want to crash anything. But it is going to be Lord Mazda Mundi facing off against a Glade Guard with a Starfire Shaft who's going to be helming the army. However, big however, you do have to bring a Lord in your secondary army. You have to have a Lord somewhere. He can either be in reinforcements or can be in your main force. So here we are. And we are in the Black Ark, man. Lizardman army. Yeah. Looking like a Warhammer 2 army, really. It's just Chameleon Skinks backed up by Saurus with the Lord of Toilet Seats here. It's going to be Mazda Mundi with the Combat of Cassandora, as well as Net of Amnitok and Apotheosis. So not too surprised here.
Yeah, and when you kind of look at this too from, again, a quote-unquote lore perspective, it's a lot of like we were talking about earlier. You have a lot of matchups that make a lot of sense. Like I said, Lizardman over here trying to get this plaque of the old ones and so on and so forth. And you could make that argument too about the Wood Elves, but these two factions don't often really interact a whole ton with one another. You know, you get these characters that they stick to their respective regions for the most part. Lizardmen in Lustria and Wood Elves in their in Athaloran. But the kind of crazy thing is that there have been instances of, say, dryads in Lustria and stuff like that, and forest spirits. And a lot of that stuff does interact in lore. So even like these kind of isolated factions still do have interaction with one another.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. I mean, the Wood Elves, you know, if anybody intrudes in one of their forests, and that's one of the mechanics I really like about the Wood Elf campaign in general, is that you can, like, you know, travel around the world and with the world routes. I think that's so cool. But the Wood Elf army here, guys, is going to be a massive doom stack, essentially. So it's going to be the Dryads. Well, I wouldn't call it a doom stack. I would call it more like a chaff stack. But it is going to be Dryads up in the front. In the secondary line, it's going to be the Silver Shielded Eternal Guard, which is, I'd say, very necessary against the Lizards with the Chameleon Skinks, backed up by the Starfire Shafts to deal with any big dinos. So this is kind of curious. I wonder if the Wood Elves are going to be yielding the low ground objective. There's a lot of tactics on Black Ark in terms of the deployment patterns. Oftentimes, you'll see people deploy their main army down here to secure objective 3, and then they just defend 1, considering that they have the home field advantage if it is pressed with their home point here. But it looks like the Lizards are going to be divvying up their army with 3 Chameleon Skinks and a Saurus Spear down here, which is going to be very tough for the Wood Elves to break. The Saurus Spears will buffer off any cav, Chameleon Skinks can also poke, and then the Lizards just have to defend objective 1. So I wonder if the Wood Elves are going to just go all the way across and just play the playstyle of trying to stuff the Lizards back in their deployment zone just with sheer numbers, controlling 2 and 1 to win the game. We'll have to see, man. What are your
it's
here?
A Wood Elf horde army here, man. Like, you don't usually see Wood Elf playing as wide as this. I mean, one of the last times we saw Wood Elves really big in tournaments was during the Twisted and Twilight, where we saw Ariel with almost every single matchup, right? And things have obviously very much changed with Immortal Empires. We don't see the floating butterfly queen very much these days, period.
She could be okay, for sure. Soul Stealer, if I'm not mistaken, got changed a little bit. It's not as good as it once was. And of course, she's not unbreakable like she was on release. So she's not quite as solid. And she is very, very expensive, right? I'm surprised we're not seeing some sort of a caster out of the Wood Elves. Like, I would imagine they would just like cut 1 or 2, an archer and a spear unit, and get like some sort of a caster to just bring magic to the battlefield. I feel like that's a slight mistake, but again, Puggington is a stronger player than myself, and he clearly has been scheming pretty hard. Now, up in the front, we have some very light skirmishing. We have the Chameleon Skinks kind of poking into the Dryads, and there you have it. Okay, so on the side, we do have a Dryka has been summoned. So Dryka, of course, yeah. We knew the Pit of Shades Dryka was coming. It's become very meta, but the bottom objective is going to be yielded to the Lizards. And it looks like the Wood Elves are going to be pushing up to just play 1 and 2 and are just like, screw number 3, you can have that. We don't want to deal with those spears.
Yeah, they're not even going to go over there at all. But I imagine there's some kind of like late game tomfoolery, right? Because this is still pretty much, for the most part, the primary army for Puggington, right? We haven't seen his reserve army with much, except for Dryka, of course. So as we get the remainder of that army, that might give him a little bit more 0.3 aggression. He's just trying and cap into 1 and 2 to begin with, get a little bit of a head start there before trying to push back onto it.
Yeah, that's and this is a pretty common. This is a tactic as well on this map. You essentially just push like their main, and then what's going to happen is they're going to get desperate and pull assets from objective 3 to come and help in the main battle up here, and then you could just like swarm at a bunch of quick vanguard units from the Wood Elves and grab objective number 3 down there. But objective 2 has opened. It looks like there's going to be some Glade Riders with spears summoned in from Puggington to grab that, whereas Zone here is going to be falling back and actually yielding objective 1, letting the Wood Elves get that initial hold on that. So that's certainly quite nice. We do see Dryka moving up. Looks like she's maybe going to be using a Malevolent Dryad summon. Would be a pretty good idea to, just buffer off the Saurus Warriors. And, this is a little bit of a dangerous situation. So you notice how both these Saurus here are very bunched up. Well, they might bunch up on Dryka and get Pit of Shaded. Okay, it looks like Zone had very good micro there and was able to move past Dryka. If they had been caught in a 2-for-1 zeal, that could have been a very, very early game.
Man, yeah, and with how thin their army is, like a big devastating pin of shades like that wouldn't be fun. But that's a pretty good little pinch there with Dryka kind of following these Saurus Warriors right into the Eternal Guard, keeping them pinned against the Eternal Guard, get that AP into him as Pit of Shades kind of rips down. Not going to do as much to her because she's single entity, of course. There's no... They didn't change that, right? That Pit of Shades would do damage to her in this situation.
No,
correct?
I normally wouldn't. Like, SEMs really don't take that. Huge Ruination of Cities going down over here. Beautiful stuff. Doing huge damage against both the Glade Guard right there. One of them actually almost gets broken. And now the big fight is on. In terms of value trading, it's pretty even. Remember, though, the Lizardmen do have access to some healing with Apotheosis, so they can mitigate some of that value. The Wood Elf Archers, for the most part, are shooting. Some Chameleon Skinks on the edge of the battlefield, probably going to be pinned off by these Eternal Guard right here. But it's looking like the Wood Elf front line is holding relatively well, though the Lizards are getting a little bit more traction back. Huge Comet of Cassandora going down from Mazdamundi. Looks like he was trying to hit those Dryads. And Comet of Cassandora, Ryan, is one of those spells that just does so much damage now. But now we're getting mass Cav summons and Shriekin, the Firebark Elders coming out. So Wood Elves, that really is a sign that the Wood Elves are trying to plant a tree on this objective and just hold it until these Sun and Stars die out, basically. So, the Firebark Elder is going to be tough to kill.
Did you say plant a tree on this objective and hold it until the Sun and Stars die out?
That was very poetic. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it was beautiful, man. What do you mean? You just kind of glossed over that really romantic statement as we continue this carnage.
Absolutely, man. You can see more spears coming in and more Saurus Warriors and also some Clever Girls. Clever Girls are just a good unit in general. They're pretty damn cheap. I believe they got a cost reduction in the most recent builds. And the capture weight...
Another Pit of Shades coming down here right on top of these Saurus Warriors.
Oh,
yep.
Nasty.
Boom! Right there, right by Mazdamundi as he just kind of skirts right by it and E-breaks away from it.
Yeah, he doesn't want any of that, but the Lizards do have the capture weight now. They have a couple of Chameleon Skinks as well as Saurus Spears, and the Wood Elves really don't want to lose this objective. In terms of value trading, Reginald Puggington is up by a little bit, only about 300 or 400. Comet of Cassandora going down to the back, but Reginald was able to dodge that and took very, very little damage. And also look at the sneaky Batcat. Some Chameleon Skinks from Zone moving in, but a good counterplay as Reginald does summon in the Glade Riders with Spears to hunt them down, and we do finally see the Malevolent Dryad summon to try and push the Lizards off the objective here.
So, in this situation, we have position 1 and 2 capped by Puggington. How much value is it for him to try and use any of his archers, any of his just recently summoned in Glade Riders with Spears to go and capture that third point? Is there any value in that, or should he just be keeping the pressure 100% on 1 and 2?
It's a really tough call. It's a really tough call. I think that's a mistake I often make is I kind of overextend myself with these like attempted fancy plays and try and get all 3 objectives. In this case, it looks like he's going to be continuing that pressure, but Mazdamundi getting absolutely pounded by this Archer Fire, and the Starfire Shafts really, really putting Lord Mazdamundi in the trash can here. Look at him, dude, just getting absolutely dunked on, and another Pit of Shades going down. But honestly, the Pit of Shades has been kind of not like that insane this game. I'd be curious to look at Dryka's value, but like this barely did anything and actually hurt the Wood Elf units, but... Yeah, Lizards look to be on the back foot.
It's not been doing as much against Saurus by comparison to a lot of the other ones.
Yeah, Saurus
a lot of the other units that we've seen it getting torn up.
They're pretty hardy folk for sure. Looking at this battle overall, though, it seems the Wood Elf build has worked like just super efficiently. Like the Wood Elf front line has been able to push back the Lizards. Any value targets like the Clever Girls, well, I hesitate to call them value, but Mazdamundi, for example, have been just absolutely focused down by the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts. Now we got Firebark Elders here who... So in terms of capture weight, infantry have the most capture weight, like infantry type units and hound units. Monsters infantry do not have quite as good of capture weight, but again, they typically have better staying power, especially something like Treekin. And you're seeing a little bit of a desperate situation coming in from Zone, where he's just sending out skink cohorts to just try and get the objective back. But the Wood Elves seem to have complete dominance over the battle. And also remember, Dryka is a good fighter. She's going to get in there with those branches and certainly show no mercy. And with Mazdamundi being gone, I hesitate to call games early, but with the value discrepancy of 7.2 to 5, that is massive. And just like in land battles, if you're 2,000 or 3,000 ahead of your opponent in terms of value, you're probably going to be winning that game. And it just seems like the trading The trading has favored the Wood Elves this game, as has the objective play, right? We've had the 2 objectives in the hands of the Wood Elves. They have almost double the points, and that is going to be GG well played. So a quick 2-0. Puggington is going to be advancing on to the grand finals. Well played to Zone. We'll be seeing him, of course, in the third place match here coming up in a little bit. But Puggington seems to just have these unorthodox builds. In game 1, we saw the Pug unleashed with... We saw the Pug unleashed with the double shrine, and then we saw Pug come out with like a Wood Elf, just a super wide Wood Elf build, looking very much like a Warhammer 2 land battle build. Maybe people have to go back in history and study the builds of old.
I mean, I really like that. I like that difference there. Like, to try to get like a little bit of variety down, use something that's a little bit not maybe harder to defend against, but a little just completely, hey man, that's totally left field. I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah.
So that kind of like typical build he might have had going for it could just kind of completely derailed right there, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, incredible games for sure. If you look at the value on most of the archers, most of them got like close to 1,000. They were super good. And looking at the reinforcements, you can see kind of the thought process of Puggington. So I really like this. And this, for anybody who's kind of newish to domination mode, is like your slower units that are more like, you know, take a little bit longer to get places. I like to start with my infantry, and it's kind of been a bit of a pattern with higher level players from what I've seen in the early build here, is you start with your slower core and move them up, and then you, in the faster reserves here, you have your faster stuff, right? That can get to the battle quicker. So yeah, I really like that. It looks like he had some Wild Riders, Glade Riders. Firebark Elders was kind of a cool tech piece as well. Maybe that was against like Solar Engine trying to shoot you off the objective, who knows? And looking at the Army of Zone, very standard stuff. Saurus, Chameleon Skinks, and reserves. He had some Cav, he had some Clever Girls, and some more just, you know, cohorts basically. So very, very vanilla Lizard army there. But yeah, GG well played to both players. Zone played like a champ, but Puggington just had his number today. But we'll have a chance to see them both again. Zone's going to be playing in the third place match, and Puggington, of course, will be being played in the grand finals. So very, very hyped for that, man. It's going to be good.
Yeah, you know, it's even cool to see that, like, okay, it was cool to see Lizardmen on Black Ark. We were talking about Black Ark, that map, and it's a really kind of fun one because, you know, Umbral Tide, the Salamanter's Regiment Renown, right?
Yeah, of course.
So that is because of the Battle of the Umbral Tide, where the Lizardmen attacked the Dark Elves on a Black Ark. They scuttled onto the Black Ark and like killed every single Dark Elf on it, with Salamander hunting Bax and Croxagore. So it's kind of, that in and of itself had a pretty cool kind of connotation there.
Yeah, no, it's certainly pretty rad. I'm curious what other tech pieces could have been done by the Lizards to deal with that. So basically, they just had this like super wide army. You know what I feel like kind of the weak link there was probably the Chameleon Skinks, because like the whole elf army was like shielded or somewhat durable against them. There wasn't really too many targets for them, it seemed. Yeah, that was tricky. How would you deal with that with Lizards? I guess maybe you just go super wide. Like Saurus are cost effective against that entire army, but maybe you didn't have enough Saurus, so maybe you go with like just a mass Saurus type build. I don't know, man. That's a tricky one to deal with. It's super, super wide. And Draco with just Pit of Shades only costs like 1,000 gold. So that's one of the issues with bringing big, expensive characters in reserve. So let's say you're playing like the Sons of Sigmar, for example, right? You have like Volkmar the Grim. He costs like, what, 2,300 with his glorious War Wagon. Sometimes like you can find yourself in a pitch battle and domination mode where like you're so desperate to get reinforcements out that you don't want to save up for something big. But Drake is like so cheap, so it's not really like as much of an issue, right? Yeah, that was strong. That was strong. Is there any factions that you're really looking forward to seeing today that you're hoping? I would imagine maybe the High Elves.
You know what? No, I don't want to see the High Elves today.
You just don't want to see them lose?
That was my next statement. Damn it. Yeah. I was like, I don't want to see the High Elves. They can sit on top of their victories of old. I think today I'd want to see Dark Elves or Bretonnia. One of those factions. Those are. I hope we never see anyone play the dwarfs ever again. That's probably my biggest hope.
Yeah, the dwarves.
That's right. I said it out loud. Loud.
The dwarves and the high elves are definitely two of the on the weaker end of the spectrum.
Just say it.
No, but you're going to be happy to know that high elves have been having a little bit more success. As much as I like the dwarves and I dislike the high elves. The high elves have been having a little bit more success in play than the dwarves. The high elves have access to all the magic, so what's really nice for them is like whatever the flavor of the month is in terms of like powerful magic, high elves can bring it, right? You can go with the Shadow Archmage, you can go with the Heavens Archmage, like you can do all that sort of stuff. So that is very, very strong for sure. And on top of that, high elves actually have like they have decent infantry quality via rangers and white lions, and their spearmen aren't that great, but they can bring like white lions, and swordmasters trade well, but very vulnerable to like, big AoE effects and things like that. And on top of that, the dwarves, they really do struggle on the bigger maps. In my experience, like dwarves can be good on maps like Death's Pass, like these choke point style maps. But in my experience, they just struggle so hard on maps like Black Ark, right? You have like some Vanguard options with like Dwarven Miners, but dude, it takes so long to get your reinforcements there. You saw how the Wood Elf army that just played, that did really good, had like a ton of infantry. So dwarves could have done that same build. They could have just gone with like Quarrelers and Longbeards and pushed back the lizards effectively. But the problem is the Wood Elves can get cav reinforcements in fast, and the dwarves have to like, basically waddle across the entire map with like 28 speed units. So that's kind of the
keyword
problem.
Being waddle there.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, artillery can be okay in domination too. Again, it depends on the map. In Black Ark, we had some games where the dwarves soundly defeated Nurgle on Black Ark, and this was with top players playing. It wasn't like somebody playing someone they weren't as good at. We've seen dwarves defeat Nurgle, do very well against other slow factions, but man, when they have to play like Slaanesh, dude, they get their bread buttered so hard. It is rough. It is very, very rough.
Those biscuits get separated for sure.
Yeah.
So in the last time we did this together, last time we held hands on a crowded beach, we were playing with just the base Warhammer 3 factions. And during that time, really the ogres kept kind of coming to the fore as a super strong dominant faction. How do the ogres kind of stack up? Yeah. How do they stack up now with not even just the things that have changed with Warhammer 3s from now till then, but with the inception of all the other factions? How do the Warhammer 3 factions kind of stack up against everyone?
Yeah, so ogres are pretty bad right now, in my experience. And one of the reasons why the ogres are in a little bit of a rough state is simply because because capture weight got changed. Okay, so these changes, I think, overall for the health of the game are pretty good. Like, expendable chaff infantry aren't going to have the capture weight of something like Chosen or Warriors or like, more elite units. So in the earlier rendition, when Warhammer 3 first launched, you could have theoretically like a Skaven slave that costs like 150 gold, or a peasant mob which costs 100, and it would be out capping, let's say like, I don't know, like a Zargard, right? Or it would be the same as a Zargard. But it got changed. So in the most recent builds and going forward into live, expendable units that have the expendable trait have lower capture weight than like standard infantry. So all Noblar units for the Ogre Kingdoms lost a ton of capture weight. So you're like, okay, well, we still have our Ogre Bulls that have infantry capture weight, right? But no, Ogre Bulls got lumped into the change of monsters infantry having worse capture weight. So basically, Ogre capture weight got nerfed across the board.
That's so rough.
Yeah, they really got put in the trash can pretty hard. I'm a big advocate for the Ogre Kingdoms of giving them a unique special rule in domination mode where they have infantry capture weight on their bulls. I don't mind Noblars having expendable capture weight. I think that's fair. But I think the bulls should have slightly stronger capture weight. So they've been a bit of a meme faction in my experience.
So, and you can help me out in clarifying this. When you say infantry capture weight, doesn't it still come down to model count too? It's like, if they had infantry capture weight on a unit of bulls, would a unit of Skaven slaves still out capture them because of the unit amount? Like the model count in the unit?
Yeah, so the model count is pertinent as well. Something else that a lot of people probably don't know about domination is, I, for the longest time playing domination mode, thought that you had to have like the more models on the objective, the more it counted, but that's not how it works. If you have like one model in your squad of 100 touching the objective, it gives you, it's much like in tabletop in like 40K. You just need to have one unit touching the objective or one model from that unit, and it will give you the capture weight of that whole unit. So you can like kind of park things on the edge of the objective or just have them, just touch the side of it, and it's going to be giving you that. So and apologies for the delay, guys. One of the players is having some technical issues, so we are just having a little bit of a break right now, and we do have a little video contest from Cody Bonds that I suppose now would be a good time to share, man. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Going to help our glorious player here get everything ironed out, and we'll get this party started, man. Been some good games so far.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be right back, my friends, and thank you all for joining.
Over the last month, a dozen filmmakers crafted their entries for the 2022 Total War Short Film Competition. Today, we can announce the runners-up and winners in both the historical and Warhammer categories. To be selected, the entrants had to impress our panel of 3 judges: myself, last year's competition winner, Engaging Bear, and you, the viewer, in our online poll of your favorite entry. Every video was made with effort and passion, and while we can't show them all here today, I encourage you to go to the playlist, watch the entries, and support the artists. And now, for the runner-up in the historical category, Siege of Donglai Wangxian by Top Hat Butcher. And now, the winner for the historical category is The Siege of Izu Castle by Dylan Estella. Congratulations again to Dylan Estella, who's won a $100 prize thanks to the Creative Assembly's support of this competition. We'll be in touch shortly. The winners of the Warhammer category will be announced later in the program, so stay tuned for that reveal. Thanks for watching.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're all doing well. We are back in business. So just going to be waiting for, I guess it could perhaps be the Steam servers. Might be a little bit of a Steam side issue. So yeah, we're just going to hang tight. Players are doing their picks and bans nonetheless, so we can get started with that in just a moment. And hope you're all doing well. No, yeah, it's time. So we're going to be having the same set of maps. Going to be starting on Itza, then Black Ark, and then, of course, we'll be ending the third map, if it does go to a rubber match, is, of course, the Grove of Slaughter, which was quite a bit of fun. So let's get this party started and set this all up. And now, if you guys have any questions in chat, I do have the chat pulled up. So if you guys have anything, questions pertaining to multiplayer, domination mode, any sort of that good stuff, I will get to that if I can while I set up the picks and bans for the players. So we have Houseplant here versus the Platypus. These are two players who you often saw in the grand finals of tournaments, man, just consistently doing so well. And the map is going to be Battle for Itza. And we are all set. Perfect. Let's pull this up. Let's close the picks and bans out, and we will see what the players are going to be doing. So picks and bans, pretty common part of most tournaments. Here we are. And we have the first picks and bans in from Houseplant. So Houseplant is going to be picking Vampire Counts, of course, no surprise there. Been very dominant. Slaanesh and Tzeentch. So going for, again, for some of the newer factions as well as the Vampire Counts. They seem to be one of the main factions from the old world that are doing very well. And we'll see what they do. And the ban is also going to be Tzeentch. So man, Tzeentch has been getting banned a ton today. Just a ton.
I'm cool with that. I'm cool. Oh, I thought you said Slaanesh. I was like, man, I just don't want another dreaded mirror match.
Yeah, not quite. All right, perfect. And we are all set. So yeah, Tzeentch has been getting banned quite a bit. I think one of the reasons why Tzeentch has been getting banned is because Tzeentch, in some of the preliminary testing we did, is very good against, not very good, but I would say pretty formidable against both Vampire Counts as well as the forces of Slaanesh. And one of the reasons why I've really liked Tzeentch myself against those factions is because all of the Tzeentch warriors, so the Chosen, the warriors, they do magic damage, which makes them trade effectively into not only mortals and various undead units, but also into the demons. So they really handle themselves quite well. So the picks and bans are up. You can see they're set here, and it looks like Platypus is going to be... No, I can't believe this. Do you see this in chat? You see what's going on?
I can't. I'm watching your stream.
Okay.
And I don't see the picks just yet. We're a little bit behind.
It's kind of hard to believe that this is going to happen. I can't believe my eyes. And what do you guys think is going to be picked? So Platypus is going to ban Vampire Counts, okay? So Okay. So he bans Vampire Counts, and the counter pick, dude, that can't be right. Grand Cathay. I just can't believe it. I don't know if he's just trying to win you guys over.
Yeah, he is. 100%.
Or if he's got some scheme, because Grand Cathay has been one of the weakest factions consistently, and this is a high-stakes tournament. And then Slaanesh is the counterpick. Slaanesh is just so scary. Dude, this can't be Grand Cathay. He said GC, which has got to stand for Grand Cathay, right? I'm going to confirm with him.
Or green skins, and he made a typo.
Yeah, that would make more sense, dude. I can't believe this. Oh, my God. Do you pick Grand Cathay? I legit have to ask him. Like, normally I would never ask, but I'm like, are you sure?
Yes. Yes.
Oh my God, dude, it's happening.
I know what I've done, Turin. Like, just the confidence.
The dreaded whooshing war compass is coming for blood. Yes, I see you guys in chat getting all hyped for Cathay, and I certainly don't blame you. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about what Grand Cathay can do against Slaanesh.
Dude. Yes, go into it, baby.
One of Slaanesh's
deep with it.
Weaknesses is air, okay? So they don't really, I mean, although that's actually not true anymore, because here with the Champions of Chaos, they actually have Marauder Horsemen with Javelins. So now the blimp spam isn't going to be quite as good, because that was actually something, like blimp spam used to be very common. You would see blimps and they would just like snipe the stuff on the ground, and Slaanesh couldn't really fight back. They would still end up losing somehow, but there was that gimmick. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is really, really tough. Like, I don't know how.
I love the wild card here,
dude.
I love that you don't even know.
No,
I love that you don't even know. For those that don't know, Turin is the one streaming alongside me, ItalianSpartacus. Turin is the man when it comes to multiplayer competitive scene for Total War Warhammer. If he doesn't know, I don't know, man. That's spicy. I'm excited for what's going to go down right now.
Yeah. Okay. So let's like really break this down. So Marauders. If they go with Marauder spam, okay, which has been very, very common, then the Jade Warriors, which only cost 500, should beat the Marauders of Slaanesh for like only 75 gold more, which in theory isn't cost inefficient. You could also go with a mass like kind of Anticity style crossbow line where you just have like a million crossbows like in Peasant Archers, and you just kind of have this like big Vampire Coast Warhammer 2 style concave of shooting. That could perhaps be efficient. Oh man, there's so many tricky routes you could go. I mean, okay, Grand Cathay actually does have good magic. The Lore of Yang with the Fire Breath spell is so good against Slaanesh. Like, it just roasts their infantry. But again, Slaanesh could just come in with armor now too. We could see like a Slaanesh armor build, which Grand Cathay would have to deal with via Talons of the Night, or maybe the Fire Rain rocket, which just isn't that great in my experience. Although the Empire Hellstorm rocket battery has been really good in preliminary testing. Yeah, Cathay is certainly much better in land battles than they are in domination mode. That's been a pretty substantial variable for sure. Yeah, so on the first map, it's going to be battle for Itza too. So Itza is okay for Grand Cathay. They can like hug the edge of the map and kind of abuse the wall there to deny flanking and maybe play the center two objectives. I do not know, man. I'm certainly confused by that pick, but he must have been training in the shadows, you know. Yeah.
I think we have another quick little technical issue here, guys. So just kind of bear with us here.
Yeah, I think the Steam servers are down, unfortunately.
Yeah, I say deal with an issue with the Steam servers, which we have dealt with before.
Yeah, I don't mind just hanging out, and they usually eventually come up on their own. It just takes a while. I mean, usually the Steam maintenances are on like Tuesdays or Thursdays, right? I think it's like Tuesdays. So usually weekends are pretty safe, but it can happen, man. It can happen. Yeah. Looks like you and I are just gonna have to battle, man.
Oh, dude, let's throw fisticuffs. I'm just gonna swarm you with nothing but dwarfs.
Just throw the Dowie Legion at me.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
tons and tons of quarrelers.
Yeah. Oh my god. Well,
I find it surprising though that like Grand Cathay, like, I mean, yeah, I guess I'm not really finding it surprising that Grand Cathay really can't hold their own in domination mode, but it's like they're the defensive faction of Warhammer 3 when it comes to like their faction mechanic and everything like that. So I figured, oh man, they may be able to do something, but
we should have the ultimate Haggard duel. Are you ready? It would just be the Dowie versus Grand Cathay, just the Lords of the Pits. Just see who can win that fight.
What would the compens? Oh, just not even a meme build, just like, okay, try to go for broke on it.
That would actually be really cool. Like a Dwarf versus Grand Cathay showdown would be pretty awesome. In terms of who's favored there, man, as much as I hate to say it, probably Grand Cathay because their magic is really good. And even though dwarves have like spell resist, like something like Talons of the Night is still going to one shot like anything. So,
dude,
I don't know.
We got time until these servers come back. I think the people want to see it.
Well, we'll have to see what CA wants to do. We're just gonna hang out and see what direction they want to go. But yeah, we don't know how long the servers will be. But
I will draw the blood of my best friend on stream. I'll kill my brother. I'll Cain enable you.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, so that would be a Pit Lord matchup. We could have like dwarves versus Grand Cathay. What other matchups would be really interesting to see? I think Empire versus Grand Cathay is a very fun one too. We have like two factions that have similarly diverse rosters in terms of like cav and artillery and magic. There's lots of cool stuff. And yeah, for anybody just joining, I see some folks asking when the games are going to start. We're having some technical issues at the moment. I guess the Steam servers are down in some parts of the world, and our two players aren't able to get into the lobbies right now. So basically, we're just kind of sitting here hanging out, waiting for that to resolve. We might have a little bit of an intermission. We'll have to see, but yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll hopefully get there. But yeah, as far as the picks that go for anybody joining as well, you can see the picks and bans here on the screen. So we will go over those one more time, and then we will check in with CA to see if we need to do another intermission or what decision they want to make. So basically, we have the triple pick from Houseplant. It is Vampire Counts, it's Slaanesh, and Tzeentch. And then his opponent banned the vampire counts, leaving Slaanesh and Tzeentch open, and then Grand Cathay was picked, which I simply can't believe. Like, Grand Cathay has been considered to be probably one of the worst factions in the game.
Like, I like how you just sometimes you're just like, yeah.
It saddens me because that's the one I really wanted to play.
They're the worst faction in the game.
Yeah, it was rough. And
was that the one you were most hyped for? Not Kislev?
Well, yeah, I really enjoy Kislev is good though, because Kislev has durable infantry that are really, really good at holding objectives because they're basically unbreakable for like 30 seconds. And then we have the sleds, which are really good for breaking up infantry. Pretty decent Lords of Magic, not insane, but decent. And yeah, I mean, they can just fight well. And they have really good cav also, like Winged Lancers, Griffin Legion, the Bear Riders, like all that stuff is pretty darn effective for sure.
Now, one faction I don't think I've heard you really talk about much at all is the Coast. How's the Vampire Coast nowadays?
They're tricky. Vampire Coast they have some gimmicks. Like, all jokes aside, the bloaty boys, the bloats are actually okay. Like, if you're in a matchup where your opponent doesn't have SEMs and they're spanning infantry, and let's say they're holding an objective with like a Bloodletter, like a Khorne Warrior, like there's not much they can do about the bloat. They just have to take it in the face. On top of that, we see Sirens being pretty good. Mourngulls aren't bad. Animated Hulks did get a cost reduction in the most recent patches. So like Coast can play these melee builds reasonably well and then bring something like Queen Bess or some Deck Gunners. Like I've seen Coast do well in the battle for Itza because they can cover 2 objectives with their entire gun line. So really just like map dependent. I would say most of the players in this tournament haven't been practicing them simply because there's just inherently easier to play in stronger factions out there. So if there's like a high stakes situation, but I think that could perhaps change once this goes public and we get like a lot of people with hands-on who are really passionate about certain factions. I think the meta will change up a little bit for sure. But yeah, Coast is on a similar level to Grand Cathay in some respects. I see some people in chat saying that, but I don't know. I would say Coast is a little bit stronger than Grand Cathay. Simply because they're undead. They have really, really powerful Lords of Magic. Count Noctils can, of course, bring Pit of Shades on foot because he has access to Shadow Magic. It's really, really tough to say. It's really, really tough. But some people in chat asking about the pick and ban screen. So the pool is the set of factions that the player picks. How that works is they pick 3 factions they want to play in the series. Then their opponent then picks one and bans one of their 3. And then they pick from their remaining 2 factions that they have left. So hopefully that makes sense. So
yeah, and for people also just tuning in, this does not include any Warhammer 3 Champions of Chaos DLC, correct?
No, it does. Yeah, because we saw the War Shrines and all that stuff. So today. Yeah. So we have access to all that today. So we're hopefully going to be able to show more of it. We might have to take a little bit of a prolonged intermission until the servers come back up. It's nothing that the players or CA can do really. It's just the Steam servers are just being divas today. So we're gonna have to hang tight until that comes back. But we could do this. Okay, so let's take a quick intermission then. We'll check in with the crew, see what they want to do. And we'll try and get back to you guys with something fun. We have some options we could do to kind of fill time. We could of course play some battles using some of the factions that you guys might not be able to see. So that could be fun as well. So we'll take a quick intermission and we'll be back in a couple minutes. Just going to see what CA wants to do, and we'll be back. So thank you guys all for joining. And again, apologies for the technical difficulties. Nothing we could do. Steam servers are just causing problems today. And yeah, we'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, the people have demanded it, and we have returned. Sparty and I are going to play some matches. So you guys typically are only going to see the really sweaty stuff here, but now is an opportunity for us to play some of the unloved factions. So let's switch on back, and
you're gonna lose, dude. I'm gonna rip your hair out.
Well, Sparty's been training in the shadows. He's been playing possum here, so
just nothing but hanging out in my closet naked, just trying to like meditate on beating Turin here today.
All right, so what do you feel like playing? Some people in chat want to see. Okay, I'll play Corn, and you play whatever you want, anything. Do you want to play Corn?
Okay, here's my suggestion. We do a land battle, because then if you're just blowing me out of the water, it's not a slog. Like, it'll auto land.
Well, you can always just leave too.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to like suffer the whole time.
Just the whole thing. Me just going like, ah. No, you choose an army, and then I'm gonna counterpick you.
Oh wait, no. I have a really cool army with Tzeentch. I have to do it.
Do it.
Okay.
Do the Tzeentch army.
Yeah, because we'll play a couple games. We'll play until the players are back, dude. We got you guys covered. It's gonna be fun today. So
this is gonna be a show. Is this what you want? Is this what you want? Prospective BMW buyers?
you better not stream snipe me, dude. Sparty's probably in chat right now watching my build.
I am watching your build.
So what are you gonna play? You want to play high elves? You want to play dwarves?
No. I want you to pick what you want to pick.
I'm Tzeentch, so you pick whatever you want.
I'm dwarfs.
Oh my god, you're doing the Dowie. The Dowie.
I'm watching chat, and everyone is just like dwarfs.
Dude, dwarves is just suffering, bro. They're just suffering. You can play Corn.
You are going to suffer.
Here,
play Corn. You are going to suffer.
Play Corn. Play the new stuff. Let's give him some DLC action.
Okay, that's actually not a bad call.
And Corn is your jam too. I know you like.
I'll
Corn.
bring out my Lady Valkia.
Yeah, and I'm gonna play Village, so this is gonna be good. For anybody just joining, the Steam servers are basically down, so the competitors can't connect right now. So Sparty and I are just gonna suffer for your entertainment until it's go time. Yeah, which is gonna be good. So Village versus Valkia. I'm gonna be Village. I'm gonna be the Twisted Twin. Yes, good. And I'm gonna bring a fluffy-esque army too. It's gonna be pretty sweet.
Allow me to not do that and lose.
Just bring the sweatiest of sweat you can find, dude. Just unleash it. That looks pretty good to me. So what's really cool about Village, guys, is he regenerates the shields of nearby units. So he has the Vessel of Chaos, which when he casts spells, it heals the barriers of nearby units, okay? On top of that, he has the Twisted Twin, so the longer he fights or casts spells, he gets like melee defense and spell mastery, and he also has a passive spell shield replenishment, which is very, very cool.
I need all the concentration I can get right now. So you do it. You keep talking. I gotta think.
The dwarves are just suffering. I know some people in chat are like, "Oh, Sparty play." Dude, no, I'm telling you, it's just pain and sorrow. You're not gonna find much else in the Dowie lands in domination mode.
Man, you've derailed the needs and the wants of the people, and I'm gonna do this for you.
Yeah, I believe in you, dude.
I'm gonna follow you into that good night.
Sparty's probably cheating right now. He's lining up some cheat codes and preparing some schemes.
Operation Crawl.
Yeah.
Today is a good day to die. All the StarCraft ones.
Okay, so let's get you guys. Dude, you are in danger, bro. Village,
dude, you're in danger, dude.
Village is coming for you. The little the nerdy one on the shoulder is going to be pointing his finger at you and just
pull over, bro. Like, I'm gonna rip you up.
You might. I believe in you, dude. Even if you don't believe in yourself, I have some faith here in this party.
Dude, people think you're gonna win, and they're stupid fools.
Full of a joke.
Full of a joke.
Dude, there's so many like cool things to bring. Okay, so I got some of these guys. These guys are rad. I mean, who doesn't like that, right? And then
you can't choose flyers. You can't choose flyers.
You can bring flying units.
No, you can't. I mean.
Oh, okay. No flying units for me.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Only the scraps.
Yeah, if you could have in fact, just blue horrors for you.
Blue horrors. They're actually not bad. Blues are pretty good, man. They get the job done. What else do we want to bring here?
I can't wait to just roll right over you. The only way, for those that don't know, the only way I can win here, and I'm sorry, Creative Assembly, is by talking extreme amounts of shit. That's the only way I'll be able to do it. So I just have to completely befuddle you with my terrible humor and try to overwhelm your flanks with it.
Yeah, just make me laugh, dude. That's always been my weakest link when we battle. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to focus, dude. Yeah.
Yes, giggle for me.
Okay, that looks fine. Let's get some more of you guys. I think I'm more or less ready, dude.
I am going to
cool
roll over you with this army.
You watch it.
Dude, you watch me, watch you, while we watch each other.
Yeah, sounds like a good time.
Is the Knights of the Brazen Throne, they're the new ones, right?
Yeah, they're the big scary like world beater guys. They don't mess around, dude.
The people must see them.
Yeah. Bring the Knights of the Brazen Throne. Release them.
Release the river.
Release the hounds. All right, I think I'm good, dude. Let's get this party started.
Okay, I'm just finishing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's probably a good call. I should do that. Yeah. Get those up there. Yeah, we're gonna need to do something. The only way I can really win here is fatigue your hand. If I can just overwhelm you.
That's true. I see some what's it called? Some people want dwarves, so next game I'll play the dwarves. I'll take it because I've actually played with them quite a bit. We'll do dwarves. Oh, dwarves versus Nurgle next game, dude.
I hate Nurgle. You played Nurgle. You like Nurgle. I'll play the dwarves because people don't ever expect me to play the dwarves.
Yeah, it's so weird with you playing Dowie. You know, it's so
I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna show you how the dwarves are really played.
Oh my god, dude, Sparty's out of control today.
Dude, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take your head.
You need to calm down, dude.
There's no calming down here. There's only winning.
All right, bro, I'm ready. Let's do this. The champions of chaos come.
Oh, do I have to put you on that? There we go.
Yeah, so you can play the demon princes now, guys. They're in the main roster. Yeah, so they've been added. He's okay. He's really overpriced. Like he costs 4,200 for some forsaken reason. He does have metal, and as far as unique traits go, he's got most of the basic stuff here. Village comes though. Village is ready to cackle at you, dude.
Dude, Village is gonna get his ass slapped.
Yeah, he's coming. He's pretty good. So one of my favorite strategies, I wouldn't call it like the sweatiest, most competitive strategy, but you use Village and you put him with a bunch of Chosen of Tzeentch, and then like he regenerates their shields, and it's just like he's just like this middle linebacker there. Now, I don't know actually who wins. I think Valkia wins in a fight versus Village. I'm pretty sure
we're about to find out today.
Oh, you brought Valkia, yeah. Yeah, she's good. She can kill my spawn, and if I did have it like a flying chicken, you would be good there as well.
Dude, you were a flying chicken. I want you to know that right now. We have waiting 582 seconds for you to finish loading with your potato computer so that I can crush your face right here.
Dude, it loaded pretty quick, man.
You know what? I'm ready. I'm thirsting.
Yeah, you're good to party? Okay, well.
Dude, I'm going to party.
Dude, these are one of my favorite units in the DLC, though. So check it out, guys. We have the Chosen of Tzeentch with halberds. These guys are just so awesome. And they do magic damage, which means they're pretty good against demons, too. So even if he goes demons or mortals, like, they're good against both. And then Village.
Dude, I'm everything.
You ready, dude?
Dude.
Dude, look at Village, dude.
Can't.
Dude, he's jacked, man. He's pretty serious.
That's his brother. So Village is the little creature behind him.
The little creature. The creature. He was once a man.
That's his decrepit little brother.
Yeah.
Well, the Village is the decrepit little brother.
I'm readying up quick just to put pressure on you. Dude, you have a huge
army.
Oh,
I pressed start battle. Yeah, dude, I'm putting that pressure, man. Look at me coming to town on you, man. Watch out.
So Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons. You got some Furies. So let's take a look at Ryan's army while he approaches. And we have a Cultist here and Valkia up in the sky. Oh, dude, it's just this is going to be a heavy-duty fight.
Dude, I'm coming right for fisties.
Look at Sparty getting all sneaky over here, dude. He's got like some hounds on the side flanking and shit.
Top tier meta plays, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, that's some serious stuff, dude. It looks like we're just gonna have a mouth breathing fight here in the center, though, which is
cool. Man. I'm gonna huff and puff all over you,
dude. The Chosen with halberds, you guys are in for a treat. They don't mess around.
Listen,
yeah.
You brought Pit of Shades, didn't you?
I mean, no, he doesn't have Pit of Shades. I have a similar spell, which is Infernal Gateway. It's not quite as good, but
you're a jerk, dude. You're a jerk.
You watch it.
You would bring Pit of Shades against me, your friend, your best friend?
I didn't bring Pit of Shades, Ryan.
People were going to see the acts of betrayal that you're going to put upon me like that. You should be conceding right now, to be honest. Like, if I could get a cool dub right now, that'd probably be great for both of us.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, if you could just not demotivate me in front of everyone.
Yeah, let's get you guys there. Should be able to party here.
Screw this cat. I'm not even gonna bother.
I gotta say, Ryan, you're not doing a great job of making me laugh so far.
Oh, so sorry. Oh, you're not doing a great job making me laugh so far. Why don't you just talk about the meta no one cares about right now? Like, this one's gonna be pretty interesting. This is gonna be a fight to the death. Like,
Okay, so Spawn and Halberds versus the dual weapon warriors of doom. Oh yeah, give me that Daka, baby.
Don't Daka me, yeah.
Dude, that is so nasty. Oh, look at this just huge juicy blob here, guys.
Oh. Hey, how do I pause?
How do you pause? Is that what you just said? Dude,
look at that juicy. Oh, look at that, just right down.
There's no pausing here, dude.
Dude, Valkia is already bringing the trumpets of war to young Village. Dude, Village is getting swarmed.
I mean, Village actually hasn't been hit yet, so.
I don't know what you're talking about. Village's health is just completely tanking.
He's looking pretty good.
I don't know. Looking like he's gonna die.
He's actually quite safe. And now the Chosen Halberds are just grinding. They're bumping and grinding.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so I don't know why these Halberds decided to go there. Oh my god, what a potato I am. All right, so far so good.
Why is Valkia alone?
Why is she? Because everything around her just died.
I need you to, dude. Look at these two fighting each other.
We have the duel here. Cinematic shot.
Yeah. I'm watching the duel. I don't care what's going on around me.
Yeah, Valkia will for sure win that though. She's got like better armor piercing values. But you know, one of the things I wanted to illustrate here, guys, was like how the elite units actually can be good. Like the Chosen Halberds. Dude, Ryan with this sneaky back cap over here, man.
Dude, just going right for it, dude. Valkia. No, do not surround her. That's rude.
I actually didn't make any effort to surround her there. It just kind of happened.
Yeah,
Get to the point. Okay, good. We got there. Perfect. Okay, Ryan, it's time. Oh, what did you summon in? The Knights of the Brazen Throne. Hell yeah. That's so haggard, bro. What are you doing?
I must, for the people, Turin. There are sacrifices that must be made.
Oh my god.
Not all of us are top tier gamers.
What is look at these? Dude, they're so sick. Dude, the
Give me
scheme,
Village.
The scheme on those guys? Oh, Valky's still hunting Village, huh? Okay.
Yeah, dude, don't focus on that. Keep talking and let me kill your lord, dude. Like that's kind of rude.
Yeah, the Chaos Spawn are gonna come help. Village is, you know, he's got his brother. They got some schemes. Okay, so that looks fine over here.
His brother shan't help.
Oh, the Knights of the Brazen Throne, the Bulldogs, dude. The Bulldogs of Khorne cometh.
I ran him right into the halberds to make sure they get completely countered.
Dude, Village is actually getting his butt kicked by Valkia, though.
Yeah, man.
She's like the one thing in your army that's like doing really well is Valkia.
Or me. I'm the other thing in the army that's doing really well. You forgot about that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Can't even lie.
I haven't been able to get this back point, dude. You've been just trolling me back there all day. Oh my god, I can't get away. Sparty just...
Turin, you fool.
Come on. Regenerate those shields. Okay, I got Spawn and Halberds
no
here.
regeneration.
I haven't been able to get away, dude. Valky's too strong to be left alive.
Dude, she just is the... Look at her. I'm spamming right click so hard my finger hurts.
Yeah, I know. I bet you are. Valkia actually was able to break Village here. But we do have the objectives.
Now I'm invulnerable. Good luck swarming me.
Oh my god, look, she's...
With your fiery pebbles.
Is she actually pushing through?
Yeah, I'm pushing her through, dude.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yes, I am free.
The Valkyrie's coming.
The blood.
Okay, we got to get the manta rays of Tzeentch here. Hopefully Sparty will hyper focus on this.
I am.
Oh, go my manta rays! Swarm her! Free your master!
No, there is no freeing for me.
The master must be
Oh
free.
god, look at that, dude. Like they're bees. They're like bees.
Yeah, they're good against Valkyrie type characters for sure. All right, let's get on you guys. How are we looking over here? Just use
But
these.
I bet you didn't expect this.
I never took that side objective, which is really Bronzodia. Oh, Valkyrie is surrounded by the manta rays.
It won't work.
Let's get some Marauder Horsemen in here. We can just like make sure that we get that back. Dude, those chosen with halberds, man, have just been absolute middle linebackers this whole time. Like just holding back everything.
Honestly, I mean, like jokes aside, they have.
Yeah, they've actually been really good. I love seeing elite units actually do well in Total War games.
Hey, could you? Oh, don't do that. That's rude. That is rude.
Look who's back, dude. The Twisted Twin returns.
Dude, the Twisted Curseling.
Oh, yeah.
Not the bees.
Oh, he's going for the kill here, dude. I got the cinematic shot of this. Come on, baby.
Don't.
Is he going to take him out? Oh,
If anyone wonders what it's like to be friends with Turin, he's the
Oh,
guy
we
when
got
you're
him!
playing like a fighting game who gives you the broken controller and goes, "Oh yeah, for sure, go ahead."
dude,
and
that's
get this
not
one."
true at all.
That's you, dude. That's
I would give you
right
the
now.
controller off my back.
Dude, you should have been handicapped, and you should have just been sitting in the background, not doing anything for at least 3 minutes until I'm 1,000 points ahead, and
Dude,
then you could have played.
All right, man. To be fair, you actually did really good.
Hey, to be fair, I'm the best player there is, and I should probably be winning the championship. Let's be honest. Look at me conga lining in these Marauders of Thorn.
Just lining up for the spells.
Yeah, just don't cast it. You don't see me.
Where are they at, dude? I see them.
Don't do it, man. That's rude if you do.
Don't do it. All right,
Don't do it.
we should be unsummoning like our beat units here.
Oh
You
yeah,
got-
that's right. I forgot I couldn't summon.
You guys want to see some cool magic? It's on, dude. Oh, hell yeah, the Gate of Tzeentch here. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. So, as far as reinforcements go, let's summon some more warriors in there just to give us the bump and grind here. We'll use some foul Tzeentch magic on Valkyrie.
Dude, look at this! Look at this swarming you've done. Yes, you use your Tzeentch magic whilst I am invulnerable.
Oh, no, Sparty with the...
Oh no! It went off just when it finished. No, damn it! Ah!
We're coming back for the fight, dude.
Come on, dude! Look, get my bat wings. Turn my bat wings on.
She's trying to get away. Dude, Valkyrie has been a monster, though. She's actually really good. Valkyrie, I think, is one of the better lords in the DLCs.
Dude,
At
I
least
got
in
something
multiplayer.
you didn't expect coming your way.
What? Dude,
coming, dude.
Just a haggard chariots against mass halberds.
Yeah,
and spawn.
dude, I got some chariots. My least favorite unit in the game coming to punish you.
I know. That's an old school reference there, man. You got some flesh hounds of corn, huh? I think we're good here. So we got the triple cap. Valkyrie is cackling and running. We got Spawn and Halberds about to kill these chariots, although Sparty with the fancy rear charge here.
Yeah, you didn't expect that, did you?
So, yeah, we'll see how this goes. Let's get some blues in here, get some Forsaken in here. That's probably gonna be it for now.
I think
We can probably start a new game.
I'm probably gonna come. No, I'm gonna come back.
Bro, there's no escape.
Dude, mathematically, I think I'm in the end zone here. I just like two more.
I don't
pushes.
see anything of yours on the field. I've so
I
much-
got a home run in the pocket.
Yeah, you got some schemes? Okay, I'm
Yeah,
ready for
dude.
it.
Dude, it's happening right here. I'm winning.
Valkyria is battling Village now, dude. They're going
Dude,
through.
expecting to get 4,000 points immediately right here.
You got some warriors on the edge there.
No, it's another reinforcement of chariots.
Oh, God, dude. They're just like terrible against my army, too. That's like the humor in
I
it.
can't wait until you see my army.
What is this, dude?
All right. Concede defeat. You win this one. Just this one.
You'll be back for vengeance in the next game, dude.
Dude,
Yeah.
let it be known far and wide.
Okay, so let's see what Sparty had.
Honestly, you
Oh
probably
my
should
God,
have
what is
conceded.
this Bronze Zodia army, dude? Just mass chaos chariots. My favorite was just the super haggard, like, brazen throne knights just charging into halberds. That was my favorite moment.
See,
But-
the funny thing was, like, I didn't have them charge into the halberds. Then I realized the path them through the halberds, and I was like, it's just got to happen.
So it looks like the servers I don't think are back up yet. So yeah, we can keep memeing about. So do you want dwarves or do you want Nurgle here?
I'm playing dwarfs right now.
No,
Like, you
Ryan.
can play.
Ryan, why do you want to suffer?
Don't use my Catholic name on stream just because you don't want me to play the dwarfs. People need to see them.
Dude, do
They
they,
need
just,
to see
do they want suffering, man? Like,
that it's gonna happen.
bro,
It's gonna happen.
if I play dwarves though, I actually have a lot of reps with them, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's more fun if I do it.
Dude, it's just gonna be suffering, man.
No. It's not. I don't think anyone suffered through this so far.
All
I
right.
think people have listened to me over the top talk massive amounts of poo poo.
Fine. I will play Nurgle then. We're gonna go. We'll show you guys the Wrath of Nurgle.
I think honestly that last game was pretty close, so I think I got it here.
Yeah, I think you're good, dude. Don't stress it. Okay, so let's get you guys. So yeah, Festus. If you guys haven't seen what he does, he has two effects, two potions. He has the healing elixirs, which is AOE healing, and I'll go Empire next game. Yeah, we want to show you guys some new stuff. So he has healing elixirs, which basically just It's an AoE heal, and he doesn't need to be in contact to do it. It's really good. So he can like heal his mortal units, his demon units. He does also have the Harbinger of Pestilence, so what this does is it's a Mortis Engine, which is very strong. So yeah, he can switch between the two. He's a little bit squishy, a little bit susceptible to being like focus fired, but you know, he gets the job done. So what do we bring against? I think I know what must be done against the Spartacus.
Don't do such things.
Yeah, this unit would never be brought like in a million years, but it's happening today. Oh yeah, dude. You guys see this on screen? I don't want to tell Sparty. I want to hear his reaction when it goes down. Yeah, you guys see it? I don't even know what this thing does, dude. I don't think I've ever used it. Oh god, this is gonna be rough. Ryan, you know, I think I know what you also want. Chariots? How many chariots do you want?
Enough.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys want it? You want the chariots? Okay, I'll unleash it. Yeah, Nurgle's got so much cool stuff. Like Nurgle, I'm loving playing Nurgle in the DLC. We need to bring one of these guys too in reserves, just because we don't need to bring the sweatiest stuff. So Nurglings are pretty good. Plague Bearers against dwarves, I'm not a huge fan. I guess it'll take a while for the dwarves to remove them.
I mean, this is, at the very least, this is a lore matchup.
Yeah?
Dwarfs and Nurgle don't get along, dude. Kugoth hates Zufbar. So this works. This plays.
He hates the dwarves, right? Because aren't the dwarves like super hardy against like disease and things like that?
It just yes, for one.
Yeah.
And they've like endured like multiple Nurgle sieges.
Okay.
They're just like, "Rawr."
Yeah, and they just hate that shit. Makes sense. Okay, let's do that. I don't know. Do we want to get a flying unit? Could be fun. Ryan likes flying units. Dude, this build just feels so janky. I hope your build is equally as janky. Yeah.
Would you have it any other way?
Why are they so expensive? So these are the Exalted Heroes of Nurgle. They certainly are very good. They have some items that... They have the damage reflection. So these guys actually have an Acid Ichor, which reflects damage. I don't know how good that is. It's pretty expensive, so I guess we'll just opt to not bring it today. And I think we're good to party, dude. Are you ready?
No. But when I am, you shall feel my wrath.
Dude, you're going to suffer so bad against this unit I brought. You have no idea.
You have no idea. You have no idea what comes for you in the night.
Oh god, dude. The dreaded Sparty tactics. I think we only need one of those. Let's get... These guys aren't bad. They're certainly going to struggle against dwarf units, probably. We got some cheap units. Probably only need a couple of those. These are just so cost-effective against dwarves, these guys. They're just so cost-effective. And this big boy will just hold the back objective is kind of the game plan here. Let's get another one of you. Great. Yeah, I like this build more. Bring the flame cannons, people say.
Are those actually good?
They can be, yeah. Like the line. Remember, line of sight is a bit of an issue. So this map has like shooting galleries, but there's two objectives on the high ground, and there's one in the middle, which is like a shooting gallery. Sparty calling in the Dowie Air Force. Yeah, I would expect as much. I would for sure.
I didn't, but now I'm going to.
I'm prepared for it, just for the record.
Okay, just for the record, then.
I got
I'm
Furies
not gonna.
and stuff. Yeah, you probably don't want to. You can screen snipe if you want. Slayer build. A Slayer build would they'd probably get wrecked, I think, by the new Nurgle. Yeah. So we have some news on the side. So the number of servers down is decreasing. So servers are slowly coming back up, but not yet for our server, for our players. So they're still stuck offline. So you guys are just stuck with Sparty and I, who both live close to each other. So apparently it's not an issue. What do you guys want to see next game? I wonder. Do we have any way of running a poll in chat? I don't think so.
I think if we were what's it called? Moderators. Are any of us moderators?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, people want to see. Yeah, we got to show Azazel too.
Oh yeah.
So maybe next game you go Slanesh and I'll go Empire. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Because Azazel used to be friends with Sigmar. He was like a childhood friend of Sigmar, right?
Not childhood friend necessarily. Sigmar killed. What's it called? Oh man. Basically, Azazel's family or wife or whatever died. No, it's Azazel's family died and had like sworn vengeance against like Sigmar, like, and they have like a whole relationship together.
Oh wow!
And Azazel kills Sigmar's wife.
Oh my god, this shit gets dark.
It's his brother. It's his brother.
Okay,
It's Azazel's brother. I'm like, what is it? It's a specific family member. And they end up fighting each other again in the end times. And Azazel dies to Sigmar.
Of course, Sigmar wins, dude. The Empire's the best. So we're gonna run a poll in chat. So we'll do Empire versus Azazel. What are some other matchups we could do? We could do what's some other what are some really good like who would? Yeah, you can go ahead and ready up. It's fine if you're good. No worries. Oh, you're changing your color scheme there. That's right. Yeah, so we have tons of different banner choices. There have been some issues with banners making it so army abilities can't be generated. So I'm not going to change mine. Vampire counts versus Vampire counts versus Nurgle is kind of interesting. What else would we want to see? Norska versus Cathay is a matchup we've already seen. So today we want to focus more on showing you guys some new stuff. Yeah. Ogres versus Bretonia. Oh my god. We could do Ogres versus... Which faction would Ogres want to fight? Of the Chaos factions?
I mean, literally everyone, but you could argue maybe Tzeentch if they're, say, doing some sort of thing where they are a mercenary for Cathay and they're fighting against Cathay. They'd probably be fighting against them if they're up against the northern portion of the map. Ogres and Skaven would be really, really popular.
Warriors of Chaos versus Cathay could be fun too. Tomb Kings are really good, guys. They're actually meta. You probably are going to see Tomb Kings today in the best of fives once you get a little bit later on. Dude. Ryan, you are not ready for this. Oh.
You're not ready for this.
No, dude.
You're not ready for this jelly.
You are not ready for this thing. Have you heard of a man called Bilious Thunderguff?
Yeah.
Dude, look at this absolute unit. Oh my god. So we got him.
I can't see it.
Don't stream snipe. We have Chaos Warriors of Nurgle. We got the Exalted characters on the Chariots who are super badass. And then we have Festus back here. And he's got his AoE Mortis and his AoE Potions, which you can switch between, but there is a cooldown on that. So, what we're going to do is probably do this. So yeah. Guys, we have to have the sneaky tactics because Dwarven shooting can actually take us apart pretty hard. Especially with the dreaded Sparty at the helm. Dude, don't cackle at me, bro.
You've been cacked.
No. No cackling. Okay. Dude, your army's so big. You've been taking notes from these pro players here with these big armies, man.
Just gotta do something.
Okay, we got to pull up. So we have Empire versus Azazel, Vampire Counts versus Nurgle, Ogres versus some sort of a DLC faction, or Warriors of Chaos versus Grand Cathay. Those are the ones we'll do. Dude, the beat.
I see that thing.
You see it?
See it. See the giant.
Do you hear the footsteps?
Dude, just thundering in the night.
Oh, Festus is so cool, dude. God, that chin is serious. His tabletop model's pretty good too.
He got an update recently.
Did he? Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think you can still buy him actually. All right, we're heading up here. COC stands for Champions of Chaos. That's like DLC stuff.
What does COC stand for?
The Champions of Chaos.
Oh, okay, yeah. Cock got it, yeah. Champions of Chaos, COC.
I had a feeling that was going to happen. All right, so Sparty has Thorek. He's got a Bolt Thrower. Festus and the boys are going to go for the back objective here. I'm just going to tell Ryan all my tactics. And then
it won't change anything.
These Chaos Warriors are going to go here, and we're going to summon in the coolest unit in the game to help them.
Why are they so slow? Who likes playing this army?
Dude, you think you're slow? My Warriors have 23 speed, man.
Oh, but they're not dwarfs at the end of the day.
No, they're so slow, man. They're so slow.
Dude, these guys are just unkempt. Just
let the boy watch.
Let the boy watch. Let him see what's being called.
All right, guys, we're sending in the Chosen with great weapons. Oh, this is Ryan's favorite thing ever, being run over by chariots. So we have to make sure it happens.
This is a good little tar pit going on here. You got.
So we got the two Exalted characters, and Festus is on his way. We're gonna start with the Mortis Engine. The dwarves have good mass, though.
wronged us.
Why would you choose to play dwarves, dude? Don't you?
Dude, you've wronged us, bro. You have wronged us.
Don't you really dislike playing Dowie?
I absolutely hate the dwarves.
Why are you doing this to yourself? You could have played like high elves
the
or.
people want to see the dwarfs, and I, a people pleaser, will do it.
Just suffering, dude. Dude, Bilious Thundergruff is coming for you.
Bring the gruff.
The giant is gonna come fart on your dwarves here.
Dude, the giant will have no such thing.
You know he actually has something like that. Oh. Like he actually does. That's like one of his abilities.
This game is so vulgar.
Okay, Festus and company. The chariots are just causing big disruption.
How's that feel to have me just cap the second point? Just taking it from you.
You got me good there for sure, dude.
Yeah, dude, take that.
Yeah.
Might as well just concede. In fact, if you could, that'd be probably best for both of us.
Just leave right now.
Yeah, man.
Dr. Festus. He's coming. You got to be careful.
I haven't even heard.
He can get sniped,
dude. I've never even heard him.
Oh my god! How are you doing so much damage to my Chaos Warriors there?
They need to learn their lesson.
How did you do that?
The Rangers know how to fight the armies of Chaos, Turin.
Apparently they do, man. Apparently they do. Okay, so we'll have to do a little sneaky here. Oh, dude! You see, you guys would never get to see this giant ever in like a normal battle here. So we're gonna get Dr. Festus in.
Probably shouldn't do what you're gonna do right now with that attack.
Okay, you guys ready? Here it comes. Here comes the explosion fart. Oh yeah, look at that! You actually like.
Oh my!
Yeah, that's pretty funny. All right.
I thought this was a good Christian game, and instead we're farting on one another.
Dude, that's so good. I love
it. Do not do what you're doing with these Chaos Warhounds. That is uncouth.
Have to get all the schemes going, dude.
What do you mean the schemes?
Dude, he actually...
I got a scheme you don't even expect that's coming, dude.
He actually, like, winds up like an actual, like, fart. Like, I don't know if he, like, looks closely at that, but that was some pretty funny stuff. Oh, my God. So we got the charge there. Let's head down here. We're going to do a little bit of split pushing action with our Haggard Slow Nurgle boys.
Why does it say no reinforcement units are available?
Did you not bring reinforcements?
I did. I absolutely did. And I just saw that the army a second ago.
Okay, that shouldn't be the case.
Oh,
you're clicking on Vanguard. Point. You're clicking on Vanguard, right?
Okay, yeah. That's it.
Okay. Look at Thorak just stumbling about. Dude, the giant. No mercy. Yeah, oh my god. So Festus can heal his mortals, which is very nice, obviously. And we got some warriors down here. The hounds. Dude, look at Sparty with the bolt throwers on the cliff. Oh, man, the plays.
No, you weren't supposed to see it.
I wasn't paying attention, admittedly, but now I am.
You shouldn't. It's probably better for both of us if you don't.
What, you got some Slayers back here? Oh, I gotta watch out for that. That's not fun.
I have brought the Slayer King himself. Well, it's not even the Slayer King. That's not right at all.
Yeah, you didn't bring the Slayer King, huh?
But I brought Gotrek.
You brought Gotrek? Where is he? Oh, I see him moving, dude. Oh, yeah, look at that.
I have one target.
Gottrek's gonna battle the giant. Dude, should we just let it happen?
The giant's happening. I'm going right for it. That's gonna happen.
We need some chariots for you in the middle, too.
I need nothing in the middle.
So, guys, this is why Festus is so good. He's healing everything around him right now. Like, just passively. It's so strong. Dude, the giant is gonna fart on Gotrek. This is gonna happen here on stream.
Dude, let it,
I know it won't do
begin.
it. We'll wait for him to get close.
Let the boy watch.
Okay, let's get Festus close to the side here. Dude, look at the unholy horde of Slayers just making their way over here. Need to get some of these guys to reinforce. Alright, so we got our chariots. The Dowie march to war. The middle should be ours shortly. Great weapons are going to just take these dwarves apart. Let's get you guys going on the bolt thrower here. Looking pretty bleak for the dwarves, even though the value's close. And the reason why it's bleak is because I can heal. Oh my god, Gottrek's just hunting, bro. Look at him. Festus. Dude, does this bring back memories? The chariots just running you over and preventing you?
Yeah, it always does.
Just preventing you from having fun.
Yeah, and I go too. It's like, oh yeah, look, no, take the kill, it's fine.
Okay, guys, you ready for this? Oh, it's time. Here we go. Oh, that's so haggard. That's so stupid, bro. I love it. Oh my god, Gottrek's a menace, though. Let's go Mortis Engine here. All right, that was just ridiculous. Okay, let's get you here. Grab the objective. Dude, the giant just ripping one on those guys. Let's get an overcasted heal, get that Mortis engine going, and Gotrek needs to be beaten down by the giant.
No, leave me be. Let me take my prize.
Oh, he just got taken to town by that giant.
Walloped.
Yeah.
Oh, it hurts.
Oh my god, dude. That's so stupid.
It's important you don't do this. Stop doing what you're doing. Our friendship is in ruins.
Brian.
Bring me Festus.
All right. To be fair, Ryan. To be fair, you chose this. I literally tried to talk you out of playing the dwarves.
You did not. You were like, you should take the dwarves. They're top tier. You should take the dwarves.
No, I didn't.
They're one of the best. They're the best possible thing you could have ever wanted in the game. And I was like, you know what? My friend Turin would never lie to me. And what did you do? You lied to me, bro.
No, dude. You just chose a path of suffering. Like,
you are suffering.
What do you have up here on the high ground?
Look what you're gonna do. You're gonna hurt Gotrek.
Gotrek's about to get beaten down so bad. Oh, let's see if there's like an animation of some sort. Okay. Okay, we're watching.
I can't hold him much longer.
Oh, Gotrek just got taken out by that giant so hard. Holy shit, that was so good. We'll have one more. We'll have one more fart before all is said and done. But yeah, we could probably start a new one. This one's looking pretty over here.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm actually
Ryan, no, please.
I'm coming ahead in the points.
No, Ryan, no.
Oh, you know what, dude? Like it just pains me after all these years you'd be such a sore loser.
Okay,
like,
you're getting one more. You're getting one more.
You're getting no more, bro. Well, I'm causing fear right now. So what you think you can do? What you think you can do is nothing. Bring the giant slayers to the fore.
Okay, here it comes. You guys ready for violent wind? Here he goes. Oh yeah. Oh, that's so good, dude.
Conga line in these dwarf.
Just sending the dreaded rangers into melee. They have no armor or ammo, so yeah.
The only way to beat you is dwarf rangers in melee.
Okay, let's get the chariots going here. Yeah, the chosen are just monsters too, guys. I didn't get a chance to show you them, but they do work. They'll just cut through like dwarf infantry all day. And dwarves don't have Pit of Shades, right? So they can't like just cheese you. Now, here's another thing about Festus, which is really good, is he doesn't need to be in melee, unlike Mortis engines, to drain you. So you can park Festus behind your army, and you'll see they're going to be getting affected by the drain right now. He's not melee, so Festus can stay safely away, and he can either provide heals or... It's really good. It's really, really good. All right, dude.
All right.
Let's just
I think it's obvious that I needed to bow out to save face for you, because that was another... I mean, maybe try a little bit harder so that people can see that you're really good at this game, because it's starting to get embarrassing.
So to be fair, guys, I have a lot of reps in domination. Dwarves can win that matchup. They can. It's winnable for them.
I think, to be totally fair, that this might be the third time I've ever played.
Yeah, Ryan's just learning domination. So, Empire versus Azazel 1. So you're gonna play Slaanesh here.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
Did you make sure to take a look at my reinforcing army?
No, I didn't. What was it, Gyros?
All nothing but Slayers. People wanted to see Slayers, so I got Gotrek and Slayers.
Yeah, hey, it worked. That's a Grudgeon.
Like, it works. See, that's the problem with having Turin as one of your friends. He's one of the most positive people I've ever met in my life. Like, hey, yeah, I mean, you got your arm cut off, but at least you got the other one, right? Like yeah, good twist. Oh, what am I? I'm Slaanesh.
You are Slaanesh. All right, so what do we want to bring here against the dreaded Sparty? We have some choices. We definitely need some Fanatics of Sigmar. I think that's going to be pretty important.
More importantly, what do you guys want to see from Slaanesh?
Well, because Azazel for sure.
Well, he's on the... That's the first thing I put in the roster.
Yeah, he's there. Good. Okay. He has to appear. Karl Franz? We could do Franz. Yeah, he's not like particularly great against Slaanesh, but you know, him fighting against Azazel is pretty cool. So we'll consider it. Oh, there's so much like fun stuff I want to bring. That's just going to be expensive. That's going in the book, I know. I'm sorry, guys. The book has been brought. Okay, so people want to see Warriors of Chaos versus Grand Cathay next. That's a grudge. It was. That was for sure some grudging.
To be fair, Sparty got 3 times the points with dwarf than he did with corn. He should start maining them.
I think you should be a dwarf main, dude. I think you found your calling. Oh, this is going to be cool, though, too. Yeah, this. Oh, heck yeah, dude. We got to go this route. I think this is more fun.
Poop nasty.
You love it, dude.
Dude, you don't expect
How much are you enjoying this?
You don't know what's going to come your way, bro.
I'm a little nervous about you're like a wild card, you know?
Dude, the hunter in the shadow cometh for thee.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Let's go ahead and do this, and we go with this, dude. This will be fun. Okay. Azazel's coming for blood, dude. Okay, so that looks good. I just need to like fine tune it a little bit. Get some cheap mobility, probably. Yes, good. Good. War wagons, I don't know if I'd like them that much against Slaanesh, because Slaanesh usually just has like a ton of infantry, so you need to deal with like... But yeah, so Marauders are really good. The Marauders of Slaanesh are quite strong. You got other choices as well, but they'll typically be one of your better units. I should just go triple Luminarch. That would be so awesome, dude. 5 steam tanks. I think you can only bring 1 steam tank in multiplayer. So just checking in on the servers. Looks like they're still down, I think. Let's see. All right, let's see here. Yep, still nothing yet. Okay, we'll just
crushing it. We're crushing it.
I have to admit, I wasn't expecting to play today. I'm having a lot of fun. This is great.
I'll admit I wasn't expecting to completely melt your face today, but it's happening in front of everyone. In front of 2,500 people, they're seeing Turin lose his crown.
That's true.
Oh,
you've been causing a lot of problems for me here, dude. Get these guys, and great swords are pretty much useless here, so we are not going to mess with those guys. Slaanesh will just outtrade them so hard. Yeah.
Stop thinking like that. You're thinking a little too. You're thinking a little too meta.
That's true.
Like, I'm choosing the thing. Yeah, you're like that'll outtrade that. Like you're pedal to the metal right now, and meanwhile I'm like, what can I do to piss you off?
Mass chariots. No, chariots against heavy cav probably won't work super well. All right, I'm feeling pretty good, man. I think like one more like free company or something would be pretty cool. We have 2 of them here. Could bring these guys. That seems fine. Although Pistoliers maybe are a little bit cooler. All right, are you ready to face the wrath of Sigmar? Steel faith and gunpowder?
Dude. I think right here, it's going to happen.
So, yeah, some folks in chat just jumping in. The reason why Sparty and I are playing each other, we're having the dreaded caster duel, is because of... the Steam servers are down for a lot of players. So unfortunately, our 2 semifinalists, which were lined up to play, aren't able to connect. So we're just doing this in the meantime until it comes back up. You know, I got some time, so I got some time.
Unfortunately, too, like people are seeing one of the most painful massacres.
No, you're doing good, dude. You're doing great.
I'm not talking about
dude, for like literally just playing, Turin, just getting into Dom, you're doing very, very good.
Again, I'm not talking about you. So Turin right here is on the ropes. He's 2-0 against me, and you might be thinking that he's lost 2. No, he's won 2, but that's a ploy. I'm playing him like a fiddle. This is where I come back hard, and I bust all over my friend. Playing Slaanesh, you know, this is how it works. I said what I said. I said what I said.
Sparty is out of control, dude.
Dude, I'm popping off over here.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the Swordsman of Sigmar?
Dude, are you ready for the Seekers of Slaanesh?
Not really, actually. Now that I like look at my army, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, in all honesty, I probably should have. Can I swap units?
Like from your starting army? No.
Yeah.
No.
Damn. I probably should have put different. I probably should have put these in my reinforcements and otherwise to get a little bit more. You know, a little punch in the butt.
Little something, huh?
A little some for you, dude. I got a little some for you, dude.
Well, are you ready for the Sunmaker of Doom?
No. What the hell is that?
The Hellstorm rocket battery.
Yeah, that was like, wait a minute.
It's pretty good on this map. It can shoot from downtown. It can cause. But I brought Marcus Wolfheart, so he's ready for blood.
Why?
Because he's cool and he has a furry hat and a sweet beard.
Well, like that's probably going to affect me, is what I mean.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll be fine. What do I have in reinforcements? Okay, I got some cav. Yeah, okay. Not the best solutions, but, you know, we'll make it work.
Again, I think you're thinking a little too big on this.
Yeah, I didn't... my build has... you know, pistoliers can take down most big targets, so...
I just love that you're just, like, dissecting it like that. Like, well, you know, I'm probably going to have a little bit of time.
It's just my nature.
Meanwhile, I'm like, man, well, these guys are riding aardvark, so I'm going to be fielding them.
Okay, so we got some grenades. Let's move up and see. We're gonna need a little something, so we'll summon in a couple of these in a moment. How fast are
Get
those?
that net of Amantak away from me. I
You
know
love
what you're
it.
doing over there. Dude, I love nothing of the sort.
You want it. You want the net of doom, dude. One and two.
Yeah, you know what? I think I got someone else riding an Arthur the Aardvark too. I'm just gonna come bring the pain, man.
You just like riding all these like beasts of war.
these animals that start with 2 A's.
All right, let's have a little bit of fun, shall we?
No, dude.
Yes, you know you want it.
Your tomfoolery out of here.
Yes, good.
Oh, I can't hold such malice.
All right, let's do this. A little bit of that.
Whoa, dude. How did Azazel lose so much health?
The dreaded Marcus Wolfhard, dude. You got to put some.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that Marcus was even over there.
You got to put some respect on his name.
I knew what you were doing. I knew it would happen.
Oh no, I wasn't paying attention. You caught my caster. That is not good, my friend. Okay, so we're...
down, Master Dwarf.
We get those cav down. Let's land you. See what we can do here. The Hellstorm shooting at these guys. Ooh, Azazel is definitely getting shot a little bit.
Fine, it's fine.
Uh-oh, you're gonna come into my trap here, huh?
Yes.
Oh,
I'll come on whatever I want.
okay, let's do this. Get some of you guys going here, you guys here. Seems fine. We have the Empire Knights in the back chilling. And then we want to get the grenade launchers to start shooting it here and here. Oh no, the slicing shards!
Yes, right on them.
Okay, let's do this. Charge you guys into here. Get the swordsman coming in to help as well. Good. Marcus being hunted a little bit. Well, let's get some Sigmar Sons over here. And now we want to summon in some more heavy cav. To come help kind of clean things up a little
Summon
bit.
in the cav.
Dude, look at
Whatever you do,
look at the righteous grenades of Sigmar just banishing your foul heretics. Although, dude, Azazel, oh my god, look at the DPS Azazel has.
Dude,
on,
I know, and did I say a little last-minute acquiescence for you?
Ryan,
down.
no. Ryan, leave him be.
Keep you in my clutches.
You do have me in the clutches, dude. Alright, so we need to move you guys down there, 100%. Charge in to finish those guys off. We got Azazel netted for now. Dude, look at my state troopers just buckling, dude. Just buckling.
Get buckled, bro.
Having some problems for sure. I need to get you back up in the sky, dude. You're not doing your job.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Alright, pull some Empire Cav, pull some Empire Cav. Get the
Don't
swordsman
do.
back in the point. Marcus will live, dude. The grenades will have their day. You just wait. We just need to run down those filthy marauders of Slaanesh. Bring the reinforcements! Alright.
Damn, I just clicked a button over there.
You just clicking all the buttons or what?
Yeah, man, I clicked a button and everything like janked over in that direction. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna throw up.
You're doing fine, dude. You're doing fine. You're doing very good.
Well, I mean, as a top tier player.
The only problem is
so-
Marcus is back. He returns from the
he's
shadows.
definitely back. He is definitely back. I noticed that. Oh!
Well, he's not back yet, but he will be soon. Okay, let's park you here. Looking good. Oh, never mind. No, you still have some marauders. Oh, those are chosen. What the hell?
Yeah, dude, didn't expect those.
I didn't. I thought they were
everywhere.
marauders. I'm so used to seeing marauders.
Dude,
Dude.
you're a fool of a took.
Sparty with the chosen of Slaanesh. Oh my god. Dude, look at their grenade launchers. They're so good in Dom. Just like crumping those things over there.
Dude, yeah.
And let's get another one.
Dude,
Actually.
thread the needle, get right in there. Oh,
Marcus, no. Good thing those are free company. That's going to make them a lot more resilient. Oh no, the slicing shards! I must dodge it. Dude, now this light wizard is taking over the mantle of slaying the foul Azazel. Dude, I did not know you had chosen there, dude. I had no idea.
I know what I did.
Dude, you schemed hard.
Wait a minute, where'd that?
What's
That's
up,
weird.
dude? You good?
I lost one of my heroes.
Oh, you had a hero?
Yeah,
I didn't even see that you had a hero there.
I didn't even bring it out.
It's very strange. Sometimes when you make like a build alteration at the last second, it doesn't like always save it. So maybe,
It was there earlier in the match. That's weird. Oh, well, no big deal.
oh, well, you might be clicking. You might be clicking Vanguard again. Dude, grenade launchers are probably the best thing the Empire has.
Are correct. I am indeed clicking Vanguard again.
All right, so we're safe there. Let's bring you guys up. Empire isn't meta, but they have some tools. Like they have some decent domination tricks. Dude, Azazel is just scurrying in the shadows here.
No, leave me be.
Let's unsummon you. Pull these Empire heavy cav back. Let's get the pistolier shooting. Get the dreaded.
Let it be known this time around. No. I know what I did. Everyone's like, "Oh, you didn't take your home point." No, I know. It's the traditional Slaneshi go for broke type approach. The points are about to swap.
Yeah.
I'm about to have 2,300, and Turin's about to have it to 0.
Ryan's about to take this game over.
Yeah, honestly, like, I'm pitted to win. I'm favored to win. In fact, if you bet against me, that's a bet against you.
Yes, here comes the Reichsguard Knights. So Empire actually has Vanguard on the Zentler's Reichsguard, which is super heavy metal.
I'm falling apart, Turin.
Ryan, no. Yes, Azazel has fallen. Dude, you see how good Azazel is at sniping things, though, dude? Sparty, you gave Marcus the business this game.
Dude, he deserved the business, more importantly. Come on, a little bit more.
Okay, take that. Looks like we're in good shape, so what we want to do here is just send some basic state troopers up. You should always be unsummoning your beat ones, too, like that, so you can get them back in the pool. But that's probably it.
Yeah, I think that a couple blunders on my part.
Oh.
On my part.
It looks like the players might be able to get back on. So now you guys have got to see some fun stuff. Let's get back to the sweat, baby.
Yeah, now that we've gotten the real competitive stuff out of the way, let's watch some scrub ass players play the game. I agree with you. Good on that point. Good point on that, Turin.
Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. All right, we'll get the nets there.
Get these Bush League players back.
Dude, that was yeah, so dude, I did not know you had chosen of Slanesh, and even though they only got like 43 value, look at that. Dude, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
How do they only get like
No,
5?
you're right.
What happened to
You're
them?
right. I'm enjoying a victory apple slice right now on that one.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Azazel was a beast though. Azazel just killed Marcus.
13 kills, dude. Top that. I don't care if your Sunmaker got 100.
Oh my god, the Sunmaker. Oh, that's what happened. The Sunmaker just annihilated your infantry. Oh, that's what did it. That makes so much sense. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it makes sense that I won in spirit.
Okay, guys.
That's really kind of the way
it does.
I look at it.
I think you get the moral victory because you killed my lord and I didn't kill, so you technically win. My leader died before yours did, so.
See, 100%.
Yeah, so here's the thing, guys. Sunmaker is actually good. Like, I wouldn't say meta, but like as far as what the Empire can do, it's good. And grenade launchers are also very good. They're like, look at the other grenade launcher got 1,800 value. Crazy strong. Crazy strong.
Oh, it upsets me. I have to kind of put the mantle of competition down now to let some of the young bloods into the ring here.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to exercise how you Turin might have had a bunch of reps in. We might have been playing this game for I think a combined 8-9 years. But you'll just never taught me. And I think it kind of shows. Everyone can see right there.
That is a filthy lie, Ryan.
That you'll never have the gumption, the wherewithal, the breeding stock to take a man of my caliber down, as we've just seen. Clearly seen.
Let's get these going. Okay, let's
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't even showcase any of Azazel's abilities or anything.
That's not true.
Like
though.
I
You
used
did.
them, but we didn't actually look at them. So I apologize for that.
No, but
guys.
you did great with it.
But when you're beating the crap out of your friend, it's all you can do.
Dude, you know you loved it. Let's see, Houseplant versus.
So I think we could just put a wrap on that. CA, go ahead and send me the prize
can
money.
we get Sparty that prize money? I got a spectator slot open for you, brother, by the way.
All right, thank you.
All right, so we are back, and it's Grand Cathay versus Slaanesh. You guys thought we had run out of fun matchups? It's Grand Cathay, baby. Let's get this going. As far as the picks and bans, here are the picks and bans from earlier. I know it feels like it's been another generation. It's been a long time, but that is going to illuminate the dynamics here. So what we had is we had Houseplant pick. Yeah, they haven't played a game yet. Okay, so we had Houseplant pick Vampire Counts, Slaanesh, and Tzeentch, three of the sweatiest factions in the game, and he banned Tzeentch. And then the Platypus comes in with the steel chair and bans the Vampire Counts and picks Grand Cathay. He is then counterpicked by Houseplant Slaanesh. So that is that. Yeah, that's just wild, man. What, dude? What would be the like the Vegas odds for this? For Grand Cathay and Slaanesh.
All right, I thought you meant like you and me. I'm like,
No.
5,000 million to 1
This is just
in favor of me.
if Grand Cathay, dude. I think if Platypus manages to beat Slaanesh with Grand Cathay, he deserves like. Even if he doesn't win the tournament, let's say he loses this best of 3, but he manages to win with Grand Cathay, I feel like CA should send him like a plaque with like the Dragon Emperor on it. Like this would just be next level. Like out of control. Absolutely out of control. He's got to have a plan because Platypus is a really, really strong player. And, you know, he's here to win. I played with Platypus a lot, you know, very strong. So I have no idea what the schemes could be. I have absolutely no idea. Anyways.
I mean, and allow me to flex a little bit of lore on you because it's about all I got in this. The only dog I got in this race. I mean, we typically kind of see like conflicts between Slaanesh and Grand Cathay because it's kind of so the Naga of Koresh, right? With Koresh, the mystical land to the south, the swampy jungle of the south, is kind of seen more. They're not explicitly kind of allied with Slaanesh, but it's more necessarily kind of implied when you talk about snake men and a lot of the serpentine forms that Slaanesh usually takes. You can kind of see at least a little bit of perhaps a future connection between the two. So maybe that kind of amps us up. Slaanesh in the south, Tzeentch in the north.
So we've had this discussion before, Ryan. Who do you think would win?
Don't start with me.
Between a houseplant and a platypus.
I thought we were talking about like hot dogs versus corn dogs. I'm like, dude, no, corn dogs all day.
They've played on my stream before, and we've had this discussion in depth. But
I thought you were talking about the actual creature. Like I know their names are houseplant and platypus, but I thought we were saying, okay, but let's take it away from that. I talked to him in the locker room. Bob, what do you think? Who would win, a houseplant or an actual platypus let loose in the house? Like I was kind of confused.
So, a question for another day. I just got to adjust the nameplates real quick. And
go ahead. I guess I'll answer it now. I see. I don't know platypus, but houseplant's been around.
No, I meant the actual creatures.
Okay, so you weren't messing with me.
No, I was serious, dude. I was serious.
Oh, dude. Okay, if we're talking about what kind of houseplant though?
I don't know. Yeah, it's a little,
it's a little ambiguous. A fern.
I think the platypus wins always. Yeah.
No, I think the platypus could get outsmarted though, because
no,
I mean,
dude,
if it's a house. Dude, imagine a houseplant. If it's a big enough houseplant and it kind of gets a little hog wild that pulls it down from the top and then gets trapped underneath the pot, dude, that platypus is dead. No one's going to come in that house for 3, 4, 5 days, and that platypus is just gone.
Okay, so there's some dynamics at play here. But I think it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for Grand Cathay versus Slaanesh. And this is probably one of the most glorious Grand Cathay armies I've ever seen, with the exception of not having a dragon. But it is an entire battle line of the Iron Hail Gunners with Jade Warriors and crossbows in the back. It is just a huge Grand Cathay harmonious DACA line. Oh, I love this.
That's so sick.
This just brings me such joy. And for the caster
Iron
lord,
Hail Gunners are going to bring it.
Oh, they thump. If they can be protected, they hit super hard. It's going to be it's going to be a Talons of the Nightcaster just to kill blobs of infantry, which makes sense.
Oh, and look who's in the air for Slaanesh.
Dude, it's your favorite. You did him proud last game. Azazel.
Dude.
Oh, he's got two snakes as his tails. Have you seen that? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I have. It's sexual and exciting. I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty rad. I mean, what he brings to the table is he's just a very, very good duelist character. He does also have the Demon Blade, which gives him a damage buff and a discourage effect. So what you do with Azazel is you get him behind a formation of infantry or a character, you rear charge him, you pop the Demon Blade, and it's going to be discouraging them, breaking their leadership by -16, which is crazy. And then you do a ton of damage, a lot of output, which will break that unit. So aside from that, it's going to be very standard. Devoted Marauder spam with spawn.
100 weapon strength. Good lord.
Oh, and when you pop that Demon Blade, it gets even more crazy. It goes up to like 600 something. It's really, really good. So I think what's going to happen is Slaanesh is going to obviously very comfortably take the high ground objective, number one. Cathay typically only plays 2 objectives. And if Cathay is viable on any map, this is certainly going to be one of them. But they're going to take one, wait for the battle to start, and then commit all in to try and stuff the forces of Grand Cathay. And, one X factor that we're not really taking into account here is the fact that nobody has been playing Grand Cathay in the early testing, in the training that I've seen and been a part of. Like, nobody's been playing or considering Grand Cathay. So the Slaanesh player here might be like rusty versus Cathay. He might not be familiar with playing against this style right now because just nobody's been playing them in the early testing. So this is really exciting, Ryan.
I am excited to see these Iron Hail Gunners just bring the business, because I've always struggled with using Iron Hail Gunners effectively, and I always want to see them used effectively. So it's awesome to see this huge spanning line of Cathay that's touching 2 points, which taken out of context sounds completely wild. Yeah, but I love that it's not just like little pockets of like skirmish forces going around. Like, it's just one big, huge army.
Well, check this out. We get the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin being summoned in. Now, these guys are awesome. They're armor-piercing Longma Riders, so if there's Slaanesh Warriors, other things like that, they can do a lot of damage and are very, very good for protecting your gun lines, right? So if you have a big Cathay gun line like this, or a bow line, or I should say a mixed forces type build, they're going to be able to protect from any diving units. And man, I'm really excited for this because Melee has been so dominant in domination mode. I'm curious if it will continue its reign. But if we can start to see players like the Platypus innovating these gunline builds that are actually effective against melee rushes, I'm going to be beyond excited. This is very, very cool. So it looks like the forces of Slaanesh are advancing, and the Heretics, man, getting ready to do battle with those Jade Warriors.
I'm loving it. I'm loving this lineup too, because they're just squaring off, like just ready to throw fisticuffs. Getting Dan O'Reilly and Bill Mathers just going right down into it.
Yeah, Grand Cathay is going to have to advance a little bit, though. Slaanesh is just, you'll notice how they just have these devoted Marauders parked on the objective just out of range.
Right.
So Grand Cathay is going to have to move up a little bit. But they have plenty of time. They've secured Objective 3, and that's not going to be easy for Slaanesh to get. And now we're going to start seeing some DACA. Now, the thing about the builds here is this is just so technical for the Platypus. He's got, so many vulnerable positions, but a lot of damage output, so it's high risk, high reward. He's got to be really, really careful with how he places things and how he reacts and shoots. But the middle objective is taken by Slaanesh, so now the pressure is on Grand Cathay to come up and really, really, wrestle this objective from Slaanesh with their shooting. And I'm really curious how the Iron Hails are actually going to be doing against these masses of infantry. Potentially really good, I guess, if they can stay online.
I actually have not seen the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. I'm excited to actually see them.
Yeah, they came in one of the FLCs that we had a couple months ago. Very, very good unit. Gave Cathay some much needed armor piercing. Yeah, and Peasant Horsemen coming in. Peasant Horsemen trade okay until some of the Slaaneshi cav. And the Hell Scourges are going to be attacked in the bushes here. Okay. We actually get a very cost-effective jump from Grand Cathay. The Righteous Lances of Wei Jin absolutely flatten those Hellstriders in the forest. And now the mainline fighting is underway. Guns going off. And we got a Royal Rumble, my friend.
Dude, I know. We already got some Furies into the backline, jumping on these Iron Hail Gunners who are just doing some cross-inflate fire onto the spawns that are jumping into these Jade Warriors. Some devoted Marauders of Slaanesh kind of lancing through that backline as well, just threading the needle over here on this cap number 3, getting to those Peasant Archers. This is a wild fight. And look at this rear charge on the 3rd cap with a jump in from the Hellstriders right in the rear into these Peasant Long Spearmen. Being supported with these Peasant Horsemen. Stuff is going down. Yeah,
this is a very, very wild and messy fight with 2 very big armies. As far as the battle on the flank goes here on the east, we did see a big Talons of the Night kind of crump those Slaaneshi forces. But again, the spawn are pretty problematic, some of them penetrating into the second line here. Of course, bows are wearing them down. There are spears in reserve. And we do see the value lead going to the Platypus. But again, the value lead can be a little bit deceiving as it pertains to the objective play. But overall, it seems like the menacing Platypus is holding back many of the Slaaneshi forces. If you just look at this formation... Oh, hold on a sec. Okay, we fixed the sound. My apologies, guys.
I said game set might be low.
Yeah, we got it. But if you look at the formation just going down the line, it seems like Slaanesh hasn't gotten into the secondary. We are seeing the Lash of Slaanesh go down, which gives melee attack. But overall, it seems like Grand Cathay is holding and is just barely maintaining a value lead.
Yeah, we've seen Azazel kind of flying over the battlefield here, getting a new location to jump on. These Iron Hail Gunners, for the most part, have been pretty uninterrupted in their firing, getting up to 70 kills pretty much in just their continued onslaught on the Devoted Marauders. Ooh, pushing over here with Azazel as he drops down over to point number 3, trying to reinforce Slaanesh and kind of help push Cathay off this point.
Yeah, and this is the big problem for Cathay. They might be able to outvalue trade Slaanesh, but it can be often very difficult to wrestle these objectives. But Cathay is holding on to Objective 3. Objective 2 in the middle, actually it looks like Cathay has summoned out some Jade Warrior Halberds and some basic Jade Warriors, and they are moving up onto the point. There's not too much of a rush at this point. Still, Slaanesh does almost double the points of Grand Cathay, so there's a little bit of urgency going down. But as far as the value trading goes, this is very impressive by the Platypus. So far, the forces of Slaanesh on this flank have been mostly buckled, peasant horsemen coming in to surround these Hellstriders. The really, really important thing is going to be getting the middle objective before the point of no return comes, where they would have to triple cap Slaanesh. Triple capping Slaanesh with a more slow static army like Grand Cathay is going to be incredibly tough to do, simply because of the mobility. And when you're in transition to these other objectives, they can really intercept you with their super fast units.
Man, I'm pretty surprised at how well these Iron Hail Gunners are, like... I mean, I wouldn't expect them to get the amount of kills or at least the effectiveness that they're doing. They're in pretty good position on these little tiny hills, getting good line of sight and just kind of keeping a good amount of firing pressure onto Slaanesh.
Oh yeah,
like third cap is just heavy in Slaanesh's hands, but they're getting like pelted by Iron Hail Gunners and Peasant Archers right now.
Yeah, they should be able to hold that. Lash of Slaanesh coming down right there does whip some of Slaanesh's own forces, which is pretty funny. But yeah, the third objective might be in a little bit of danger for Grand Cathay. It looks like Cathay is going to successfully wrestle the middle, so they have been able to get a nice concave of warriors up here. So we do have the Jade Warriors, Peasants, as well as Jade Lancers coming in. The last of the spawn are just being nuked by the Jacket, right? Like you talked about and articulated very well, we do see the Iron Hail Gunner shooting in and really taking apart Slaanesh. And yeah, man, those spawn just getting taken apart. And the problem is if Grand Cathay gets too... It's insane. If they get too much of a value lead, they're not going to be able to maintain control of the objectives. However, look at the Objective 3.
Oh, he's getting a little reinforcement here coming in of these Hellstriders of Slaanesh with Hell Scourges.
Yeah,
and it is almost nasty. Heavily in Houseplant's hand. Dude, I was just watching while you were talking right there. Houseplant was microing Azazel to dodge the shots of the Iron Hail Gunners, and it was just like a smattering of shots that just went right by him. Like that level of micro and being able to dodge small arms fire, that is wild to me.
Yeah, Azazel's actually almost dead. He took a couple of those blasts right in the face, but Grand Cathay has actually lost Objective 3 while also claiming the center. So this is the tricky part about this matchup is it's really, really tough to just get the objective positioning when you have like more of a gunline style build. But honestly, Slaanesh is looking a little bit bare bones on the battlefield. Look around, they don't have much.
Watch this Azazel dive in right here in the center here. A nice big pocket around all of the firing. A big jump in with the Hellstriders as well. Like, Azazel's in a pretty precarious position here, and some stuff's coming down.
Yeah, Azazel's going to be fleeing back up into the sky. Huge Talons of the Night coming down.
Just missed that.
Yeah, that's nice. Well, Talons wouldn't have done anything to Azazel, but it does break the Slaaneshi Cav. And look at this, we have the Sibilant Slaughtercade, the ROR Chariots of Slaanesh, which have mortals on the back, coming in to try and clear some infantry off. I don't think I've ever seen those things being used, but this is crazy. Cathay's looking to wrestle Objective 3 back. There's like no Slaaneshi forces there. And we still are in a situation where Cathay, if they manage to wrestle 3 away from Slaanesh, and they hold those 2 objectives for the rest of the game, they will be winning. And Grand Cathay moving some Iron Hail Gunners up, I gotta say, man, people for the past couple weeks have really been talking about how Slaanesh is like unbeatable in a lot of matchups, but having one of the most perceivably weak factions come in and potentially take a W off of Slaanesh in the most competitive tournament to date would just be insanely impressive.
Yeah, man. I mean, you can see right now Azazel's in another pretty precarious situation, surrounded by spearmen, by horsemen, by Jade Lancers, and he's just kind of bouncing around over that third point that is firmly in the grips of Cathay. It's 2,100, 2,200 points to Cathay's 2,200 points to Slaanesh's 3,400 right now.
Just imagine you're some ancient like champion of chaos, just being like shanked by some like lowly peasant with a spear. That's one of my favorite things about Warhammer. But yeah, Azazel is getting karate chopped here, dude. He is out of the picture.
Oh,
and
he is gone.
He's down, and you know the Slaanesh army is looking really, really worse for wear. The middle does have Slaanesh capture weight, but there's going to be some healthy peasant spears and peasant horsemen coming in. And there's just a massive concave of these Iron Hail gunners who just totally last samurai that slaughtercade right there. And looking at the high ground, you can see, oh, dude, look at Platypus's play up here. So Platypus is sending peasant horsemen to steal the objective 1 from Slaanesh, and he's about to use the Talons of the Night to actually kill these devoted marauders, most likely. And this is just a masterclass of Grand Cathay. Yeah, he needs some sort of a special award for this, because this is unheard of. And look at this! Talons of the Night, baby!
Bringing it down, ripping them and gripping them all up. Like, man, this is... Oh, and there it is! Close victory for the Eastern River Lords as Cathay pulls out that W.
Dude, they did it! The Dragon Emperor is so proud of him, man. That was so good. Platypus coming in with, like, a massive Daka build, which, mind you, is incredibly tough to protect, okay? But he protected 8 missile units against one of the best diving factions in the game and one of the top players in the world in Houseplant. So that was, dude, the Platypus, man, he must have been scheming that in the shadows. He probably kept that one like to himself, didn't say anything, just, I do not know how he worked that out, but he came in, and Grand Cathay has defeated the, top faction in Slaanesh here. That is just absolutely nuts. Well played. And that gives me a lot of hope for the future. Like, seeing games like that, honestly, at times, like playing myself, I kind of worried about balance a little bit, but man, seeing this gives me hope, like a lot of hope, and that is very, very inspiring for sure.
It's like a lot of these guys, they smash their head against the wall as far as like constantly playing, constantly trying a bunch of different new ways, and it's like you said earlier, where the meta will shake out as more people get access to the game and more people kind of dive in and try new and experimental things. And it's kind of just all the way. We've seen that every single one of these tournaments, right? You're taking a look at the meta in a vacuum right now. Yeah. And as soon as it kind of explodes out, it always changes up. And it's like, that's a really good example of, hey, this is the top pick versus the bottom pick, more or less. And the bottom pick was able to win by just doing a really nice, different way of doing things. Heavy on Daka, Iron Hail Gunners, Peasant Bowmen, and really keeping a lot of pressure too with mobile units in the army too. Like that was a really cool reinforcement with Peasant Horsemen and Jade Lancers. Like I really, really like that comp.
Dude, somebody in chat was saying, I wish I had taken those odds that we were talking about before. yeah.
You versus you and me fighting. Yeah, I agree.
No, not those odds. The ones we were talking about as it pertains to Cathay's chances of winning. Dude, I am so shocked. I am so shocked about that, and so happy to see that. Now, the next map is going to be the Black Ark, which is a very big map. So, I think Cav factions could certainly see some play here. If we're going to see any Bretonia, anything like that, or any Elvish play, it's probably going to be on the Black Ark. We saw Wood Elves do very well here earlier. Artillery is actually pretty viable on this map. I've seen some really strong Tomb Kings builds using Screaming Skull catapults en masse to buckle people off objectives with the leadership debuffs. Lots of fun potential, but we will have the picks and bans here in just a second. So let us go ahead and see what they want to do. So Platypus is going to be picking. Oh man, this is exciting. You ready for this one, man? You ready? We have the blessed Skaven have been picked as one of the 3 from Platypus.
Oh.
So Platypus and I were doing some training matches the other night, and I noticed that he was picking a lot of Skaven in our game. So I kind of had a suspicion he would come in and play some Skaven. Tomb Kings are also very good. As far as old world factions go, Tomb Kings are amazing. So Tomb Kings are his next pick, and then he is going to go with Vampire Coast as his 3rd pick. I think Platypus is catching people off guard with these picks that you wouldn't expect, but we have 3 old world factions here.
Oh, and what's this? He's chosen the High Elves.
No, he hasn't.
Oh.
Wait, I was like looking in chat. I was like, what are you talking about, dude? What is this?
No, it's not.
Oh my god, dude. You got me all excited there. I was like looking for the High Elves. All 5 of the High Elf fans in chat are going to be incredibly disappointed by that.
Hey, 6 because I'm watching too. Thank you very much.
I was including you, but fair play. So, and you guys want to hear something even crazier? Platypus says no bans. He is so confident after that Grand Cathay victory that he chooses not to use his ban.
Dude, that is hard. That's like going all in blind. I love that play. Like, I'm not banning. No.
Oh man.
I don't care what you choose.
I'm so happy to see either of these factions. Tomb Kings have been one of the factions that I really want to main myself. I really, really like playing Tomb Kings. They have great durable infantry with the Tomb Guard. They have really good horsemen. They have great range. They have good monsters. Like, honestly, Tomb Kings just do a lot of stuff very well. And in my testing, Tomb Kings have actually been kind of favored against the new Chaos Infantry. Ushabti Great Bow, like catapults can really nuke them down. There is a lot of great stuff, man. A lot of great stuff. So now we're just waiting on the response picks from Houseplant. Now, here's the question, Sparty. Is Houseplant gonna use one of his bands, or is he gonna match the bravado of Platypus? What do you think?
I hope he just doesn't do that. I hope he just goes right for it. Like no bands. let's gentleman's bet here and go just completely ass wild. Like that would be lovely.
So some people in chat are like saying, you know what, the dwarves weren't banned here. We could see some Dowie. Although Dowie against Skaven, you guys remember how terribly the dwarves got wrecked by Skaven? It's the same. Skaven do the same thing to dwarves in domination mode. Okay, so we do see one of the bans used. It's going to be Tomb Kings are actually banned by Houseplant. Okay, so Houseplant bans Tomb Kings. So let's pull that up. And he picks Tomb Kings. So we have Tomb Kings. We have Tomb Kings versus Coast or Tomb Kings versus Skaven, both of which are very fun matchups and matchups that we haven't been seeing too much. This is super exciting.
I love this. I love what I've just heard.
It's been a fun day so far, man.
I think the highlight of it was me rubbing your face in the proverbial dirt.
You just crushing me every single game we play.
Just showing 2,678
Dude, it's Vampire Coast. Yes, I'm so excited. Dude, I woke up this morning, I rolled out of bed. I had one of those like mid-30s, like deep sighs just from the aches and pains of life. And I was just thinking, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to see Slaanesh and Vampire counts every single game today, and it's going to be boring. But we have literally gotten Cathay, and now we have a Coast versus Tomb Kings matchup on a giant artillery map, which means we could see a Vampire Coast artillery line, or Bloaty Boys, or like a rush with depth guard. Like there's so many cool directions they could go. This is very, very exciting.
What's the limit on Queen Besses that you can put in your army?
Just one Bess.
I know.
Queen Bess is really good in domination though. Like Queen Bess is a monster. Like if they bring Tomb Guard spam and you have Queen Bess, like she's gonna like 3-shot the Tomb Guard. Well, I mean, of course it'll miss a lot of shots, but when it does hit, it's going to be very devastating. So, all hail the mighty, dude. I know. What's your favorite soundtrack? Since we have a little bit of time to kill, all the players.
Honestly, I think it might. Okay, so I really like All Hail the Mighty.
The Vampire Coast Sea Shanty. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know what I also really like is the song. I did not like the DLC, and this is not a Warhammer one. But I did not really like the 8 Princes DLC, but I loved the trailer song because that's like I felt like I was watching like a foreign, what's it called? Like a martial arts movie, like a trailer for it back in the day. Like, oh yeah, Turn of the Millennium, like House of Flying Daggers type thing. I was like, man, this is such a cool ass song. But those two are pretty tied for me.
Yeah, there's so many good ones, man. I think the best one is probably the Vampire Coast has got to be. Like, I remember when that came out, dude, I was like, so good. I had it on repeat. It's just so catchy. Yeah. And I remember walking around my house, like singing it to my dog, you know, just like dumb stuff. But like, I mean, the Ogres one is right behind it though, because that is such an earworm as well. It's like, it's so great. Aside from the really like high production ones though, which ones are your favorite? Like, because those ones obviously are like, have like lyrics and are very like, you know, very heavily, you know, produced. But is there any other ones that are like stand out to you?
I'm trying to think. You know, like I know
the Bretonia one probably, right?
I would say the Bretonia one is. So I was gonna say, you know, we all know I love the High Elves, but their music doesn't really stand out in any of the trailers for me. I definitely think the Bretonia one is like just that whole trailer is really cool too.
The Bretonian trailer, even though it's an old one, but it's such a gem. It's just like the Karl Franz trailer. Like, I think one of my favorite moments in all of the trailers, like all the trailers of all time, is when like the Empire troops are like retreating from the Orc Wa and the war boss is just like roaring in victory after like eating the Celestial Wizard basically, and then you just see Franz like come with like the Michael Bay like lens flare in the background and the American flag, and Franz just like descends from the heavens, and then the Empire troops start to like move forward. I was like, oh, and
there's a transformer behind him. Yeah.
nothing for me. And that soundtrack's one of my favorite. That one plus the Thorgrim. If you guys haven't heard the Thorgrim Grudgebearer theme, go look that up. It's so good. Like, it's so good when they have that like calm in the music and you hear like all the cannon fires and like organ guns and then like the dwarves rally. It's like, so good. So good, man. Oh. Those ones just get me hyped every time.
That's probably like my favorite thing about the DLCs is, ooh, what trailer is this going to be? Like with Warhammer 2, always like, okay, what trailer is this going to like not poke fun of, but what trailer is this going to like the Lizardmen and the Huntsman or whatever the hell with it matching Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
It had like a whole like lean back to that, or the one where it had a callback to Predator too. Like it had all those really cool callbacks and all those really cool kind of Easter eggs. It was really fun. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. There's tons of great references, and that's some of the magic of just Warhammer in general. Is like, especially Warhammer Fantasy, it had so many funny comedic references to things in both history and pop culture, and I always thought that was like a really fun.
Yeah, that's a big Warhammer thing, right? It's just like so much like Easter egg, tongue in cheek kind of humor.
Like the lizardmen names are just so ridiculous, like Croak and Tic Tac Toe, and like, you know, just all this stuff. And
10 and 1.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. But ladies and gentlemen, we have loaded in. Platypus is up 1-0 after a pretty surprising Grand Cathay victory over Slaanesh on the battle for Itza. Now, I don't think Cathay could pull off such a win on a map like this. It would be much harder. But Itza clearly was like having those two objectives kind of close together within the range of all the guns. I think was very, very strong. So we're just loading in right here, and we're back. So yes, sorry about the longer times. It's a pretty high stakes tournament, and the players take a little bit longer to pick their armies, which is fine. You get to hang out with us, which it is what it is. But it does take a little bit longer. So
you read the Gotrek and Felix book, Serpent Queen, right?
No, I haven't gotten that far. Okay. So I read the first. So what's the order? You have in the first omnibus.
I think the first one is Skaven Slayer.
Well, they go to Carrick 8 Peaks. Like I've read through. There's one where they have the Siege of Prague, and then there's the one with the Chaos Wastes. I've read those two. I don't want to spoil it. I mean, the books have been out for like a million years.
Troll Slayer's the first one. I was just going to say this is kind of like a throwback.
Okay, I finished Vampire Slayer. Vampire Slayer is the last one I read. Yeah. So
okay. So that's like I think 3.
No, it's further than that. I think they're really quick reads.
Siege of Prague is Beast Slayer.
Yeah. Then there's Demon Slayer and then Vampire Slayer. I think I can't quite remember the order.
I think that's the art.
Great.
But I was going to say this is kind of like a throwback to this, like in Serpent Queen, Kalita, Tomb King, fights Nitocris. So there's like this kind of relationship that we're getting right here, right? Because Nitocris was a Lamian vampire who was a Sartosa pirate princess turned into a vampire. So cool. You get a little bit of some lore fun action coming in here as well.
Oh yeah, man, always. And we're here with the armies now, ladies and gentlemen. For the Platypus is going to be coming in with a Deckhand Mob core with Carronades, so double Carronades. And Black Ark is a great map because these two Carronades can essentially hold both objectives or cover both objectives, right? So regardless of whether or not you're fighting on 2 or 1, those Carronades are going to have targets the entire game because your opponent has to contest at least 2 objectives to win, right? Therefore, the cannons are going to at least get some semblance of values. So we do have some crabs, Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs, as well as a basic Fleet Admiral. Oh my god, is that the Deep? Wait, Lore of the Pistol of the Deep, but then there's a... Oh my god, it's Vangeist Revenge. It's the pirate ship of doom. Dude, how excited are you?
Dude, I want this to be the most epic fight of the day.
It's going to be so good. So the pirate ship of doom is here. For the Tomb Kings, it's just going to be massive cores of skeletons and Ehekar warriors, which were recently buffed. They now have a bonus for its infantry. And we have Grand Hierophant Katep, and he's going to be a foot tep. Now... Dude, I don't know what's going on. Are we in some like Twilight Zone episode? It's more Tomb Guard and skeletons, so just swarming with undead bodies basically. And
but why take him on foot rather than his Roomba?
Well, the Roomba is more static. I mean, this way, not much more. Katep
I was gonna say, look at him hobbling about. Is he really that much faster?
Maybe just like so he can move between objectives. Now, one of the biggest fights in this game is going to be Objective 3. Obviously, both players are going to be able to comfortably defend their home field objectives, but 3 is really the contested point here. The cannons can't quite reach it. Now, for Vampire Coast, we have Lamprey's Revenge. We have some pistol mobs, as well as some animated Hulks coming out, which have had a cost reduction. But they're going to have to fight a lot of Tomb King's infantry with Ushapti Greatbow support. So in the back, we do see Ushapti Greatbow, and they're going to be excellent against the crabs.
I'm going to try to... I'm going to watch this Fleet Admiral like a hawk. And I might interrupt you in the middle of a really good thing, but if Vangeist Revenge goes down, I gotta watch it.
Yeah, nothing beats that.
Nothing beats it.
That's 100%
It's one of the coolest spells in the game.
It's so rad. It's so cool. Lamprey's Revenge here getting taken out by the Ushabti Grapos a little bit, taking quite a bit of HP damage. Objectives open up in 20 seconds. Obviously, the Tomb Kings will have the superior capture weight. Infantry have 5 capture weight apiece, whereas these monsters, I believe, have 3. So you can see the value. That's going to be 15 capture weight against 6. The 2 zombies, of course, will bring 5 to the board. So 2 zombies plus 2 monsters infantry will outcap 3 infantry, but Tomb Kings have even more, so they're going to have to fight this. Probably what I would wager is going to happen is Tomb Kings are going to feign Objective 3, or excuse me, the Vampire Coast, and they're going to switch to pushing Objective 1, maybe. This is going to be tricky. So cannons in the back are shooting, and we are all waiting eagerly for the Van Geist Revenge here.
You kind of, I think you had just talked about this too, like the Pirate Deckhand mobs are kind of using those animated hulks to kind of reinforce their push here, give them a little bit more weight, and we're getting a lot of pressure on that 3rd capture point. I don't know why they captured the first capture point. I, playing this game, would probably never capture that first capture point.
The dreaded Sparty tactics. Yeah, this is also an illustration of a good point for people who are newer to this game. You always want to be stacking monsters infantry on top of chaff if you can. It'll really mitigate the damage they take from like spear units. But nonetheless, I think Tomb Kings are going to be a little bit favored in this engagement down here. The Ushabti Greatbow are just such a power piece against these big monsters. And now we're getting some basic Ushabti being sent in from the Tomb Kings. Whereas Coast is very content to just kind of sit here with their army and absorb the wrath of the Tomb Kings. Defending the cannons in the back, though, I feel is going to be very tough against like Nehekara Horsemen and some of these other tools. We haven't seen any bloats come out, and it looks like it's almost time for Van Geist as the Tomb Guard are approaching the main battle lines.
I know. I'm like, please bring the ship out. It's got to happen. But you wouldn't want to do it until there's an actual engagement. They can't move, correct?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they can move, but it's much harder, and the battle gets a little bit more convoluted. We do see Scurvy Dogs coming in from the Vanguard, so a Scurvy Dog ambush with some pistol mobs, interestingly enough, from the Platypus. And they do get a decent jump on the Skeleton Horsemen, and the animated Hulks are going to be used as a buffer to try and intercept those skeletons, but they might be able to outmaneuver those poor Hulks right there.
Yeah, a good way to kind of shut down one of those charging elements here. They do have a 3rd one coming in to help out, but this was a nice little last-minute Vanguard to kind of shut down one of those Skeleton Horsemen.
I'm a little bit nervous about the build, because the Carronades, though, they do have a lot of utility at shooting things like Ushabti Greatbows. I think if the Carronades had been deployed down here, they would be exponentially more valuable. But what's going to happen now is the Tomb Kings, with mostly an infantry-based army, aren't really going to have great targets for these cannons, right? So we're seeing Scurvy Dogs being thrown in against Skeleton Horsemen, and both of the cannons have already been shut down. And the value lead for
Vanguard, it's coming right here in the 2 cap.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Look at the damage. Oh, my goodness.
Just murking that unit. Oh, were those Tomb Guard? No,
it was Nehekara Warriors and Skeleton Warriors. Certainly worth it. About 800 gold instantly gone. But the problem is the build, even though Tomb Kings, or excuse me, Coast has some really great assets against Tomb Guard spam, like Depth Guard and Bombers, which probably should have been brought. Like the build just doesn't seem to be optimized to deal with this Tomb Kings build. And, you know, I've done a lot of testing games in this matchup and have seen victories on both sides, but just the build from the Vampire Coast, I mean, the Hulks, like, just none of the trading is going favorably. You can see the value already doubling for Houseplant. And much like land battles, if somebody goes off to a very early lead like this and the other faction doesn't really have, like, super solid healing or some sort of, you know, other options like Nurgle, it's going to be tough. And really, I do think this is going to be a pretty quick victory for the Tomb Kings. And hey, you know, on the bright side, though, we got to see a Van Geist Revenge. You got to see the power of Ushabti Greatbows and Tomb King's infantry. But really, we needed some Depth Guard. We needed some Sirens. We needed some Zombie Bombers. A lot of things that would just be effective. Oh, Brian, see what's going on, dude?
What, is it another one? I don't see
happening.
It. Oh, I see it. I found it. Yeah. I was going to ask you, though. Once this goes off, I have... Oh, this is a juicy one.
That spell is... Oh, my God. Look how good it is. The 2-for-1. So
juicy. Oh.
So...
I am dripping over here. But okay, but Grand Hierophant Kotep Hierophant. I was gonna say, why is he just chilling there? Is there a play here? I don't see.
So he's just sitting there casting spells, and a lot of people assume Kotep
was he in range to cast them?
Yes, he was casting spells on the bottom fight. Here's the thing. Let me teach you guys all some pro gamer moves as it pertains to Tomb Kings.
Learn me something today.
With the lore of Nehekara, every single time you cast a spell, it triggers the lore passive, which heals your units for 180 HP on your like Tomb Guard, right? So every time you cast, it heals your entire army for like 180 HP, which is insanely powerful. On top of that, it also triggers his Bonewood Staff, which makes it so the Vampire Fleet Admiral isn't going to be able to cast spells as often. So that is why you see a character like Kotep, because spamming cheap spells is going to be healing your entire army and also debuffing your opponent's casting rate. That is why. So, really, the Vampire Coast certainly got smashed there pretty hard. They had chances of winning, but the build just wasn't there. Crabs are not great against mass infantry, neither are cannons. And the Tomb King's infantry will outtrade basic deckhand mobs, especially halberd variants, which can't really deal with other infantry very well. So you need to see depth guards, sirens, zombie bombers. Bombers are very, very good against Tomb Kings. We needed to see that kind of stuff. But again, Platypus took a chance going for an anti-armor, anti-Ushapti Grapo build, and unfortunately lost that dice roll. So that is going to be that. And let us update these scorecards here. And we got some sweet Vangeist. Vangeist was really good. That was like...
Dude,
the one saving
just
grace.
Like the bucket of cannonballs that it drops. Like it doesn't even go like boom, 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 boom. It's just like, here's 50 cannonballs. Deal with it.
Dude, it was so glorious. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we will head on over to the picks and bans. It is a 1-1 series, and we are going to see what the players have got going here. Yeah, man. Skaven could still come. This is a very different map than what you guys are about to see. This is the Grove of Slaughter. So the Grove of Slaughter is like a brawler map. Have you seen this one yet? It's there's an objective in the middle and then 2 on the side. So like this is more of like a melee focused kind of map. Shooting isn't very good here. So we're probably going to see some brawler factions, I would say.
So probably going to be dwarfs and high elves, probably what you're thinking.
Dude, dwarves every day. I mean, look, Cathay won a game against Slaanesh, so anything could happen, but
anything can happen.
I really, really don't think we're going to be seeing the dwarves.
Who brought Cathay? Platypus?
Yeah, Platypus won with Cathay, and then game 2 was won by Houseplant with the Tomb Kings there against Vampire Coast. Kislev isn't bad here. I would say Lizardmen are incredibly good on this map too. Like really, really good. There's a lot of choices. Usually these like melee focused factions are going to be very, very strong. So we'll have to see. But we have the picks and bans going down, I think. Let's see what it is. Okay, they're just joking. Yeah. He's just saying I'll pick vampire counts 10 times. Now remember to type picks here. Just communicating with the players, letting them know to type the picks and bans for us as we prepare for the next match. I think they might have already done it. They might have already done the picks and bans. Oh, okay. So they just did it super quick. So we might have to skip here.
Okay, yeah.
So for Platypus, it is going to be the greenskins. And for Houseplant, it's going to be vampire counts. I think they did the picks and bans in chat with one another. Yeah, okay, so they didn't do it in the public chat, so that's why we are seeing it like this. So yeah, that's the matchup, guys. It's going to be greenskins versus vampire counts, and it's on. It is on indeed.
It is on. It's going to get wild over here.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited.
I was looking for that pick and ban. I'm like, where's it going down?
So here's the brackets for today. For anybody just joining, we can see the first best of 3 was Reginald Puggington versus Zone, which was won by the Dread Pug 2-0. So Zone will be playing in the 3rd place match. Puggington in the grand finals. 3rd place is going to be taking place right after this. We'll have a short break where we'll only like 3 or 4 minutes, and then we'll be jumping into the 3rd place match, which is best of 5. And then we have the Houseplant versus Platypus right now. Of course, it's a 1-1 series, and we got the greenskins coming in to fight vampire counts. I'm really curious how this is going to go. Actually, really, really curious.
I think it will be spicy. I assume that we're probably going to see a slew of like a lot. And just my very limited experience now of domination and seeing it played at this level, I would expect tons of skeletons and probably cryptors to support them, because that seems to kind of be the flavor, right? Is like you were talking about in the last matches, having kind of lower tier chaffier style infantry with like a nice big monstrous infantry to support them. And that's something that we've seen for vampire counts for ages.
Yeah, you pretty much hit the nail on the head. One of the balancing issues with vampire counts that makes them so strong is the fact that skeletons are not expendable, right? So they have full infantry capture weight for only 300, and they're obviously unbreakable, cheap. So that's one of the things Vampire Counts does really well, in conjunction with the AoE healing and support they can bring. Like skeletons stacked with cryptors and like Helm Gorst as a Mortis engine is very, very strong. Very, very strong. So
if we see Gorst today, what will you do?
Well, I know it's going to happen. Gorst is for sure.
Are you going to squeal?
No, Gorst is not a meme anymore. So Gorst is actually the standard competitive pick, which is really depressing. And the reason why he is because Helm Gorst on his corpse cart is a Mortis engine, okay? But if you bring Helm Gorst and you take away all his spells and abilities with the exception of the Mortis engine on his cart, he only costs like 600 or 700 gold. So basically you're getting to cheat the system, and you're getting a Mortis engine for only 600 or 700, whereas a basic Mortis engine should cost more, around like 1400, right? So what people do is they bring Helm Gorst on his cart with nothing, just as a Mortis engine. So, and even if you kill him, he's only 600 gold and you just resummon him. So you get a resummonable Mortis engine for 600, which from a balance perspective, I think is really, really bad. Should probably be changed. And then he just comes back, right? And they bring a Necromancer like on a corpse guard or a horse for all their spells on the other side. That's really the problem. I think Helman Gorst's cart, I don't want anything that's going to be affecting the campaign in this regard. But I think for multiplayer, they could just make his corpse cart cost the same as like a Mortis engine or cost like 1,000 or something. Because right now it's just too cheap and it's kind of dumb. So I think that's something that they need to change. The other character you see is Heinrich. He can sometimes come because Krell and his Chaos Toonblade is very good. But but yeah, so Helman Gorst is like super meta now. He's not like a fun pick like he used to be.
1,300 points. That's so cheap.
So
Damn.
Some people in chat are kind of talking about like resummoning lords. Typically speaking, if you resummoning lords is not cost effective. It's usually quite terrible because they're too expensive, right? And you're going to lose a ton of battlefield momentum if you lose your lord and you save up for them again. But with Helman Gorst, it is a problem because he only costs 600 and he's so freakishly powerful. So that is the issue with the old Gorst ban. So yeah, hopefully my rant helped to kind of articulate that a little bit.
I understand it better.
Yeah.
Because I'm learning as we go.
Doing
and
great.
I mean these factions too. I'll give a little lore nug. Have plenty of relationship with each other. Neferata is the one who kind of pulled the strings, manipulated a bunch of greenskins, essentially to create a Wa that destroyed Morkane. The Morkane being the realm that her brother Ashoron being the head of the like I should not even say Primarch, but the primogenitor of the Strigoi bloodline. And then we fast forward and we jump into the end times. Then Neferata just gets completely crumped by a
Classic.
random war boss's greenskin Wa, and while she's going to help out Nagash's undead legion. So it's like we have plenty of relationships between the vampire counts and the greenskins, having all these little quarrels all throughout the many years of the Warhammer world.
So good, man. I gotta read more of the books. I've really only gotten into Gotrek and Felix, but I do want to explore the lore a little bit more.
Just pick up all the army books and read them.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have them all as PDFs. I used to read them like almost every year religiously because they're so fun. And every single army book you read it's like from their perspective, and it's like basically like that army's propaganda, like Tyrion, the best swordsman in the world, and then you read
it's
another
like that in
book,
40K
the
too.
best swordsman in the world.
And now we are here.
Exactly, just like 40K.
The battle is on. It's going to be the Greenskin Wa, led by Wurzag. So Wurzag is very good because he has the Bonewood Staff, one of the better items in the game, actually. And basically, every time he casts a spell, the entire Greenskin army gets plus 12 melee attack and charge bonus as well. So that is very, very good. And it's going to be Savage Orcs and Orc Biggins, a lot of good quality Greenskin infantry, basically with the intent of controlling the side objectives and avoiding Helman Gorst. Because, Helman Gorst can only be in one place, and vampire counts typically rely on force multiplying effects to win engagements. So the Greenskins, I think, are just going to swarm the map and hold as many objectives away from Gorst as they can. So we see Savage Orcs and Squig Herds. Squig Herds are one of the biggest MVPs of the Greenskins because they actually are only 300 gold. They got a big cost reduction, so super, super good. And for the counts, it's going to be Crypt Horrors, Zombies, and Skeletons, with Black Knights being summoned in, Necromancer, and Helman Gorst on the Corpse Guard over here.
There it is.
Yes.
Just using that chaff infantry with the big ol' Crypt Horrors to support them.
Yeah, they're very, very good. The Crypt Horrors, of course, apply poison, and they can deal with pretty much any infantry threat if they have a little bit of support. But are the Vampire Counts going to be able to contest the side objectives? Looks like Greenskins have moved some squigs, and they are piling into the middle, so certainly baiting Helman Gorst to come in and fight that. But overall, the mainline strategy of the Greenskins here looks to be controlling Objective 2 and Objective 1. And the Vampires look to be going for Objective 3 with not a super sizable force, but a decent force, and also going for 1. So Vampire Counts will control the outside objectives, whereas the Wa is going to be controlling the middle here.
I really like that these objectives, like objective number 2, is just completely shrouded in forest. Like, good luck shooting into that or out of that. Like, I really like that. That's like that much harder. Oh, look at that charge over there onto the Savage Orcs from the Black Knights. Just kind of in and out. Quick little lancing, as it were.
It's not super great, though, because Squig Herds are monster size, so they don't really get wrecked that bad by lances, and they also give armor piercing back. So you can see the trade is actually favorable for the Greenskins, right? The Squig Herds are nibbling on the Black Knights as they retreat. And now we do get Savage Orcs and Orc Boys moving in, and we do have a fight on the side objective. And you know what? The Vampire Counts do not have a Mortis engine here yet. Therefore, the Greenskin units, in my anecdotal experience, are going to be trading much better. Wurzag also moving over, looking to cast some magic. So Brain Buster going down, triggering the melee attack. And what is this? Going to be Winds of Death? No way. Haven't seen this spell in
please,
years.
Please.
Oh,
Yes.
look at the damage! Huge damage.
Ripping up those orc boys coming down onto the stone trolls.
Dude,
I love that.
That went down the whole formation. It literally hit 4 greenskin infantry units and suddenly buckled that. And that was really cool. That was actually, that's an expensive
beautiful.
spell. Yeah, that was great. Middle's owned by the greenskins. Far side is owned by the vampire counts. This is becoming a little bit stressful for the greenskins. They just got buckled really hard here. And we see the Black Knights moving over. But, dude, I did not expect a Haggard Winds of Death to come in and just change the tide of that battle.
Winds of Death is a really good, in my opinion, a really, really good wind spell just because it goes so fast. Like, you can't dodge it. Like, it's like, oh, you're casting it and it's out and it moves quickly. Like,
well, the
it
thing
just
about
goes
it
wild.
is it does
it's so
go,
expensive, like you said.
it does go fast once it's casted, but it has a long wind-up time. Brain Bust in the back, really, really nice right there on the Skeleton Warriors. But
Skeleton Warriors, yeah.
Greenskins are losing this fight decisively on this objective, and basically the Winds of Death is what did it. He just crumped that position, and now the Greenskins are kind of desperately throwing infantry back into this fight, but Helman Gorst is going to be cackling all the way to the bank as the draining effect is now in play. Stone Trolls are probably going to rout off the side of the map. We do see Warlords boys, but overall the WA had a very unfortunate engagement, and the Vampires are happy to just keep this reserve army here and just eye the forest and just win the side engagement, which is exactly what they're doing. Oh my god, look. It's another one. Oh my god, the Winds of Death one-shot on the Warlords boys.
Beautiful.
Oh my god.
Beautiful.
That's so nasty, dude. That is so foul.
I love to see a good mix-up like that.
Look
right?
at Helman Gorst right now. Look at the stat modifiers. You see them?
Yeah, look at him just riding dirty, too.
240% power recharge rate from the Liber Noctis. Therefore, he can just keep casting these Winds of Death, which are super expensive. Now, in land battles, it's more popular to go with Raised Dead and Invocation and these heals, but with these big kind of infantry-based battles becoming more prominent, we're seeing wind spells and bombardments coming back into the run here, and a brutal charge with the Black Knights at the back. Wurzog also getting flattened.
Right in that rear. Yeah, dude, Wurzog got launched, fully catapulted back in. Another charge from the Savage Orc Big Gun trying to come in here and kind of dice things up, deliver some anti-large into those Crypt Horrors.
It's looking pretty darn bleak. I think overall for the Greenskins, like the WA is going to be a nice little resurgence here. They're getting some good DACA, and they do have some rallying units in the forest, but it's going to be a hard one to win, simply because of the Mortis Engine effect. The draining is going to basically just crush all their infantry. The Vampire Counts still just don't even care. And they could even be pushing into the middle here if they wanted to, but I think for the Vampire Counts, you just don't bother with that. The Houseplant seems to be in a very commanding position. Another nice Brain Buster going down, triggering Bonewood Staff, but really, I think that, I hesitate to call games early, but I do think that Houseplant has probably already won this game, simply because the value lead and the objectives, they're both in his favor.
And look what's happening. We're getting a nice juicy line. It could just be just Wind of Death one more time.
One more, I know. The Winds of Death has been brutal for sure, and here comes a nice headbutt right there. Going to be hitting those guys, doing a little bit of damage, but overall, man, looking pretty grim for the Greenskins. The Winds of Death devastated their armies. They did, man, I feel like the Greenskins kind of played into the Vampire Counts game a little bit. Like, they fought them here with a Mortis Engine, whereas, the Greenskins could have played a more mobile game, and maybe, individually, Vampire Counts units aren't that strong, right? So if we had, a sneaky split push of some Night Goblins going through the trees here and some Savage Orcs, I feel like they could have threatened the back objective instead of, committing everything into a Mortis Engine fight where the Vampire Counts have all their strength, right? And Wurzag is going to be standing alone on the objective here. Yeah, look at him.
And then look at that. Look at these Crypt Horrors ready to start picking things off here.
Yeah.
As the tide now shifts back from that main line back towards Wurzog.
We get some Haggard Wolf Riders in. So the Goblin Wolf Riders have been summoned, and they're a really good unit because they're not expendable. They have great capture weight for only 300, but the Vampire Counts really just have a stranglehold on this objective, and the value lead is double basically. So that is actually even worse than it looks because the Vampire Counts have access to some healing via their Necromancers. So it's the value lead is probably even worse, and I don't see any way for the Greenskins to get back in this, man. It's going to be a very tricky one. We do have some fighting over here, though.
I really love it. The middle's starting to get down and wild over here. I was looking to see if the Necromancer had any fun tricks up his sleeve. I just wanted more Winds of Death, man. I want to see that spell used more and more and more.
If Winds of Death came down, dude, look at this Greenskin battle line. It's like a straight line. That would just get absolutely obliterated. But a second Mortis Engine has been summoned here, which is obviously going to be eviscerating those Greenskin battle lines. And Platypus has got to know that he's on the ropes, and it's looking pretty down and out here. Wurzag can dance all he wants, but those dancing shoes are not going to be saving him here, as the Greenskins are going to be losing the middle objective as well. They'll be triple capped. They're going to be doubled in value, if not tripled, by the end of this. And that will probably be that. Yep.
These boots were made for walking, and that's just what they'll do.
The Lamian Sisterhood has one of the coolest schemes, by the way. That flag for the
I love that.
Dude, it's
like
so
the yellow and black. It is so sick.
It is. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see
228 kills on Gorst.
Gorst, just a casual like 3,000 value when he only costs like 600. Well, I guess with Winds of Death, he's like more like 750 or something. But yeah, so with that, Houseplant is going to be advancing on to the grand finals to face Reginald Puggington and a best of 5. And we are now going to have a best of 3 between Menacing Platypus and Zone for the 3rd place prize. So we'll be jumping into those bad boys. Platypus, according to chat, has won in many people's hearts. We saw some really fun picks of Coast, Greenskins, and Cathay, and even a Cathay victory against Slanesh. So that was pretty cool.
That was romantic. I loved this. This was probably, I mean, so far this has been my favorite matchup because just the amount of diverse armies we've seen. Right, like it was awesome. We got to see Azazel too. We got to see him like in an actual true fight, not one where he absolutely crushes the competition against Turin like mine. But a lot of really, really good matchups here.
Yeah, it was fun. And we've had some good ones today. I mean, I watched a lot of the games yesterday, and I don't think we saw any Cathay picks. I'm trying to think what would have been one of the more interesting matchups we saw. For those of you guys in chat who did watch yesterday, what would you say was one of the best matchups that you saw? Yeah, I'd be curious to see that. So right now we're going to be wrangling the other players. So let's go ahead and get the Zone versus Platypus. And this is going to be best of 5 time. So perhaps I heard some whispers that Norska might be making an appearance.
Oh, please.
Yeah. Well, apparently some people were testing Norska against vampire counts and domination and having some decent success. I'd be really curious to kind of see the tech. In land battles, Norska had some tools against them for sure. I would still say at the highest level, vampire count favored, just because vampire counts just got so many schemes and tricks and high tuned units. But we will have to see. We will have to see, my friend. So let's get the players here. Sparty and I are going to be taking a quick 2-minute intermission to refill our waters and get these lobbies all set up, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Be right back, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so taking a look at the brackets once again, we have Reginald Puggington versus Houseplant in the grand finals, and now we're going to be having a 3rd place match, which is going to be a duel of fates between Zone and the Platypus. So the first map here in the best of 5. Let's go ahead and pull that bad boy up, and we'll get the picks and bans all set and go from there. Just want to thank you guys all for choosing to spend your afternoon here. It's been quite a bit of fun. And I'm really curious. I mean, seeing a Grand Cathay pick is just super wild. So, I mean, anything could really happen here. This might be an opportunity for us to see some kind of underexplored factions as it pertains to some of the early battles. But if you guys have any questions right now, let me know. I'm here, man. Map is going to be Black Ark, Broken Lake Gully, Arnheim Death's Pass, and Battle for Itza. So let's go ahead and get the Black Ark all set up for the players. Again, favors, mobile armies, I would say. Some of the more slow-paced armies like Nurgle and Dwarves probably struggle here, but any number of options are on the table as we move into the picks and bans. So here we go, and let's see what the players do. All right. And we will see here, and they're going to be doing their picks and bans right now. So if you guys have any questions, now's a good time. I, of course, can answer questions about the Champions of Chaos or anything that you would be curious about as it pertains to the early meta. Can you show some new ROR? Perhaps if we have a little bit of time at the end of the stream, maybe we will. We'll have to see. So for Zone, he is going to be picking the Warriors of Chaos, and he's going to be picking Tzeentch and Demons of Chaos. Interesting. So we haven't seen too much Demons of Chaos being picked. But again, Be'lakor is very good, and they have access to, the best of what each demons have to offer. Nurglings, Fleshhounds, all that kind of stuff. Who's my favorite Champion of Chaos? Probably Festus and Valkia. I really like Valkia. She's incredibly good at what she's designed to do, which is like hunting characters, and she has good crowd clearing with her Spear of Sleipnir as well. Festus is also very fun, and I like Nurgle thematically speaking, so that's kind of been my jam so far. Yeah. If we have a little bit of time at the end, we'll see. Maybe we could do a little something. Depends on how long the best of 5s go and all that. So, yeah, which is going to be great. I'll play that before finals. Cool. So waiting on the counter picks from Platypus. Will we see another Grand Cathay build? The champion of Grand Cathay rises from the ashes once more. And that's right. Does Norska know how to build walls? Well, certainly not in multiplayer battles. No, they are not going to be setting up any palisades. I can't speak to campaign because I haven't tried them. How big of a change to the old world factions have we seen?
Like in campaign.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking in terms. Somebody was asking about multiplayer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's been some balancing changes, like minor stuff. Like one of the big things is heavy cav for the Empire and Bretonnia is much quicker. Like Empire Knights have 76 speed; they used to have 66. So things like that. Artillery is actually good. Like Screaming Skull catapults are okay. I would say basic cannons aren't quite as good. Normally people don't bring big targets or too many big targets, but like infantry clearing artillery like Hellstorm rocket batteries are very good. Is Inkari meta? No, not really. But has been picked in niche situations. I think that Azazel is better, and I think Sigvald's also a little bit better. So yeah, that would just be my 2 cents. Welcome back, Spartacus. We had a fun little Q&A there. We were just talking about all that sort of good stuff. And the counter pick will be coming in from the Platypus. Let us go ahead and see. And we have not seen it yet. Okay, wanted to make sure I'm not missing anything. Don't forget to type here. Yeah, Black Ark I think is my favorite map. Like of the maps you've seen so far, Sparty, what has been one of your favorites?
I really like the one we just did. I like that like whole shrouded center cap.
Yeah.
Where it's like harder, like you can't just fire into, like you just got to go in there and you got to fight them out. Like I like that. It's like it forces a certain playstyle on that location.
Yeah.
I guess the argument could be made though. It's like, okay, then you could just cut the sides and win through there. But I kind of like that it forces a certain playstyle.
Absolutely, man. I agree. And dude, we got the Dark Elves being picked, Warriors of Chaos being banned.
Oh yeah.
So it's going to be Dark Elves versus either Tzeentch or the Demons of Chaos, both of which are quite fun. All right, so Black Ark is the map. We are all set. It's going to be a big one. Scourge Runners. You know who's actually not? Guess what Dark Elf Lord is an unholy character here. Never mind. I had zones. Hold on, let me just fix this real quick. So I had this wrong. I'm sorry. So I had the zone bans wrong. So he banned Demons of Chaos.
Mm-hmm.
And he had Slaanesh as his third pick. All right. My apologies, guys. I had the picks and bans wrong a little bit. I need another coffee. But guess what Dark Elf Lord is actually really good now. That was terrible before.
Lokir?
No.
Malice. Darkblade himself.
Dude, Malice is actually really good. He's You remember how when he used to switch into demon form,
Mhm.
he used to just like basically take himself out. Like he would just eventually kill him. But now his healing outscales the demonic damage, so he healing caps himself.
Yes.
So he just lasts to like super long. So it's going to be Slanesh versus Dark Elves, and that's a pretty lore friendly matchup, right?
Slanesh Dark Elves. Well, not necessarily like fighting each other.
Yeah.
Because we now have a strong relationship between them. It didn't used to be that the Dark Elves were all about Slanesh, but now we have an existing relationship with them. But the big thing with Dark Elves is, depending on who you're talking about, they would not be stoked to fight alongside Slanesh. Like if this was Marathi, it would be like, it wouldn't make too much sense.
Yeah, she's down to party.
Right. Oh, she is. When we see any other type of like, especially like in the Tyrion Teclis trilogy, Marathi does tons of stuff with Slanesh cults, Slanesh marauders, all sorts of fun action. Nakari is right there alongside Malekith. Malekith is bound Nakari. So Slanesh and the Dark Elves have a ton of relationship, but in specific, it's a really interesting thing too, because Malice and Zarkhan, when we think of those two, right, because they're kind of like hand in hand, you get a lot of fun with them too. Like Zarkhan took over the altar of ultimate darkness and opened a bridge to invade Nagaroth. So, and it took decades to stop the siege. So there's plenty of relationships between them, and it just kind of depends on who you're talking about in relation to the Dark Elves against Slanesh.
You have some Dark Elf tabletop models, right? Don't you have one of their starter boxes from back in the day?
Oh yeah, so when 6th edition came out, every time they released an army book, they would release a corresponding book or a boxed army, and it would include the army book and a limited edition standard bearer. And I got the High Elf one. No, I got the Dark Elf one for sure.
Yeah,
I don't think I got the High Elf one. I got the Greenskin one, and I got the Warriors of Chaos one. And I have got lots of Dark Elf models. Dark Elf models, like every time I've played Warhammer, I'm always like, oh, let's jump on this or that or this or that as far as armies go. But I always come down to trying to decide between the Dark Elves or the High Elves, because I really like both, the aesthetic of both. And if you look at some of the older art, when the Dark Elves have like these really like crazy, like they both have pointed helmets, but they also had like these really cool like
pointed
like jagged shapes on the top and all this stuff. It was really, really fun. Like their aesthetic is really cool, and like the chainmail and everything, or the scale mail they've got is just really cool. Like I've always just loved the aesthetic.
Yeah, man, I agree. I really like. I mean, I'm not as much of a fan of the High Elves, but I really, really do like the Dark Elf aesthetic. And
Bite your tongue.
That's one of the things about, dude. Total War has been such a, like, every time especially when we got the Champions of Chaos DLC, I was looking at I just like see the new chosen models for these different Chaos gods, and I'll just like roll up to my wife and be like, I think I want to start collecting a corn army, like, and she's like, okay, honey, we'll see what you want to play tomorrow. And then I'm just like, oh man, I want to do like it's just, there's so many cool looking models.
The dreaded Polish burn.
So some folks are talking about, somebody asked what the 3 squares on the map are. So this is Black Arc. Those are actually terrain features, which can block artillery and serve as line of sight blockers. So you can, and that's one thing about domination, that it is kind of cool how terrain actually can matter and be played. And since there's objectives, it's a little bit less problematic than it could be in like land battles and things like that. But yeah, players are picking their armies right now. So for anybody curious about when the game's going to start, should be starting in the next like 3 or 4 minutes. Basically, the players are getting their goods together. So they're picking, and we'll be starting soon. Again, it's pretty high stakes, big cash prize on the line. So we're not going to rush the players too much. And again, if you guys have any questions, let us know.
So with murderous prowess, murderous mastery, and martial prowess and martial mastery, have there been changes with those two?
Yeah, so martial prowess for the High Elves got massively buffed. It now debuff it. You remember how it used to go off at a certain threshold? Like you'd lose it when they got beat up. It now is it takes much longer to get it off. So High Elves got a substantial buff, which I think has made them quite a bit more viable for sure compared to their original form. Dark Elves, I don't think there's been any substantial changes. I think it's just like a one-time proc, which it's not that great, unfortunately. I mean, if you can time it for like when everything is fighting and things are opportune for you, that's quite nice. But I think most players are just kind of like, it just goes off and they're like, oh, well, I guess there it is. I don't think most players like plan around it too much.
Right.
So it's quite cool to see. But Dark Elves got some nice changes. Bleak Swords got a big buff. So Bleak Swords as a baseline infantry unit are actually very cost effective. But one of the things that Dark Elf players have been doing to beat Slaanesh is using Black Art Corsairs. Because most people cannot find cost-effective infantry to trade into Slaaneshi Marauders, right? Because they're just a little bit overtuned for what they do. They should probably cost 100 gold more. But Black Art Corsairs are one of the few units in the game which trade cost-effectively into Slaaneshi Marauders because they're armored. Okay, so they mitigate a lot of the damage coming in, and they also have a bonus for his infantry, so they can really cut through the enemy infantry very quickly. So that's quite cool. And Scourge Hunter Chariots can, of course, do some work. Not so much in this matchup. Dark Elves have good, cheap, skirmish cav with Dark Riders to play against Slaanesh mobility. So yeah, there's some neat stuff for sure. There is some neat stuff. Yeah, and as far as lords go, probably going to see a cheap Shadowcaster, like a Dark Elf like caster lord or something that's just going to be bringing like Pit of Shades. That would be my guess. But again, it is Platypus playing, and Platypus likes to bring cool stuff. So Platypus has for sure been the hero of today's stream, bringing like Grand Cathay and winning and all that sort of stuff. Yeah,
so much fun stuff.
Yeah.
Do you want to give us a breakdown of how the prize pool is being allocated? Like who's going to be winning what for first and second place and whatnot?
Yeah, I believe off the top of my head, I'd have to pull up the document, but I believe it's 1,500 for first, 750 for second, and then there's the remainder of the 3,000 goes to the third place prize, which is taking place right now. So very, very exciting stuff. It's a substantial prize pool. So understandably, people are going to be playing some of the better things, but really, as far as what we've had today, we've had some really unorthodox matchups. We had Coast versus Tomb Kings. We had Grand Cathay defeating Slaanesh. We, of course, had the typical, Slaanesh mirror match in the beginning and all that stuff, but we've actually been blessed to have a fair amount of fun matchups. And, of course, we had our glorious show match series where we showed all the memes and, Chosen of Tzeentch and Village was played earlier. So we got a chance to do all that, which was pretty cool. So,
I mean, yeah, I just, like I said, it's finally, we're back to this level of like junior varsity level of play because we got our top tier championship varsity stuff out of the way. Like our matches were the best and most competitive, easily.
They don't have the makings of a varsity athlete here. Yeah. But dude, every time I hear the varsity reference, it makes me think of The Sopranos, man. Such a classic.
So, of The Sopranos?
Yeah, the TV show. It's like what they used to what Tony's elders used to say to him, that he didn't have the makings of a varsity athlete, and he used to like always bother him.
Yeah, show. You're right. Yeah. I was thinking of Varsity Blues. Like, I don't want your laugh.
There was actually at my high school, we had a substitute teacher who came in and like we were like maybe 13, 14 years old, and he just put on Varsity Blues, just gave no shits about like the curriculum of the class. So we got to watch Varsity Blues, and he just got like fired the next day for it. So
remember when we were in college together, and I walked into your dorm room with a whipped cream bikini on?
No, I don't. I think I've selectively blocked that memory. Yeah, some wild times, dude. Some wild times for sure. But yeah, guys, we have the matchup. It's Slaanesh versus Dark Elves. We'll get more into the dynamics of it once we get started. Let's see if the players are ready. It looks like the Platypus is ready. A lot of players had pre-planned builds, which is pretty funny. And this is what they're actually saying in chat right now. But Zone and Platypus were saying like a lot of people had pre-planned builds for the very meta matchups, but people actually didn't have builds planned for like these weird off matchups that Platypus is forcing people into, which is very, very funny for sure. So
I love it. I love that he's doing this.
So when Old World, so Old World is coming back to tabletop, right?
Right. Yes.
We're getting the Warhammer Fantasy is coming back to tabletop, which is going to be super exciting. I pretty much have finished painting my Empire army, but if you decide to play, what will be your faction of choosing? Who will you bring back to their former glory?
I mean, come on.
It's going to be the High Elves. I think the Dowie. I think it's got to be the Dwarves after your display earlier.
I mean, I would not sully my hand. Honestly,
you sure did earlier, man.
Yeah, but it's a video game. It's fine. Like, thinking about painting dwarfs sounds miserable for the same reason I don't like playing dwarfs in video games, because they're smaller, so it's hard to get to like details. Like painting a dwarf Thane is rough if he's not an open model, right? With like if he's got a shield right in front of him, like, oh man, well, I got to paint all the shields separately and then glue them on. Like painting anything human size at least has a proportion where it's easier to get to certain like little like small places. I couldn't imagine painting a whole army of dwarfs where it's impossible to get my brush to a certain location because I glued something.
In my experience painting dwarfs, I painted a couple dwarf models. I have a Gotrek model that I painted and a couple Ironbreakers. I actually find them to be really quite easy to paint. Depends on the scheme. Like, you literally just spray paint them silver and do like a wash, and then you just like paint the golden details in their faces, and it's like basically done.
Oh, well, that's actually not a bad idea then. Like,
Yeah.
I guess there's also less surface area overall.
If you just spray prime them silver and you're going for like that type of an armor look, it's just you can spray prime them silver and then you dry brush them. You wash them and then dry brush them with like a shinier silver to give them a little shine to their armor, and then you just like do some gold trim, and that's like it for sure. We're now in the battle. So Dark Elves are here, and I know pregame we were talking about Corsairs, and it looks like we have a whole bunch of them, my friend.
Dude, they are. I expect this Dark Elf armor to be very wide. Like, the reinforcements and everything, and this is what we're getting, is tons of Bleak Swords, tons of Dread Spears, tons of Black Arc Corsairs, all on the Black Arc map, with a Sorceress, not the Supreme Sorceress. So just a basic Firecaster here that's going to be bringing Burning Head. Now, will that actually be useful here?
It got nerfed a little bit, but it's still very good against light infantry. So if Slanesh is coming in with Demonettes or just Marauders, it's going to be very cost effective. Dude, Platypus apparently was watching the games you and I played and is going with the dreaded Sparty formation. Just the line. Look, he's got the marching orders of the Black Arc Corsairs in the formation here.
Good, dude. That's how I want to see it.
But I do like the strategy overall. Here's the thing. On this map, I'm a big advocate of deploying down by objective 3, securing that because that's really the more important one, and then just like defending your home objective with the reinforcements you can summon in. Now, of course, your opponent can overload the top, and we saw the Wood Elves defeat the Lizardmen earlier doing that, but I do like this a lot. But again, infantry-based army, just trying to match the width of Slanesh and the Marauder spam. We'll see how that goes. Oh, Azazel's giving like a power speech here. So Azazel's up in the sky.
Look at him, dude.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. And Devoted Marauders, we also have some Cultists of Slanesh, which, aren't as good as they used to be. They can't, like, instantly summon, but in order to use their summons now, they just have to be winning in combat for 120 seconds, which is pretty easy for them if they're just fighting chaff units. But looks like Slanesh is going to be playing both objectives or maybe going for the top. Yeah, they don't really have a lot on the bottom, man, so it looks like they're just going to be playing the top.
See, he's making the grievous mistake of actually taking his objective point. You know what?
Yeah,
Slanesh just got to go for the throat. Just got to go for the throat.
Dude, look at the Corsairs marching formation. I don't know if there's...
Seriously.
Are they just lining up for like a wind spell or something? I'm trying to...
I don't know. There's tons of them, though.
Yeah, I don't know. So the Pavane of Slanesh is here, which is a rampaging spell, and also the Lash. Yeah, you can see he fans out. Like, right as Azazel
he
gets
just...
close.
It's like he heard you go, oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know what the scheme was there, but nonetheless, like we talked about in Domination, often players will summon in their infantry core and the base, like, meat of their army first, and then what they'll do is they'll summon in the faster units after that. Like, here we have Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, which will be very good against the spawn. They should kill them pretty efficiently. And Azazel might be able to get that Sorceress of Fire. She is on horseback, so she's kind of swift, but Azazel has 100 speed, and Slanesh has multiple avenues for rampaging, so you better watch out there. It could be a little bit dangerous for sure.
Little hiccup there, but it's coming right back on. Like, that's one of the big things I think that you suffer with High Elves, Dark Elves, is that you have these very nice, juicy regimental lines that are just rife for something like a Whip of Slanesh or any kind of wind spell if you're talking about another faction. Or even a Pit of Shades if we got into like a really nice muck. Like, that's the kind of downfall of it. Like, it's why they've always kind of suffered with stuff like that.
Yeah, they can certainly get it. As far as the overall gameplay here, though,
certainly get it.
Objective 1 is going to be held by Slanesh. Objective 2 by the Dark Elves. Dark Elves might actually have the opportunity to move up and push Slanesh off their own objectives. Now, down here, I thought the Dark Elves initially had the advantage, but Slanesh has brought Azazel, and he's going to be a big difference maker. What he likes to do is rear charge into things and discourage them using the Demon Blade, and he can really break formations. And Slaneshi Marauders are going to absolutely kick the butt of these Dread Spears. Super one-sided fight. And Azazel, is he going to pop the Demon Blade? Let's see if he does.
Oh!
Charging into the back. Looks like he's just trying to get a little bit of a discourage there, but he opts to go somewhere else. So we haven't seen the last of Slanesh
his
yet.
Pounce always makes me think he's using an ability, but that's just the way he... Oh, the game paused?
Yeah, one of the players paused the game. They might be one of them might be having connectivity issues or something. We're not sure. Neither of them lagged earlier. I know that Houseplant, I think, the Platypus is based in the United States, and I know Zone, I think, is in Germany. So they're just going to be pausing for a second, hoping for the lag to resolve, which is totally fine. And yeah, we can see what happens. So Platypus saying in chat, Turin, my cursor won't move. So nothing substantial has really happened yet. We could, let's see if it does. How about now? The cursor isn't moving. Very interesting. So let's see what happens. If If the cursor can't move, we're early enough in the battle where we could just restart. Nothing substantial at all has happened. The value discrepancy is negligible. Okay, all good. So Platypus saying the cursor is working now, and we're good to go. Very, very strange.
That was odd.
Yeah.
Dude, I know what he did, dude. That's a good ploy. I hats off to Platypus on that one. I like his approach here. Force the pause, assess the army, make a new plan, unpause. I like it. This is how I play single player. I like that approach.
The dreaded Sparty tactics, dude. I love it.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, we'll be starting in a second. They're both just, saying ready up. And this is something that happens in a fair amount of RTS games. You'll often see it in StarCraft or things like that. If a player has a technical issue with their mouse, there'll be a pause. So pretty normal stuff. Anyways, the battle's on, and it seems like the lag has subsided as well. Slaanesh has the objective in their favor, but it looks like the Dark Elves are starting to wrestle it back as Corsairs come in, and Exalted Demonettes of Slaanesh have come in. So these guys are, or these ladies, I should say.
Ooh, that Burning Skull coming down here at the capture point 3.
Ooh, nice.
Just ripping right through the low armored Marauders right there.
Dude, it's like a bowling ball. Look at it.
Man, it might actually get into 2-for-1 getting into this other neuter devoted, also scorching the Black Ark Corsairs a bit there. That's a pretty good skull.
They have armor. That was one of the better burning skulls. That thing was like heat-seeking. Now, on the top, it's some very light skirmishing, just Dark Riders kind of poking into the Slaaneshi army. I think the Dark Elves could advance and probably win that fight. I think that would actually be a good idea, all things considered. Dark Shards have arrived, and Shades! Dude, I love Shades. They're so cool. And we're about to see an absolute massacre here as these Black Ark Corsairs going to get taken to town by the Demonettes.
Can you show off the look of the Mirror Guard in the Warhammer 3 engine? They're over here at the 3rd cap, fighting the hell of Brown Eye, some of the best and most hip of absolute Dread Spears you could ever imagine in the game. Great deal on fish tacos.
Yeah, they're pretty rad, man. And look how
so
shiny
good.
the shields are. It's like you can
they
see
look so good.
Yeah, and Azazel discouraging and buffing. We do see the Exalted Demonettes just buzzsaw through those Black Ark Corsairs. So now the Dark Elves are in a little bit of a precarious situation. Their Dark Shards have been compromised. Azazel is tearing apart the Dark Riders close to the edge of the battlefield, which means they could rout off. Nice whip of Slaanesh there.
Yeah.
And the Dark Elves need to win this fight. Value trading, though, is slightly Slaanesh favored at this point.
Definitely, absolutely, man. I'm still hung up on these Mirror Guard. I don't know where I'm looking at the stream now to see what yours look like, and dude, it's just beautiful. That screen space reflection looks so spicy. Another flaming head going down, but it's missing anything pertinent there, and it's just kind of whiffing off the map.
Yeah, Dark Elves are starting to pull troops from the top side. Azazel has shut down the Shades, which is very, very cost-effective, because they're one of the tools that could actually pick apart these elite infantry. And I have to say, the Exalted Demonettes have just been an absolute menace here. We do see more Demonettes coming in, a ton of fast Slaanesh Cav are being summoned in from reinforcements. Capture weight actually going to the Druki a little bit, since the Corsairs are fighting there, and also some Dark Riders. But value trading is really, really close. Honestly, this is anybody's game, and all it really takes for the Slaanesh players, one big misplay with Azazel, him getting caught and surrounded, and then the Shades just pouring a ton of firepower. Nothing going on at the top. So again, the epicenter of combat is going to be down here.
A little lash there onto the Dark Riders, not doing a whole ton of damage. And yeah, just like I was about to just point that out, but it looks like we have Slaanesh now charging into that second capture point, put a little bit more pressure, trying to help alleviate things down here at capture point number 3, which the Druki have, but it is starting to get edged closer and closer to Slaanesh, which is the term I probably shouldn't use when talking about Slaanesh, as the Corsairs charge into that Demonette.
Yeah, Corsairs are trading pretty well. I mean, even against the demonic infantry, they still do have a bonus for its infantry, which is nice. The Shades got away from, how do you say it, Azazel, or is it Azazel, or I don't even know what the proper...
Azazel.
Azazel? Okay, I'll try and get that right. But the Shades get absolutely run down by the Hellstriders, but the cool thing about Shades is they're actually pretty good in combat, and with Dark Riders supporting them, they should be able to win the fight against these guys. Dark Elf Infantry Corps, though, is buckling. We see Black Ark Corsairs, and the Repeater Crossbows just getting absolutely crumped here. And overall, it looks like Slaanesh has won the low ground fight, and yeah, Zone... really, like, his Lord has made the difference. And though bringing a cheap caster Lord can be cost-effective, like, not much has been able to deal with the Demon Prince of Slaanesh here. And he's just been causing huge problems and disruption, and, she isn't really able to make much of a difference. And looks like the top fight is going to be going to Slaanesh as well. It's hard to say.
Yeah, man, it's just that heavy shock damage that Slaanesh can do, right? They can just get around. They can use that devastating flanker. They're so quick on the move.
Yeah, and the Cultists are now getting their summons out, which is going to be further compounding the aggression they're getting. So the Cultists are going to be summoning Demonettes, which can move up and around the Corsairs and rear charge them. And though the Corsairs were trading pretty evenly, the value trading was close for a lot of this game. It looks like the menacing Platypus is going to be on the back foot, and we are going to probably be seeing a victory from Zone here, as this objective is still held by the Druki. Very valiant hold for sure, but the Dark Elves look to be losing their home objective. It's only a matter of time probably before that gets wrestled from them. And this bottom objective probably going to be taken by Slaanesh with the Demonettes, and Azazel there looking to cause some problems for sure.
Man, yeah, this has become just like a complete show. Like things are just torn up all over the place. That third cap was like a really pitched fight that Slaanesh is now just completely taken over, and things are just getting torn to shreds here. 2,500 points for the Dark Elves to the 1,400 for the Slaanesh.
It seems like the Dark Elves. It seems like a tough matchup for them in general, and some people in chat are kind of discussing game balance. It's very tricky. In a game where there's 23 playable factions in competitive multiplayer, it's going to be very tough to balance. So typically, there's going to be scales and bounces in terms of there's going to be matchups that are always kind of bad just based on the nature of factions. I'm surprised it's as balanced as it is with this many factions. But yeah, Slaanesh seems pretty good against the Dark Elves. They seem to have the infantry advantage. They seem to have the mobility advantage. Obviously, they don't have the missile assets, but a lot of the Dark Elf missiles, you're paying an extra premium for armor piercing, which in most Slaanesh builds isn't going to be super useful since they're lightly armored. So there's just many things about this matchup that don't seem great for them. Slaanesh holds this objective. Dark Elves still holding on to their home objective, and I mean, they are up on points by quite a bit, but Slaanesh will win on just 2 objectives, and again, the value lead is getting even more, stark here as the big Demon Prince going in to take out the enemy Lord.
Dude, just swooping down on her. Like I've said before, every time. Oh, look at that! Every time he lands, I think. Oh, supported with the Cultist Slaanesh too. Every time he lands, I think he's using an ability. I'm always, what ability was that? Like, no, that's just his epic land. He smashes the ground down when he does it.
He did use the Pavane of Slaanesh on the Sorceress to try and rampage that character, but the Sorceress wasn't it. The Sorceress was rampaged earlier within that threshold, and it looks like the Sorceress is going to be unsummoned right now just to save it from dying. So that is an option. You can unsummon your Lord to save them from death, which means your army will not take the penalty for your Lord having fled or your Lord having died. So certainly a tactic, but at this point, I think it's just bread buttered, man. The Dark Riders here are going to be absolutely hammered, and it looks like the true answer against Slaanesh's Grand Cathay. These folks are going to have. Yeah, it's going to have to be Grand Cathay. They have to rise once more with their Iron Hail Gunner build that Platypus brought out.
What's going on over here? Oh, Fascination. Okay.
Yeah, and I think that was more of an Itza thing, though. Like, we talk about counters to Slaanesh. In my experience, some of the best counters that people have been experimenting with have been Tzeentch, doing very, very well against Slaanesh. And, to be honest, a lot of the players haven't tried the old world against them. I've seen Tomb Kings do well against Slaanesh because Tomb Guard trade very well. And also their Cheap Horsemen can match Slaanesh's Cheap Horsemen and they're undead. So there's still a lot to explore. And obviously we only have 10, 12 players playing. So the meta is very, very, it's a narrow pool, but I'm curious to see what people will do in the future. So that's going to be game 1 in this best of 5 going to zone.
It is done. Again, best of 5 here this is the second place match, correct? Or, I'm sorry, the third place match, correct?
Yeah, correct. So we got this matchup, then we have the grand finals afterward, which is going to be best of 5. Dark Elves have fallen. Corsairs did good, though. The initial battle phase was decent for the Dark Elves, but Azazel just made such a big difference, and the Sorcerers of Fire had a couple cool burning heads, but really, the Bullying Lord was very, very tough, for sure.
The Bullying Lord.
Oh, yeah. Dude, he caused a lot of problems. So we will...
It's the double cleft chin. It gets you every time.
Yeah, he's pretty serious. So Zone claiming game 1. Let's move on over to the picks and bans here. So firing that bad boy up. And the next map, we will check on the old Discord, and it is going to be the Broken Leg Gully. Now, if there was a Dwarf map, if there was a Nurgle map, this is it. Broken Leg Gully, I think, is one of the better maps for Dwarves because you have really nice shooting lanes and very narrow areas where you can't be flanked. And Nurgle really likes to play the sides on this map. So we'll see what they decide to play. I'm quite curious to see if there's any weird meta innovations or anything like that. So yeah, handbows can shine in this matchup. That's the thing. When we first got our hands on game 3, I remember Anticity and I playing quite a few games and kind of us and other folks coming to some conclusions about what the meta was like. But as soon as other, a ton of people got their hands on the game and started experimenting, everything got flipped on its head. And I think the same thing is going to happen here to an extent. I still think Slaanesh and Vampire Counts will be dominant, but I think people will find answers to them hidden within the old world factions. That's my 2 cents. Look
to the past to find answers for the future.
Yeah, essentially. What is that a quote from?
I don't know. I made it up.
Did you just make that up?
I'm high on caffeine. I don't know. I can taste time right now.
I thought you don't drink coffee.
No, that's caffeine. You can get caffeine in plenty of other ways than coffee, sir.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. So it's good, man. I usually drink cold brews myself. I just like.
So I had a nitro cold brew after your recommendation.
Did you like it?
And I transcended time and space. I've never done that before.
Dude, there's
and
so
it
much
was
caffeine
a lovely
in those.
experience.
Well, those have like
But
250.
I take I have pre-workout that has like 333 milligrams, or it's like the time release caffeine. Like, but that got me right in the Lionel Johnson.
Yeah, I like that. That's really good. That was really good. So Platypus is going to be going. We have the picks in. It is going to be Slaanesh. It is going to be, what does NU stand for? Norska? No,
Norska University.
Wait. Nurgle. Okay.
Nurgle. Yeah.
I was like, this is a great Nurgle map. This map is designed for Nurgle and vampire counts, but also shooting can be good here too. So we could see some stuff. And banning is going to be Dude, Zeech has been getting karate chopped in the bans today. Like absolutely karate chopped. Yeah, we'll see. I was like, Nurgle University. Oh my god.
You like that?
Yeah, it was good. I did enjoy that, man. Yeah, but like if you go to like one of my favorite hobbies, and you know, I know a lot of people are kind of afraid of getting old, but I often am like, there's things I look forward to. I'm like, dude, when I'm like 80, I just want to dress like a Palpatine or like a wizard and just go sit in diners and sip on coffee and just say cryptic things, you know?
One if by land, two if by sea. Like, what?
It's gonna be so good. No, but like coffee that you would get at like a diner here in the United States might have like 80 milligrams of caffeine in it, something like that, between 80 and 100. But like, yeah, these cold brews have like 250, dude. Just deep amount.
Yeah. But that's like the big boy one. I got like the JV style, like the little guy, and I was like, yeah,
it's hard hitting.
I'm good.
Yeah, no,
randomly, I would be making a video and like, I gotta do some push-ups. Like,
yeah, of course. So Platypus's picks. Okay, we're waiting on Zone. Zone is here on the return. I wonder if like people like, okay, so what? Yeah, let's see. Like 50 years from now, I wonder if people like will remember who Palpatine was, and like all these characters. Like, you think that will like live through pop culture? I
mean, 50 years from now?
Yeah. Like I feel like Vader will.
I think, I was gonna say, I think Vader will, because he's got such a. I think people relate to a Vader more than a Palpatine.
Yeah.
Especially when you know like the whole Genesis story of Anakin and all that action, right? But it's like Palpatine's just like there. He's just like, I guess maybe as you get older, you might relate to Palpatine. Like, God, these kids. You know, like maybe that makes a little bit more sense. But I don't know. It's like, think of like all the silent films or like the old Nickelodeons or some of the earliest films, and I'm sure there were pop culture references all over the place from some of those that only a few have lived through the test of time, right? Like, so I'm sure something like that'll happen.
Yeah, who knows? It's gonna be great, man. It's gonna be great.
Well, if Disney's at the head, I mean, we'll be having Darth Vader things for the next 50 years for sure.
Yeah, like that will keep the torch lit for sure. And still no counter picks from Zone, taking his time here. Fair play. Now we can theory craft a little bit about what could be done here. What old world faction could really catch these? Okay, so Slaanesh is the problem. I probably ban Slaanesh here. Okay, I probably ban Slaanesh. Although Slaanesh is a little bit more manageable on this map because of the choke points. This map has like 3 lanes essentially. So like, where do you ban vampire counts? I think you ban Slaanesh. I think you ban Slaanesh because Nurgle has a lot of counters. Like, I would say there's a lot of factions that can trade very well into Nurgle, including like the Elvish factions or any of the shooting factions. But how do you deal with vampire counts? Zeech is banned out. Khorne, the Dawi, your answer to everything now.
It's gotta be, man. I mean,
dude, you don't even like the dwarves, dude.
That's what makes it funnier.
You hate on the dwarves so much,
dude. I mean, come on, but look at it, dude. Like, it's a moving bar stool with a helmet. How am I not supposed to hate on it?
Like, man? And you could dress up as a dwarf so well too.
You're right. I could crush a dwarf cosplay.
You could crush it. Just like I would probably look more like a high elf, unfortunately. You know, although not with my current look. I just look like a homeless person right now. I have this. Have you seen The Boys?
No, I've not watched it.
You haven't seen The Boys, the show? Oh, it's so good.
I'm sorry, dude. Everyone tells me to. I gotta watch it though.
Yeah, no, I just have the filthiest beard and this like super long mustache, and just my hair goes like halfway down my back right now, dude. I just look like a barbarian.
I'm gonna get you a Wilson volleyball.
No.
Hand printed from the movie Castaway. Wilson.
Yeah.
Draw a face on it.
Yeah. So players can some questions in chat. Players cannot play they can't play the same faction twice in a series. So like you can't play Slanesh every single game. You can pick factions again, but like if you pick them before when you get to like the rubber matches and things like that. But you can only play a certain faction again. So that is that. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Warriors of Chaos today, or in general. They seem to have some good tools for sure.
You know, I am not, because it's a high stakes tournament. So a lot of people, I feel like, will go with the tried and true unless they have really workshopped out a lot of really good matchups or a lot of really good builds. Like it doesn't surprise me that we're seeing Azazel with Slanesh, but Slanesh, like you articulated so well recently, is that they're already on a really good power curve, and Azazel just is a nice little accent. Yeah. Versus like a Khorne or a Tzeentch or a Nurgle, where they have to rely on, I think, a little bit more tried and true methodology.
Yeah.
But that's purely me observing and not knowing much about it.
No, you're certainly getting a good crash course, man. And you picked it up very, very quickly. Honestly, you played very solid in the games we played earlier. So don't you stress it, man. One thing we're going to be doing as well, okay, is when the Immortal Empires launches, we've created a website, which is for hosting tournaments in the Total War community. So for anybody who's interested, you can check it out. It is totaltavern.com.
Only fans.
Totaltavern.com. And we're going to be tracking comprehensive win rates. So it'll track overall win rates for every single faction, and it will also be tracking win rates for specific matchups. So you can like click on Slanesh there. Obviously, it's not functional yet because the 23rd hasn't come, but then it will be. And you can see the win rate of Slanesh versus every single matchup. So that will be really helpful for like future balancing and things like that. So we got that going, and also there's an avatar system on there. So every time you win a game with the faction in a tournament, it will record that, and you can unlock like avatars for the different factions. So pretty excited for that. Yeah, Ryan, we got to do a head-to-head campaign, and we could even be on a team now. We could do like a 2v2 head-to-head.
Or
you
do
just
a tried and true head-to-head.
Just us fighting fisticuffs?
Just to show you, just to prove my point.
Yeah.
Excellence is in my blood.
Have you been? I saw you training on your Imrit campaign.
Dude, just getting ready, and I was just nonstop ready for it. I was like, "This, I gotta beat Turin. Just nonstop, just
sweating,
like looking at myself in the mirror." Yeah, absolutely, man. Full on training montage and everything too. Sweatband on, like shadow boxing.
So check it out, my friend. We have a Nurgle being banned by zone and Nurgle being picked. So it's going to be Nurgle versus Vampire Counts or Nurgle versus Slanesh. I would actually love to see Nurgle versus Vampire Counts. That would be a really, really fun. I've always been curious how that grind goes. I feel like whoever gets to the objective first that just locks it down is just going to win. You know?
That'll be a grinder. Dude, and if we don't get a wins of death, it'd be lovely.
So we have a question from someone in chat saying, I've never done multiplayer in Total War. Do I just randomly queue up? So yeah, if you're going to be getting into multiplayer, I would just wait till the 23rd, and then you can queue up on quick battles, which of course will give you a match, or you can join some of the various Discord communities and get matches in there. And there's a lot of great high-level players, mid-level players, new players to play with, all sorts of good stuff. So yeah, it's going to be great. Dude, I want Festus versus Helmengorst just rubbing against one another with Mortis engines. They deserve each other. They deserve each other, you know? Oh, somebody wants a Smeagol impression. Is this in the books?
It wants itself a Smeagol impression.
Dude, remember when you casted a full game like that?
It hurt my throat.
It's so good, man.
For the rest of the day, I had to drink.
It was terrible. Like, it was really, really rough.
You have the best Smeagol impression of anyone I've ever met. Like, I think yours is number
high
one.
Praise.
Pona is a very good. Professor Pona is a very good one as well, but yours is just of another world. I mean, it sounds exactly like it, and you even have that like weird echoey bass that Smeagol has in his voice. Like you managed to capture that too, which is a very like fine nuance of that.
Well, he has like a really like deep, epic voice, you know, like naturally.
Yeah, people are saying that was impressive. That was really good. Yeah,
like I said, that's high praise, Judy Bloom. Oh, Vampire Counts on Nurgle.
It's on, baby. We have the grind fest. It's going to be the two grindiest factions in the game battling on the Broken Lake Gully. Are you guys ready to see a static fight in one spot? I probably won't even have to move the camera the entire battle. This is going to be great. It's going to be good. I'm excited for this. Yes. It begins.
Post up right here and watch this fight not go anywhere.
No, it's going to be amazing, dude. It's going to be so good. So let's switch on over to the battle, make sure I have the correct map. The Broken Lake Gully is the map. And the players can start whenever they're ready. So this is the third place, best of 5. Need to fix this to fit a little bit more proper there. What are there any other like impersonations of like characters like that you can do like super well? Or is that kind of that's your jam? That's like the one you really focused on.
But like I think on the fly I can. It's like telling me like, oh, you've done stand-up comedy, tell me a joke, and I'm just like, I don't know, man.
I get that completely.
Yeah, like I blank, and like I really can't, like I can't think of it, but I in the moment I know I can.
You could just like conjure it, yeah, like when the time is right. Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
I can feel it in my bones, deep in my plums. Like it's definitely there, but
of course. Man.
It's I remember like one time when I was doing like an audition to join an improv troupe for the very first time. And they're like, okay, we're going to play a game called Characters, and all you have to do is every time we make a click or a snap, you have to change your character. And you have to do this for 2 minutes. We just want to get a sense for, are you a character style of improviser or are you not? Like, do you have that in your bones?
Yeah.
And I went through so many, but they were really worried about me because, like, man, he made a lot of Lord of the Rings references. We don't know what kind of guy this guy is. Like, he might be a loose cannon.
Are you one of those actors people who have an acting background or have done theater and whatnot, who could just like look at a page and memorize it like instantly, like super quick? Are you like that? Because my dad was like that. I remember I rode with him to an audition once in Los Angeles, and like he hadn't looked at the piece, and he just like in the car, I was like reading lines with him, and he just like memorized it in like 20 minutes, just like this huge document. Are you one of those kind of people?
I am and I'm not, because my methodology for memorizing a line was always to take the lines and write them out. Like I write them out with my own hand, because then I would pretty much memorize it. But the reason I don't act is because I'm not a good actor. Because when I'm in the middle of a scene, I'm sometimes like, this is a silly scene. So I kind of like zone out. Mm-hmm. So I always remember my cue line, and I always remember the actor's next cue line. So oftentimes I used to improv my lines. I would knew the gist of what I had to say.
Yeah.
So I would say, okay, I heard the cue line. I'll say whatever I have to say that at least is somewhat around what I have to say, and then say their cue line. And he's like, the amount of actors I would work with, be like, what did you just do to me? I'm like, I don't know. I'm not really good at this.
Yeah, that's pretty fun, man. Yeah, I remember those days back in 2006, hanging out in the old dorms. It's a long time ago, man. Isn't it crazy? It's been so long. So we got Nurgle versus Vampire Counts, like we said. You guys saw the picks and bans. If you want to switch back to a second, you can see the overall layout. So the picks for the Platypus were Slaanesh, Vampire Counts, and Nurgle, banning Tzeentch. And then we had the Nurgle pick and ban from Zone, and a Vampire Counts response. So that is the jam for this matchup. Players should be done in a second. And of course, it's something we can discuss for future events, and having a little bit more of a stringent time limit on the picks so they don't take too long.
I think putting a time limit on the picks would be a whole layer to the competition. I think would be a lot of fun. Like, hey, you got a minute, and if you don't, like, you get an extra minute after that, like not an actual literal minute. And if you don't pick up after that extra like warning time, that's a loss. Like something really
it's tricky.
intense
Like it's a tricky thing to enforce, because it's like in like, in other RTS games, you could just like start and the armies are just there. It's just normal. You just build and all that. So there's less downtime. But in Total War, like everything comes down. A lot of the game, when you have equally skilled players, comes down to army building, right? So it's such an important variable that it's tricky.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Zone have a pool, you ask? So if you look at the picks and bans, let me go ahead and explain this one more time. So going to the picks and bans here. Basically, how it works is the pool is only for the individual whose turn it is to pick. So Zone picked in the first game. If you rewind back, you can see that. But this game, it was Platypus's turn to pick first. So Platypus picks 3 factions in their pool, and those are the ones that they're going to be selecting, essentially. So hopefully that kind of explains that. So it looks like Zone is ready. Platypus is about ready. They get into it. I usually pick my armies very quickly, which I think is often my downfall. I just kind of like just throw random stuff in there. I'm like, oh yeah, let's get that big monster. That should be quite a bit of fun. All right. The wait is over. Guys, we can't have in a slow, grindy matchup, we also have to suffer in the menu waiting for them to pick their armies.
That's part of it.
It's part of the
man.
experience. Oh, dude, Hellman Gorst versus Festus. We called it.
Oh, I'm so excited. Dude. The chin versus the go-kart.
I've seen in my years of playing competitive Magic the Gathering when I was younger, and also tabletop Warhammer tournaments.
Oh no!
I have seen so many Festuses at my local game stores who probably smell of a similar fashion, dude. Festus is he's like the archetype of that, you know?
Dude, you can smell those toe corns, you know?
Oh, dude. Oh, man. I had that once. I remember I was playing it in RTT, which is basically...
You had corns?
Oh, no. I was playing it in RTT in Los Angeles, which is a small, 20-person tabletop tournament. And I remember I had this... I think he was playing Orcs. Yeah, he was playing Orcs. And he was the personification of Festus. Just this stench. And it was actually to his advantage because I stood further back from the table because it was so...
I can't tap my mana.
It was so fun. No, it wasn't in Magic.
It
wasn't in Magic. Yeah, it was... And also the air conditioning in this place went out and it was during the summer. So it was just the heat, dude. Just this smell. Oh, dude. Yeah, it was rough.
And dude, he was just looking at you, had the full anime level of he was dark, but he had glasses on. The glasses were shining. You push him up with his middle finger, your move.
Oh, dude, it was rough. Yeah, it was rough. So we're finally here. The long-awaited matchup. It's going to be Big Daddy Festus looking to what kind of a Magic deck would Festus play?
Santa Festus versus what's his name? Hellman Gorst.
So Festus is cool because he's got a Mortis Engine and an AoE heal that he can switch between. So whatever he needs, probably going to have the Mortis Engine on it first. It's going to be Chaos Warriors of Nurgle. Just the shielded variant, you might be wondering, why would you bring shields against vampire counts? Well, the reason is they have more melee defense. So you don't need the missile block chance, but the higher melee defense lets you hold longer. We have Chaos Spawn for poison and just mass. And have you seen the Barons of the Bog, Ryan? These guys are cool. They lower the mass of nearby enemies, the weapon damage, armor piercing, and so they really lower the stats of nearby enemies. So if they're in a grind in the middle, very, very cost effective. And
a great name for them too.
Isn't it good? Yeah, Nurgle always has some of the best names. But Festering Stooges and Exalted Plague Bearers, they have Holy Hand Grenades. So they can throw the grenades and potentially take out your boy Helmet if he's not paying attention. And Chaos Warriors on the side. Yeah, that's it. You like this vampire army? You like what you see?
Dude, I really am I'm over here looking at Festus and all the new Chaos Warriors. They look great, man. This is such a beautiful scenic shot. But yes, please talk about the vampire army.
Oh, no worries, man. Yeah, it's basically just everyone and their dog and their hamster and third cousin is just going to bring this copy pasta army, which is basically just Cryptor, zombie skeletons, and Hellman Gorst. It's very, very tough to remove all this. However, if anybody's going to be up to the task, certainly going to be Nurgle. Mortis Engine, equal amount of healing. They can really, really stand the test of time. Granted, the Warriors are not unbreakable, but I really like the pick of the Exalted Plague Bearers. Now, the big, big problem, though, for Nurgle here, you ready for this?
Tell it to me.
If the vampire counts get to the objective first and manage to block Nurgle off the side, I don't think they're going to be able to get it back quick enough. It's going to take 10 years for them to get that. So that's why you can see Zone is currently rushing up the Barons of the Bog to try and block the vampire counts from getting onto the objective. Because if the vampire counts are successfully able to block the really slow Nurgle Warriors and Exalted Plague Bearers off the objective, then it's going to be just really, really bad.
Just 59 speed rush.
59 is pretty fast by Nurgle standards for sure. And
I know, it's just so funny.
Looks like Chaos Warriors have great weapons on the top objective there.
Can we get a zoom in here on maybe the new Festus and some of these Chaos Warriors where these guys are slowly plotting towards each other? Let people see these new Chaos Warriors of Nurgle and how awesome they look.
Yeah, Festus is. I love how his triple chin jiggles when he walks. It's so funny. And I love the Beast of Nurgle too because he has the Slime Trail debuffs which lower melee attack. So basically Nurgle is going for a debuff blob. They have the Beast of Nurgle. They have the Barons of the Bog which lower the mass and weapon damage. And they also, of course, have Festus, who's going to be draining around him. So Nurgle has a ton of AoE debuffs, which could make them win the grind fight. And I'm really curious about that. Oh, look on the high ground. What do we have here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was zoned in again. I'm just looking at these models. They're so great. But things are going to be getting pretty wild as these armies meet up close. That's all I got to say right now because I was completely not paying attention.
No worries. The dreaded Crypt Ghouls have been summoned in. So Crypt Ghouls have been summoned to the high ground objective as Vanguard. And they do have stock. Granted, you can still see them being spawned out. But the Crypt Ghouls could come over here for sure and steal the objective from the Chaos Warrior because they couldn't catch the Crypt Ghouls and they could just kind of like dance on the objective, which would be really funny. But yeah, everything's going to come down to the middle. So basically, we can just sit here and just breathe heavily from our mouths and just watch this fight. So the Harbinger of Pestilence is active. So now the Mortis Engine is active. Going to be draining down the vampiric units. And look at those Crypt Horrors taking quite a beating from the Barons of the Bog.
Yeah, they're really getting drained hard. Like that was pretty impressive. Like those Barons are really just getting there chopping away.
I feel like whoever just like gets this objective first is going to have a huge chance of winning. Exalted Plague Bearers have not thrown their Holy Hand Grenades yet. I would imagine they'll go after the Crypt Horrors and or Helman Gorst. Mortis Engine is the ability of choice, but both sides are being Mortis at this point. But I like that the Exalted Plague Bearers are being kept away from Helman a little bit, so they're not getting caught. And it looks like a zombie summon coming down. Shouldn't do that much. And the Vampire Counts have now taken the capture weight on the objective. It's going back and forth pretty heavily, actually. And look at the high ground here. Ghouls are changing their mind.
Yeah, it's joining right into that center fray. Like that third point's kind of pretty much alone. I feel like
you see it, Winds of Death. But honestly, that was actually not bad. It actually killed zombies, and the Nurgle units tanked that Winds of Death pretty well. I mean,
yeah, a lot better than I thought they were going to.
Dude, their HP pool is massive. It's like 13 or 14,000, so they can really take those shots. And now we have a laggy and a grindy battle here in the middle. So this is nobody's got that objective yet, dude. It's just going back and forth.
Yeah, I feel like they're both like, okay, I think they're all in on this third objective, and whoever loses it, I think loses the game. Like, I think they're both that mindset, because they've started to just divert stuff that was on the flanks into those objectives. The only thing that has like a sizable force is up the first capture point, and even then, Platypus is bringing down zombies and skeleton spearmen into that into the center point right there.
Dude,
we do have some Black Knights and some Ghouls though trying to make a play onto the Chaos Warriors with great weapons on.
I love this play. I think this is really good. The Black Knights won't do a ton of damage against these Chaos Warriors. Chaos Warriors do have great weapons and they get the countercharge. The Black Knights will take casualties. But with the Golems coming around as well as the Dire Wolves, it's going to be a little bit problematic. We do get some Nurglings coming in, which is a decent response. Nurglings have good capture weight and probably could fight the Golems relatively well. We have to make sure that the Chaos Warriors get back on the objective and don't chase away. That would be really, really bad. But I like the Vampire Counts going for this. Dude, look at nobody is getting the middle objective. Just nobody. It's just...
Dude, look at the backline flank with the Spearmen, though.
Uh-oh. The dreaded Vampire Count 23 zombie speed flank
here.
Oh,
another wind down! And it whiffed, unfortunately. It didn't do enough damage.
Yeah,
it just kind of bounced off those Chaos Warriors and Nurgle and went ripping over.
So Nurgle gets the middle objective. That's pretty big. And your boy Festus is having a good old time, just, wagging that chin around. He's going to be draining these guys down. And a lot of the game might actually come down to, can Nurgle hold its backfield objective? Because it seems like the Haggard Vampire Counts have met their match in terms of draining. Like, the Nurgle units, like the Exalted Plague Bearers, look at them on the side. The Festering Stooges just care not. They are just grinding through zombies and Crypt Horrors. They're healing passively. All the AoE debuffs, too. Like, look at the Vampire Counts melee attack. Like, it's lowered across the board from the Beast of Nurgle. And also from the Barons of the Bog. I really like the Nurgle debuff blob. It feels really good.
Yeah, what's really cool too is Zone was like, okay, I'm losing a little bit with these Chaos Warriors of Nurgle. I'm gonna pull them back from the center fight because I just need these the Spawn and the Beast of Nurgle to pretty much just kind of keep things occupied. Like, look in that center part. Yeah, it's just pretty much the Cultist, the Beast, and the Spawn holding back that entire little tide right there. And that's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, and again, I didn't see the Cultist. A really good catch there. The Cultist has debuffs too. He has the Icon of Eternal Virulence, which lowers stats, and then he also has another debuff, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. No, just that one for now. So yeah, like the Vampire Count's army there, their stats are just so much weaker. Now, as far as the high ground goes, it looks like Nurgle's been able to defend. The Golems were able to chew through the Nurglings, but it looks like the Chaos Warriors are holding. And now we see some Marauders with great weapons being sent in, which should trade okay into some of these heavy cav. But look at this, Vampire Counts are actually starting to wrestle back a little bit of capture weight in the middle.
Yep, they're definitely starting to push it up a little bit here. They are losing those objective points. And I think a big thing was because those Chaos Warriors broke and actually pushed off the point now. So they lost a lot of capture weight with those Warriors, which are now no longer there. It's, for the most part, monstrous infantry. They're getting some Nurglings on. That's probably going to give them a little bit more weight here. But I think that's got to be the thing that Zone's got to do is keep those lower. Uh-oh, another wind coming down?
Yeah, it'll do a little bit of damage.
They're not these Festering Stooges.
Oh, that was actually a lot. That did a lot better than last time. But look at that. They still like kind of hold on to their leadership. Yeah, they're stable actually and still healing. One thing to note is that the vampire counts are not defending their backfield objective. So if you look at objective 1, it is open. So if Nurgle wanted to like save a critical mass of supplies and maybe go for a back cap, they certainly could, while also continuing to maintain the grind in the middle. But Hellman Gorst is actually getting beaten down by the cultist. If Hellman were to fall, that would make a big difference. Then Nurgle would be the one with the buffs. And as far as the activated abilities, it looks like Festus has turned on the healing, I think. Yeah, it looks like the healing potions have come. Fury's being sent in. And the back objective of Nurgle is safe. Chaos Warriors have held it like champs, taking out the Crypt Ghouls there. And we do see an exalted hero of Nurgle. You see this? These guys are so cool looking.
Ooh, a guy who just snuck in over. Dude, they are one of...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at that guy, dude. Like, are you zooming in? I can't tell.
I am. I'm zooming in on him. I got you covered,
He's so
dude.
sick. Like, one of my favorite models is the Chaos Lord of Nurgle they released in resin. That is just this big, hulking, badass. Very similar to the way that this exalted hero looks. Like, so sick.
Yeah, and he's going for a back cap. Do we see anything else being summoned in? We do see some Nurglings, although did he use the Vanguard point? He did. Vampire counts they did get the middle objective. So Nurgle has lost the Royal Rumble in the middle in terms of the objective. That's not to say they don't have good fighting. What the Vampire counts did is they parked a bunch of Direwolves on the side of the objective to get the capture weight, because Direwolves have the capture weight of infantry. So very, very strong tactics. But Nurgle, again, might still be able to win the grind in the long run. And Nurgle does have a points lead based on the engagements earlier. So there's certainly a chance of them getting that back, while also having the Exalted Hero up here starting to steal objective number 1.
Cap. With some Nurgling reinforcements, too. Nurglings are going to be great, like you said earlier, to kind of help tip up that capture weight as well.
Yeah, and the Crypt Ghouls have been pretty useful assets too. Having them be able to stock, you don't really know if your opponent's coming for it, and it doesn't look like Nurgle has any reinforcements here. So there's a pretty high likelihood that Nurgle might actually lose this objective with triple Crypt Ghouls on it, plus some Direwolves coming up. Yeah, Nurgle's for sure going to be losing objective 3. We see Nurglings popping in. Will they get there quick enough is the question. But essentially they're trading. Nurgle is going to be taking the home objective with the Vampire counts with their Exalted Hero and Nurglings, which is a very, very nice play. Now, Nurgle might be able to maintain their lead if they do somehow manage to defend this back objective, but I don't see that happening here. So some folks in chat asking, yeah, there's a little bit of lag between the players. One of them's US, one's Germany, and of course we have Sparty and I. So it does happen sometimes, but hopefully it's not too bad. Warriors moving
got that first capture point here. The center point was having a little bit of the same action for Nurgle where they were parked. They had parked some Marauders and some Warriors in the corner. Yeah. But Platypus saw that and summoned some zombies onto it, kind of get them up in the fight, get them fighting. Gorst is over here pretty much like well insulated, just helping out this whole cadre here with Necromancer to help reinforce him. And Festus is also kind of just sitting pretty right in the center of the fight.
Yeah, the middle is kind of rotating back and forth. Like, the thing that's really good about Festus is he doesn't need to be in combat to apply his Mortis Engine effect, his drain. So he could just kind of sit there and drain multiple angles by just standing in between them, which is very good. We see the double Exalted Hero or just one? So one Exalted Hero, Nurglings have rotated down, and he's actually not even defending the objective he just took, which I think could be a little bit of a mistake. Chaos Warriors trying to defend the high ground, but the Vampires using their mobility, and this is one of the reasons why I feel like Vampire counts are favored in this matchup a little bit, is simply because they have a huge mobile advantage. But Nurgle summons in Chaos Warriors with great weapons and is kind of playing the long game of coming up here and trying to recapture this, but Big Daddy Nurgle, man, he's not having any mercy in the middle.
I'd like to see that hero on Gorst. He's got a pretty good opening. You just kind of jump into it, at least put some pressure onto him.
Dude, look at Festus. Have you seen the giant tentacle coming out of his back that just carries his staff?
Yeah, I love it, dude. Just holds the staff for him.
Yeah, it's pretty great. And Gorst, I'm surprised Gorst is being allowed to live. There's a couple characters that could be hunting him down. He's already very low, but he's been able to mortis down these Warriors and Marauders, which is problematic. And it looks like Nurgle is going to get this objective. Huge winds of death about to come in.
Oh my god. Festus has done 185 kills and almost 82,000 damage dealt.
Yeah, I mean, the zombies and skeleton HP he's been able to drain is just nuts, and Nurgle really needs to get this objective. If they don't manage to get this objective here, I think they're going to be in a very precarious situation, because Vampire counts are on their way back to re-securing objective 1 here. If the Nurglings can fight off the Dire Pack, we'll have to see. And Nurgle is just barely not getting this middle objective. Meanwhile, their Warriors at home are moving up.
Barely held on.
Yeah. Oh, Nurgle does have it.
Yeah, no, they do.
I was reading it wrong. Okay, Nurgle does have the objective, so then they're in a decent situation for sure. And Furies, nice. Summoning in Furies on the high ground to chase these Direwolves and rear charge them. So he goes around and he's going to break them. That is huge. And Nurgle does maintain their lead, which is very, very impressive.
Oof, this has been such a a war of attrition at center point, and like almost everything was diverted there with like just nice little vestiges on the left and right side to kind of keep pressure on the other points.
Yeah.
Point 3 obviously now has gone back to Platypus, but point 1 is firmly still held by Nurgle, especially after that little drive off there. With the center cap point though at a 50-50 now, they're losing it back to the vampire counts yet again.
Yeah, there's not a lot of Nurgle infantry left. Like, a lot of the warriors got buckled off by Helm and Gorst. He does have the Exalted Hero here, and you can see the capture weights kind of going back and forth a little bit. Black Knights moving in, we have Crypt Horrors moving in, Vampires looking like they might be able to wrestle that. We will have to see. And up on the high ground, those Chaos Warriors are getting through the Crypt Ghouls, but that's going to take some time. I feel as if Nurgle probably has to start planning to play the high ground a little bit. They're still sending more stuff into the middle, but, you know, it's going to be very tight. The Vampire Counts seem to have gotten some good momentum there, and they're also very flimsy on Objective 1. Like, that's the Vampire Counts' home objective. They could summon in some, like, Blood Knights or Heavy Cav and take that back, and yes, we do see that. So we see the Black Knights with Lances and Barding being summoned in, and nice play with the Furies, though, applying poison and delaying the rate at which they get that objective back.
Man.
Scrappy fight,
This is getting pretty scrappy, but I think that there's just so much left for the vampire counts. Like, do you think that the vampire counts have this? Or
It's very close. I think Nurgle can
fight
win
it
it.
back.
If Nurgle can somehow wrestle Objective 3 here, I think that's the proper play. And right as I say that, we do see some Marauders of Nurgle coming out to help fight that. The Chaos Warriors, of course, are fighting well, but being surrounded by 2 angry golems is going to be tough, right? The Crypt Ghouls are, you know, they're trying to poke through that armor, but man, those Chaos Warriors of Nurgle are tanky. They have really high melee defense for a great weapon unit. And now we see the Exalted Hero of Nurgle coming up to the high ground to try and give the capture weight, because Nurgle basically has 4,000 points. This is going to be a super close game. They need to get some Plague Toads up here. Like, Plague Toads would be the best bet, dude. That would just crush these Crypt Ghouls off and probably give Nurgle that back. But having Festus in the middle draining is giving Nurgle a constant threat on the middle as well. But it looks like we are seeing a slight advantage for Nurgle, but look at the double Black Knights over here trying to take down these Nurglings. This could be a big factor as well.
So, out of curiosity, why hasn't there been any kind of alpha strike on Gorse, who only has 2,000 health left?
I have a feeling that
I
Gorse...
say that, and it's happening.
Yeah, Festus is going after Gorse now. I have a feeling Gorse has been driving his corpse cart through his own units, which has been making it difficult. Obviously, from the bird's eye view, it might not look like a big deal, but yeah, man, the balance is actually going for Nurgle in the middle. Currently, if we look at the objectives, Nurgle does own 1, 2 is by the Vampire Counts, and 3 is by the Vampire Counts, but Nurgle does have their warriors here, as well as the Marauders, who look to have the capture weight, and having the Exalted Hero of Nurgle here on horseback, he's too cool in his armor to actually help fight, but he is going to be giving the capture weight back to the forces of Nurgle, which is going to be very strong. And it looks like the forces of the Plague God might be in a winning position here. Top objective is going to be taken, but it looks like they might get the middle back, dude. This is really, really close, actually.
It just goes right back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
You know what? I think the Vampire Counts, if they manage to get the 2 cap here, they might win it. Yeah, no, I thought Nurgle was going to be able to get that. The weight was going for them, and it's very, very back and forth here. But Nurgle needs to wrestle this objective quick. Now, Nurgle does have the 2 cap for now, but Objective 1 has now been taken, and there's going to be a huge onslaught of Black Knights and Heavy Cav moving down to the low ground here, which is probably going to seal the doom of Nurgle, actually, now that I look at the overall state of the battlefield, because Nurgle isn't going to have the capture weight to get the middle back. And Vampire Counts are probably one of the hardest factions in the game to steal objectives from. Like you've seen, the 2 Haggard Mortis Engine characters just running around one another, draining. I mean, Festus probably has over 5,000 value. We'll look at the end of the game, but I would wager it's pretty high. We do see some Spawn of Nurgle coming in, but again, I think this is why Counts are favored, is because the Counts can just intercept Nurgle's reinforcements and really, really play the objective game incredibly well. Now, Nurgle has been passed by the Vampire Counts, guys. Festus's triple chin is not going to save him now, but those Exalted Plague Bears from the beginning have been doing so good. They're still fighting, actually.
You know, I think like the big... kind of looking at this retrospect, and obviously from the advantage of being able to see the whole entire battlefield all the time, I think the biggest misstep was the fact that Gorse was pretty much just on his own for a long time, inches from the champion. I think the champion could have dumpstered Gorse, or at least put pressure on Gorse to push him around or make units kind of get displaced a little bit, and I think that cost Zone the game, because it was honestly like right at a pivotal kind of tipping point where he just could have easily won.
Very close game, and I agree with your assessment. You hit it right on the head, man. Beautiful stuff. If Helman Gorse had been killed, which I think it was possible to kill him, that would have been probably GG, and Nurgle would have won most likely, because then there would be more Nurgle infantry that weren't being drained down. Now, looking at the value, Festus with 5,700, which makes sense. They're both
so insane.
They're both spamming infantry into a Mortis engine, right? So they're both going to be crazy. 5,700 for Festus and 5,600 for Helmengorst. Absolute insanity, dude. Absolute insanity. So I love the build from Nurgle, though. Like the debuff build, like the Cultists plus the Barons plus the Festus and then the Beast of Nurgle being summoned in. That was a really nice debuff blob. And of course, Helmengorst just cackling all the way to the bank as the mobility came in and won the game in the end. Like the Black Knights swamping Nurgle off the side objectives is something they do very well. Now Nurgle does have heavy cav. They have Chaos Knights now, but it's not going to be quite as cheap. They are very expensive to save up for. So that was a really cool game, actually. I enjoyed that one quite a bit despite the lag.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the worst thing about watching a match like that is that it is a grindy attrition match, and you don't get like those kind of pivotal big like swamping plays. But it's always fun to see how those kind of mechanics layer into themselves and kind of lead to these really long style of like, yep, this is draining this is recovering this has got low attack here, so on and so forth.
Yeah, cool usage too of the heroes too. I like seeing the Exalted Hero bouncing around, and he just looks so cool. That giant like Baroque armor he's got on, and then just that like great weapon. It's just like there's so many things about that character that just looks so cool. So we got a 1-1 series, man. This is best of 5. This is for third place, so there's some serious marbles on the line here. So taking a look at the next map that we are going to be jumping into, let's go ahead and see. It is going to be Arnheim. So Arnheim is a cool map. I actually really like it. It's good for artillery factions and factions that like to shoot down range, because there's 2 objectives on the low ground, both of which can be covered by artillery. So there's a lot of sneaky plays. A lot of sneaky plays they can do here. So any predictions? You think we're going to be seeing the dreaded High Elves? You think your people will rise from the ashes like a phoenix? And
I think we both know what's coming.
Slaanesh? Vampire
The
counts?
dwarves.
The dwarves, the dreaded Dowie? Dude, if there was a dwarf map, this is a good one for them. Because what's really, really, really cool about dwarves on this map, okay, is that you can take your gyrocopters and fly up and down the cliff and cover the whole battlefield pretty well. So if your opponent's playing a faction that doesn't have like harpies or furies, gyros can actually do so much work here. It's very micro intensive, but I've had games won by using like double gyro bomber and just like flying around and nuking infantry off objectives. So yeah, it's pretty great, man.
Oh, I was going to say the map is shown is not Arnheim, but it is now updated.
Yeah, it will be.
It is updated. Who's in Germany? Is it Zone or is it Menacing?
Zone is, I believe, from Germany, and the Platypus is here in the States.
Oh, okay.
So somebody in chat asking how much does the Champion of Nurgle cost? It depends on what kit you bring him with. So with that kit, which was no abilities and the horse, I believe he costs like 1,000 or 1,100. Yeah, he's pretty strong. I mean, it's an armor-piercing character, so he is very, very beast mode. 100%. This is for third place, correct? And you can see in the little tooltip in the top, well, we had it up before when we were in the match, but it should say third place or whatever the respective series is going to be. Festus?
1,500 for first place, 1,000 for second, and 500 for third, I believe, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. We can show you the bracket right now, so if you guys want to see the overall bracket, we will show you. So there we go. We have Reginald, Puggington, and Houseplant waiting to play in the grand finals, and this is a third place match between the individuals who did drop in the semifinals. So this is Zone facing off against the Platypus for third place. So whoever wins this will be earning the third place prize, and then we will have the grand finals after that. So there are the brackets. You can also see the day 1 games. We had Zone versus Ranger, Reginald versus Random Nix, Evenstar versus the Houseplant, and Grim versus the Platypus. So there you have it. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, Nurgle almost had that. It was a close game. It was a very, very close game. All right, so here we are. Let's see what the guys are going to pick and ban here. Zone has come in, and he's got Vampire Counts, Warriors of Chaos, who I would love to see today, actually, and Lizardmen. It is on. Now
it is on.
We got to see what his ban is, though. He hasn't typed his ban yet. I would really, really like to see an Empire game. You know who one of the better Empire players in the entire community is, though, right? Houseplant.
Oh, really?
Houseplant.
I thought you were gonna say Romulan Dog.
Romulan Dog, he loves his Doom Wheels if he's here in chat. But Romulan Dog, I think, usually plays Skaven. I think that's one of his favorites. But yeah, no, Houseplant is a super good Empire player. So Houseplant made it to the grand finals. It is best of 5. So there's a chance we could see the Empire. But overall, they're very tough to play. I think many people have been kind of struggling with them in some of the earlier testing. Great Unclean one. Yeah, he could be good too.
We haven't seen any Skaven today at all, right?
No, they were picked, but in a pool of 3, but they weren't ultimately selected. They were not ultimately selected here. I would like to see some dwarves. Okay. Dwarves versus Warriors of Chaos, I feel might be doable. The only problem is Warriors of Chaos will come in with like a ton of great weapons and chariots, and they also have access to these really powerful lords. Like you could go with Festus too. So the Warriors of Chaos have access to all the unique god-specific factions can bring Azazel, Valkia, all that, right? But the Warriors of Chaos have access to all of them. So they don't have the demons, but they can bring any of the mortal champions, like Valkia, Azazel, like all that stuff. So
why haven't we seen Be'lakor though?
Be'lakor is very expensive, but he does have Pit of Shades. And I think Be'lakor saw some play yesterday. He's very good and very hard to kill, but he's a big centerpiece. I think if we're going to see Be'lakor, it'd be with Demons of Chaos, because Demons of Chaos have a ton of cheap stuff that allows you to bring Be'lakor a little bit easier. So, yeah. We will have to see. We will have to see. So, banning Warriors of Chaos.
Indeed.
So the Warriors of Chaos were banned. It seems like they've been getting banned out quite a bit today. Them and Tzeentch have really been like the full
Well,
set.
I think it kind of makes sense, right? Like the Slaanesh and Warriors of Chaos, and trying to make sure that like we don't get that full like mix of that action.
Dude, you know what's crazy about Warriors of Chaos too, man? Is the fact that Slaanesh, Warriors of Chaos can bring 4 marked units, so they can bring all the Slaanesh cav, like cheap cav. So they just get like really heavy metal roster with Slaanesh cav, which is insane. Yeah, nuts, dude. Nuts. Absolutely insane.
I mean that's kind of why I like Warriors of Chaos though. It's like they have that like ability to kind of mix across every single thing, and I've always liked that, right? Like they can be, you can just don't need to be one set god. You can go more of an undivided route, which I like a lot more.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. And they can bring Sigvald, Archeon, Kolek. Kolek's pretty cool. He got some nice changes. He just got some new activated abilities that give him extra strength, and Archeon, of course, got massively reworked. So could see him. Archie's pretty good, but I would still say some of the Mortals of Chaos, like Festus and Valkia, would probably be a little bit of a stronger choice overall. But I would love to see like Foot Archeon or Archeon on his new horse. You saw how they reworked the horse, yeah? Hello, you still there, Ryan? Did Sparty disconnect? Oh, okay. He went to go grab some water real quick. Okay, just silence, just talking to myself. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll see a wild high elf pick. Who knows? Platypus has been known to pick some cool stuff. Maybe even a wild Grand Cathay pick. Now he'll be back. I think he just went to go get some water. He just didn't say anything. He just disappeared in the night, dude. Just left me all alone in the shadows. All right. So what is the counter pick going to be? Hopefully we'll get it soon. Yeah, Be'lakor is for sure one of the stronger duelists in the entire game. Like really, really strong. I don't know who could go fisticuffs with Be'lakor and beat him in a fight. I don't know if anybody could. Malice maybe with like the demon form active too, but dude, like Be'lakor has healing. He's got Lore of Shadows, which is insane. I suppose not for dueling. So Sparty has ascended from all the caffeine he took. Oh my god, that's funny. I'm the one who's super wired on caffeine. No, Tyrion would get his butt kicked by Be'lakor super hard. Like he's good and all, but it's not gonna be enough. Kolek versus Be'lakor would be interesting. Yeah, Kolek might be able to do it with Star Crusher active plus his Fury of the Tempest, his new ability. Maybe Scarbrand also might be able to take down Be'lakor. Yeah, with all of his activated abilities. Kugath definitely not. Kugath would live. So somebody in chat asks, why did he pick Warriors and then ban him? That ban is for the opponent. So his opponent cannot pick Warriors. He has them in his pool. Now, Platypus gets to come back with his faction pick and a ban now. But he just can't pick that. So Platypus is going to go with Nurgle. So they're going to be switching this time. All right. So it is going to be a Nurgle pick. Didn't Platypus just play Nurgle? Hold on a sec. Or was it the other way around? No. Platypus was Vampire Counts. Okay, so we got Nurgle being picked. And he's banning Lizardmen. So Lizardmen are the ban, actually. So that's smart because Lizardmen actually karate chop Nurgle super well, and I'll explain why in a second. So Lizardmen are banned, and Nurgle is picked. So it's Nurgle versus Vampire Counts again on Arnheim, or it's going to be Warriors of Chaos versus Nurgle, which is going to be the jam. I really, really wish we could have Empire here. That would just bring me such joy. Oh, that would just bring me such joy. What can you do, man? You can't have it all. So here's why Nurgle gets wrecked. So Lizardman Infantry can go fisticuffs with Nurgle Infantry pretty well. But on top of that, what Lizardmen do is they bring like a million chameleon skinks, and they also can bring salamanders to just like roast the Nurgle stuff. Like Nurgle just gets their goose cooked super hard. And it looks like it's going to be a reverse. So they're going to be switching sides. It's going to be vampire counts versus the forces of Nurgle, which should be quite a bit of fun.
Do you need water?
I'm good.
Coffee? Anything?
I'm good, Norm. Thank you. Appreciate it. Lovely wife stopping by, saying hello. So it's going to be a reverse now. Now, I think on this map, guys, it's actually going to be even worse for Nurgle because the cav is going to be more relevant. On the other map, it was more of like a blob, but yeah, time to get some coffee. That's right, baby. Join me. Dude, Sparty, we thought you disappeared into the night for good.
Oh, sorry. No, I messaged you real quick and said, hey, getting water real fast. I don't know about you, man, but like if I don't stay like, oh, okay, yeah, caffeine jokes, blah, 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 blah. If I don't drink water, that like gets me. I get drained. Like, I mean, I get dehydrated, obviously, right? But I'm irritable. I'm hot. I'm warm. I'm like, don't touch me. Take the elephant. Like, I'm just not having a good time.
Well, the shroud of the morning has dissipated. Like, and you know, if we hadn't had the Steam servers crash, we would probably be like finishing the grand finals right now too. So that was a little bit of a bummer because it's like 91 degrees here now. So like it's starting to get hot, and I'm starting to sweat. So it's on. I'm gonna have to get a towel to wipe down soon. Oh man, oh, it's brutal, dude.
That's so disgusting.
It is, but it's true.
Meanwhile, my AC has kicked on, and I look behind me, and my dog is like passed out on his back. Like,
yeah, what an adorable creature. You know, with me, when I'm like casting, if I have like AC shooting on me, the dry air like dries out my throat and nose, and I just like I suffer.
Dude, in general,
Yeah.
I used to be like put that AC down to 68 type of person.
Yeah,
but I mean, at night it's a desert, right? So desert kind of gets here, at least gets like a high desert gets colder.
Yeah,
and if the AC like just pumps, I don't feel good. Like I wake up, like I'll just like cold and congested, like
yeah.
Like I can't hang anymore with it. I don't like it as much. Like I like being in a cold house, but I don't like cold AC on me when I'm trying to sleep or whatever.
No, I agree, dude. It's rough. It's definitely not fun. Somebody in chat asking, are zombies expendable? Yeah, they are. Zombies are expendable, but skeletons are not. So that's why skeletons are so good to spam for vampire counts, because they're surprisingly durable, especially with the Mortis engine, like healing them in AoE. And they just cost like nothing. It takes so long to get rid of them. Well, these two factions should be banned. Well, the thing is, this is a best of 5, and we're 1-1 right now. So, like after this, we've already had. I guess we had, yeah. So there will just be no more vampire counts or Nurgle for the rest of this series, but most likely Slaanesh. But I'm curious who would play against Slaanesh, considering like some of the usual counters have been taken out. Yeah, who knows, man? It's the downside of getting old. Yeah, I hear you. Is it just me, Ryan, or when I like every time I sit up, you know, nowadays,
Mm-hmm.
I make like do you make a sound as well? Like whenever like your knees or something, you're just like, oh, like every time I sit up from a couch or a chair or something, you know, it just
I have the advantage. I stretch a lot. Like I stretch before I start working. I stretch like usually after like I'll stream or something like that, and then I stretch again for like a whole hour at the gym. Like I spend a lot of time.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And looks like it is indeed going to be counts versus Nurgle. Okay, I thought they were going to be switching something, but it looks like that is the case. I would like to see Blood Knights. Blood Knights are ubiquitously very good against Nurgle. They kill any large Nurgle threat. So they'll dominate the Nurgle cav, toads, spawn, and the only thing they probably wouldn't trade well into is Nurgle warriors, like with like great weapons or something like that. So they can for sure ride things down. Like, you know, any of the squishy demons. That's what's really cool about Blood Knights in general, is they kind of serve dual purpose of being very good against large stuff and also against small. I'm really surprised we didn't see any Blood Knights last game, but they must come on Arnheim. Like, this is such a good map for them. I don't know how Nurgle's going to hold it. Like, I really don't know how they're going to be holding it against those guys. So, Sparty is flexible. Yeah, he is. Unlike me. Yeah. Dude,
I'm like one of those things you see on top of a car dealership, those wind socks that's just like dancing in the wind the whole time.
Can you do the splits?
I cannot do the splits, but I can like lay against the wall and like I can get my like my foot all the way up, like just shy of my nose.
Yeah. That would be pretty impressive. That's some serious stuff, because you're a big guy too, so like that type of flexibility, you think it would be very hard
Dude, it's like to dance the night away with these hips that don't lie.
I wonder. So we'll probably see Gorst again. It's pretty obvious that he's super meta. I think that Creative Assembly for sure needs to change him and make his corpse card cost more. Otherwise, it's just going to be him always. The other options are all just moot. For Nurgle, I think you have some variants of options. I think you could go for Festus, and he's very good and cheap and allows you to have a wider army. But I also think that a Great Unclean One could be very good here. Like a basic Great Unclean One who's a little bit faster because they have like 36 speed, so they can actually chase some things. And the Great Unclean One might be able to bully Gorst away. So if he's there, he can like chase Helm and Gorst and, hit him with that big 500 plus weapon strength, which I think could be very, very strong for sure. I don't know. I would like to see that. As far as Nurgle Air Force goes too, they could go... I wonder about like Plague Force 1. So if we saw like a Rotfly Air Force just like controlling the high ground
Plague Force
objective,
1.
that could be pretty cool, I think. I think there's some real neat options for sure. So we'll have to see. We will have to see.
I love that. I so one thing like, okay, we're getting this DLC. Cool, sure, whatever. That's great. I'm excited. But what in the future do you want to see added in? Because I want to see like a Lothern Skycutter to do the old school. There used to be a thing called the High Elf Flying Circus that was just like eagles and phoenixes and dragons and skycutters. Like it was ridiculous because you didn't have the requirement to, you have to land things and stuff like that. Like that wasn't a thing in tabletop. So is there anything that you want to see added into the game, either a unit, a race, a campaign, whatever it is?
I would like to see the Empire get their extra units that they're missing, just because I'm very biased. So personally, I would love to see the Celestial Huracanum be added, which would be so cool, dude. Like that's such a cool piece of equipment. And so in tabletop, the Huracanum buffs like nearby units, but it also has access to celestial magic. So it can drop like Comets of Cassandora and Chain Lightnings and stuff, I think. So that would be really cool for the Empire. I would also like to see some of the knightly orders be added in. I think that'd be really cool for the Empire. If like,
oh man, great shout. I've totally I always forget about those guys.
And the Empire is super popular. Like I think they, in the history of Total War Warhammer, are the hands down the most played faction in campaign. And I think for multiplayer, like they have some campaign exclusive units, which I think would be cool to add as RORs. Like give us the Carroburg Greatswords. Just let them be played in multiplayer. The Empire is already weak. Like it's not going to make that big of a difference. And give us the Knights of More. Just let us have some knights that cause fear. That would be so awesome. And I think like not every campaign specific unit, but like a lot of those you could just add in. And there's 2 Empire characters that we're missing.
Leitdorf?
Marius, and then there's the other one. There's the
crazy dude.
No, not Marius, not the Elector Count of Averland over there. It's it's the Reichsmarshal of the Empire, Ludwig Schwarzhelm, I think. Ludwig?
Yes. Ludwig. Because I'm like, no, man, it's Marius Leitdorf. I'm like, no, that's the Averland guy. I'm just hung up on the Averland guy. I like the crazy guy.
Yeah, so there's lots of, and Kurt Helborg is the other one, I think.
Kurt Helborg, yeah, that's the standard bearer guy, right?
So I would love to see those guys added, and I would also really like to see an Ulrich DLC because, again, I think people would go nuts if Boris Todbringer got his own faction and he had some like Ulrich Knights. He has to. Knights the White Wolf.
Well,
but also a fully fledged out like sub faction kind of. So like,
right,
like seeing them
Ulrich and everything like that.
Yeah, seeing them get like some like berserker type infantry that like plays pretty different from the Empire, maybe a little bit more melee focused, and then also I would love to see Musion, like seeing a really kind of like grim dark like Bretonnian undead hybrid faction would be so rad. Like sign me up for that all day. Yeah.
What's his name? Lore Master of Sotek's favorite character, Lady Elspeth von Draken.
Yeah.
Who would be riding a dragon. That's his favorite character. He loves that character.
Yeah. Be rad. Be super cool. There's like tons of great options. So we've loaded into the battle and taking a look at the Nurgle forces. It's going to be a very different build. He's actually playing what I like to call the Walking Dead style, which is like super wide with infantry. He's got Plague Bearers into the Sunset, which are honestly trade pretty cost effectively into all the vampires except Graveguard. And the Vampire Counts brought Graveguard with Sternsman. Okay, so it's going to be a little tough. But it's going to be Spawn of Nurgle backed up by Plague Bearers. And then we have Festus for a Mortis Engine, which will deal with the Graveguard. So I like this army. It's very, very strong. But my only concern is they're going to go take Objective 3, and then Nurgle's going to be like, hey, guys, I want to go play on the low ground. And in this choke point, the Vampire Counts are just going to spam zombie summons and block them. That's my only concern. And for the Vampire Counts, What do you got here, man? Just
It's
Graveguard?
going to
mostly?
be tons of Graveguard. And Graveguard with great weapons. We also have just a little bit of Crypt Horrors and the backline of some skeletons here. And then we're going to be seeing just a Necromancer, like just a real kind of wide elite army, at least for the vampire counts, which is different, right? We saw when we took a look at the previous army, it was the same thing of ghouls, or not ghouls. Well, ghouls were there, but zombies, skeletons, and Crypt Horrors. We don't have that here. We have more of an elite center line here with the Graveguard, and the Stern's been giving that regen onto the Graveguard too as they kind of plod their way downfield. I like this deployment too because they're stretching into the first and the second point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great point, man. Absolutely. Necromancer stroking his Forbidden Rod, getting a little bit of a Winds of Magic charge. And as far as the magic goes, we have Winds of Death and Raise Dead. And then on the other, the Gorst is here. So he's been summoned. The other Necromancer is going to be hiding in the trees. This guy is just going to be sitting here stroking his Forbidden Rod in the woods. Very, very strange stuff. But Helm Gorst just came in with the Mortis Engine. So very similar in terms of the main functionality. But for the Vampire Count core, it's just Graveguard spam, which is very weak against Mortis Engine. Crypt Horrors are nice against Mortis Engine because they don't really get affected by it, so it gives you sustained fighting power, but we'll have to see how this fight goes. Now, Nurgle going for the high ground, but I'm really concerned Nurgle's going to struggle to get down to the middle here. I'm really, really concerned for that.
Yeah, I mean, hung up on the Forbidden Rod thing, man. Like,
it's forbidden, dude. It's the forbidden fruit.
It's forbidden. No one touches the Forbidden Rod.
I love it, man. Oh my god.
Oh my god, and Helm Gorst just coming in dirty with that thing. It's like you just said, they're gonna just.
You remember in the movie Troy when Brad Pitt? Well, I should say when Brad Pitt like duels Boagrius in the beginning when Achilles does, and the two armies are like meeting. Remember?
And he tells the kid that's why your name will never be remembered.
No. He when Achilles is fighting the champion of the enemy army, and they just have the champions fight to settle the battle and spare the soldiers. I feel like Festus and Helm Gorst should just get into a cage match just so we don't have to watch another grind, and whoever wins that fight just settles it once and for all, you know?
Yeah, and I hope he has the same death animation he does in Troy. Like when he dies, getting shanked over his neck, and he looks like he's just having a really bad sunburn. He's like, ah.
To be fair, that's pretty good. To be fair, the spawn of Nurgle, I mean, Festus would for sure kick Helm Gorst's butt. He is a much better fighter than Gorst. But
dude, when Jay Leno slaps you with that chin, you got nothing but to concede.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, no, I like that. That's a nice reference there.
Stole it from chat. Someone said Jay Leno in chat. I was like, that's a good one.
That's pretty good. I think the spawn win this in terms of just fighting pure Graveguard, but this is my concern for Nurgle is that they're going to get just trapped in this this bottleneck here, and they're not going to be able to escape. Festus needs to get down there. This matchup, Nurgle doesn't really have too many tricks in terms of ambushing side objectives and things like that. You really have to plan, have a very direct game plan with Nurgle and just stick to it. They're not a faction that adjusts really well on the fly. They really don't.
Look at the reinforcements. Just tons of zombies just zoning in.
That's so horrible. Oh my god. Look at this filth, guys. Just look at this. Oh my god. It's literally 10 zombies just shambling to that objective. Bro, they have 12,000 HP apiece.
Dude, look at the Exalted Hero from Platypus just going right onto these skeleton spearmen too. A bold move, Cotton.
Well, the spears are probably going to actually give him some problems too. And that's a little bit of a... It's a doomed fight. He might as well come over here and attack one of the Necromancers. So Nurgle has made its way down from the high ground.
Exalted Heroes of Khorne not getting their just deserves. Yeah, the spawns are just crashing in.
Yeah, I mean, Nurgle has the high ground here, and they do also have the Mortis Engine effect. Helm Gorst is moving in too, though, so Helm will be draining these guys down. Overall, the Vampire Counts, I think, are in a very serious advantage here because they have secured this first. I think it was a mistake for Nurgle to play the high ground like that. I think Nurgle should have gone straight for Objective 2 and just started the grind right away, and then sent some troops, to go get the high ground, which the Vampires weren't trying to contain there. But, dude, do you know how bad Winds of Death is going to own Nurgle right here? Do you know the destruction that is going to come once he has enough Winds of Magic for that?
Let the boy watch.
Okay, here it comes. Oh my god, I'm prophetic. So yeah, these Plague Bears are going to get shreked pretty bad. Oh god, that's so brutal.
Oh, dude, that did
a lot.
For Kenneth 1, that did way more damage than I thought it would.
And the healing elixirs and fleshy abundance have been used, so Nurgle does have plenty of healing to counteract that a little bit, but overall, that's just nasty. And, I just don't see how Nurgle wins this. The Exalted Hero trying to steal the objective here, obviously. Wait, what? How did that Exalted Hero steal that objective? Wait, did you see that on the far side?
No.
Wait,
he just parked in that corner, but how did that give him so much more capture?
That doesn't make sense than the two Skeleton Spearmen. Maybe it's a little bit of a graphic bug or something. That's very, very strange. So, yeah, the Exalted Hero is going to be moving off the objective now, and the Skeletons are going to be taking that back. That is very, very weird. That could perhaps be some sort of a bug, but again, we are in an early access build, so, take that with a grain of salt. But Nurgle is going to be grinding right here, and the Zombie Horde is going to be moving off. And I believe that Platypus may have noticed that that wasn't supposed to work that way and moved the Exalted Hero off. There could have been a change, though, where the Skeleton Spearman had a nerd. No, that's got to be a bug on the Exalted Hero. But now he doesn't have that same capture weight here. Okay, another Exalted Hero's coming in. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. But yeah, Vampire Counts are going to get that back, so it's not going to make a huge difference. It's like a couple points here and there, but that's a little bit tricky because these are staple units for Nurgle, so you can't tell players like just not to bring them in. Yeah, I guess we have seen it now. Yeah. So there goes another Winds of Death, and even despite that, like Nurgle's going to lose this objective. Like Vampire Counts are going to get that back real quick.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. It's almost like completely capped back.
Yeah, Platypus might have noticed that bug, and that's the reason why those heroes left and just let the Vampire Counts get that objective back in the kind of the fair sportsmanship here. But that's something we'll have to take a look at because we saw it earlier, and the Exalted Heroes didn't quite capture like that, but that time they did. So I wonder if it's like a map specific thing. Yeah, we'll peek, but overall the grind is on, man, and the value heavily favors the Vampire Counts. I still think, despite that cheeky cap over there, I think they're probably going to win this fight.
It's pretty crazy too that's like, okay, he's got this horde of zombies. The zombies is now just kind of like just locking down the cap number 1. Like they're not even going to really bother with the third cap at all. Like there's no real reason to kind of go up there if you've got this war of attrition going. You've got 2 of the 3. Like why risk a whole bunch of exposure with the army comp that he has?
Yeah, so it seems like the Nurgle hero. So skeletons have capture weight of 5, which is 10. Okay, so that Nurgle hero outcapped both of them, which means his capture weight has got to be like between 12 and 16. But he's not making as much of a difference in the middle, you would think, but I guess Nurgle doesn't have that much on the point. Nurgle's losing the grind fight. The Winds of Death absolutely obliterated that Nurgle army, just karate chopped them, and Festus is doing great, but it's not enough. And the Vampire Counts can, even with that like abused, like bugged character, although Platypus clearly is not trying to abuse it. He's like literally trying to use them as fairly as possible. Like the Vampire Counts still get the objective, and it's very, very tricky.
Yeah, I mean, that, like, again, it's just kind of coming down to that center cap. That center cap is look at the Vargulf bulldozing over Nurglings as he chases after the Exalted Hero of Nurgle here.
Yeah, the Vargulf is a pretty good answer against the Exalted Heroes. Obviously they have healing, a lot more HP, they're faster. Exalted Heroes are like armor-piercing specialists with poison, but in sustained combat, they're probably going to be losing to the Vargulf, right? So the Vargulf inclusion is nice, and it's cool to see some big monsters. Just like we talked about, Nurgle did, of course, get its high ground objective, but they had to move down that bottleneck against Vampire Counts, and basically we're forced into a Mortis Engine fight. It would be pretty interesting to see some more like dynamic Nurgle play, like maybe people using like plague drones and I don't know, maybe some like Nurgle speed builds with a bunch of toads.
Yeah, there were plague drones that were brought in at the very last minute last match, and I really wanted to see more of them, even if they were just to like bomb things to get them off the base, because it's such a cool unit, right? Like that's so fun about Nurgle. It's like, rather than having conventional cav, which it does have, with the knights, but you get these toads, you get these the drones, like all these like different like unconventional means of like having cav in some way, shape, or form.
So Festus here is draining like an absolute champion. He's already got like close to 4,000 value. Helman Gorst, of course, doing very well with 2,800. So both of the draining lords, just like we saw in the previous mirror match, have been doing very, very good. Capture weight here is for the Vampire Count still, despite the Nurglings and various other units piling on. The Exalted Heroes, I'm not sure where they went. Looks like one of them got chased off here and is now trying to head over to the side point. Nurgle did bring in some of their new Marauder Horsemen. So Nurgle and all the different Chaos God factions have a Marauder Horseman. Nurgle has throwing axes with really high melee defense. Khorne has really melee-focused ones. Slaanesh, pretty similar, I would suppose, to Khorne. And Tzeentch has like ones that have debuffs here. But the Vampire Counts, zombies are expendable, if I'm not mistaken. So their capture weight should... Yeah, and you can see the Exalted Hero is still capturing this. It's so strange. That's such a weird bug. I actually had never noticed that, although I suppose... It might just be when they're on horseback, because I've used them on chariots, and I don't remember them having that. But yeah, I think Nurgle's in a very, very dangerous situation, as the Vampire Counts are just not relenting this middle objective and just able to summon in so many chaff units. But Nurgle's holding on, man, and Festus is no joke.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why the hero play was like that last time. Like, he was like, well, this guy's a really good weight, or capture weight. I don't want to risk him. I need to keep him here. And maybe like that was his play. It was like, hey, I'm just going to put this guy here. I'm going to go to another point of the map. He didn't think of it as like a sniper for Helman Gorst. So maybe they both are fully aware of like how potent the heroes are when it comes to capture weight.
Indeed. Vargulf by zone here is doing great work. I mean, these Vargulfs have been a huge saving grace. Without them, the Exalted Heroes would just be running rampant. And the side objective, the zombies are, of course, just barely holding it down with some Skeleton Spearmen, forcing back that Exalted Hero. Anti-large is still anti-large. And is Nurgle going to be able to secure the middle? The capture weight is going back and forth. You can see this little tug of war right here. It's certainly possible. Nurgle might be able to wrestle this one. I mean, Festus is just such a powerhouse. Because when he finishes with his Mortis engine and doesn't need it anymore, he could just turn on the healing and like start healing up all these spawn. Like
turn on the heat.
Yeah, dude. And the spawn of Nurgle still have 10 models right here, right? So those guys have a lot of room for healing. Although you can see they're almost healing capped from the overcasted Fleshy Abundance. Nurgle, dude, has so much healing. Fleshy Abundance, Fecundity, Festus, like they are just the kings of healing. And yeah, Nurgle's getting the objective here a little bit.
Yeah, the healing cap, like I totally forgot the gauge is different, right? In Warhammer 3. It's not that big, huge bar that you see on the thing. It's like a little bit more subtle. So I just noticed the healing cap now. Now that you point that out. Damn.
And for anybody who's newer to the game, you don't necessarily, when there's two healing factions or at least one healing faction in play, you don't want to judge the state of the battle based on the value. I mean, it's still a variable, but you have to take into account the healing mitigates a lot of the damage done by the vampire counts. Therefore, the actual state of the armies is very, very close. You can see Nurgle has almost healing capped all of their spawn units. Their plague bearers, like Nurglings, all these guys are just receiving a ton of healing. And that Vargulf is just giving the dirty to this Exalted Hero. And again, Exalted Hero is not going to be able to fight a huge vampire monster. It's not his jam. And healing of Fleshy Abundance does go down to heal him up, though, which is a good play. Vampire counts might yield this objective, Sparty. It looks like the objective is going to be going to Nurgle.
I think it's happening. It's going to Nurgle.
Well, Nurgle has a lot of healthy infantry here, right? You have Nurglings, all up on the objective. And it looks like Nurgle finally is able to wrestle that bad boy. So Nurgle able to grind down those elite infantry. So in the last game, we saw vampire counts with mostly chaff, right? But this game, the elite infantry, I think, were more susceptible to Festus, who probably has over 6,000 value now.
Yeah, and you're getting the same thing, right? Where it's like, okay, one has kind of blown their load on holding the line, and the other is starting to really push into it. And we saw that last match with Nurgle held all the way until the end, and then the vampire counts just started to snatch things back. Yeah. But we have 1 point held by Nurgle, starting to kind of lose it a little bit here. We have another point held by Nurgle, and they are keeping it, and the other one held by the vampire counts over here at 1. Just a mass of zombies. It's going to be hard to displace.
Did you see our boy Festus Porn went out for his fellow plague bearers who went down? It's pretty funny.
I did, and just poured out a 40.
So looking up at the top objective, ooh, this could be a really good play. The Black Knights actually came up here and routed the Marauders of Nurgle with great weapons, and they might be able to steal this objective, although looks like Menacing Platypus is going to be sending some Forsaken, who of course are very quick by Nurgle standards with 41 speed, to get up to the high ground objective to try and secure that bad boy. So that's a nice play here. Objective 2 is firmly held by Nurgle, but vampire counts do not look like they're going to be relenting this. And this is a very common tactic for those of you guys who are a little bit newer to domination mode. If you have enough points to win on one objective, you can do what I like to call a Helm's Deep, where you just give up on the other objectives, send everything you have, sound the horn of Helm Hammerhand once more, and basically just defend this objective. And you can see that's pretty much what he's doing. He's sending spears, crypt horrors, he's got bats. Bats, of course, can't capture weight things, but they still do a very good job of intercepting things that are trying to get to the objective.
Yeah, and that's like that for all flying units, right?
Yeah, flying units cannot capture things, and to my knowledge, I don't think any of them can, which kind of makes sense.
Not even like a lord on a dragon, they can't land and like get capture points, correct?
Yeah, there's been a little bit of debate as it pertains to that, like should flying like lords be able to capture things versus like, because it'd be kind of silly if you could just spam like 4 Fellbats and just snake an objective really quick by flying over terrain and all that. And also there's not like ground-based units wouldn't be able to push them off if they're just sitting above you capturing, right? So I understand that, but something to consider.
100%.
So Nurgle...
Yeah, I think it's a perfectly fine balancing. Like, dude, the Helm's Deep of zombies is great.
Yeah, I love the vampire count Helm's Deep here. So you can see the zombies are going to be screening out. We do have the Forsaken moving in. And the battle is looking like the vampire counts are going to be able to hold this. Vampire counts win with a single cap. They have enough of a point lead where they're going to probably win this on just one objective. So they're going to have to hold back the tide. And I think they should be able to do it. They have the nice zombies, which will, deal with the Forsaken for some time. And... yeah, the Vargulf's patrolling, waiting for the Exalted Hero to come in so we can beat that guy down. And I really don't think Nurgle's going to have enough time to get this. Man, this is a really close game, but Platypus withdraws and the Vampire counts win, which is good because considering the bug, with that it being that close with Nurgle, like getting those extra couple points from the bugged capture earlier, it could have been an issue. But thankfully, the Vampire counts were still able to win that, so it wasn't really a problem. Dude, look at the value on Festus, though. Those were all Graveguard, right? So he drained the hell out of them.
Yeah. Dude, 7,100 points in value. It's 87,000 damage dealt.
Yeah.
Like, that is just sticky.
Yeah, so this is some people in chat commenting on how the matchup is a little bit boring, and I certainly agree. I think it would be just as bad in a land battle. It'd basically just be two blobs grinding against each other. At least the objectives add a little bit of dynamic play to that matchup. But like that's kind of like watching a vampire count mirror match in Warhammer 2. Like, and for some reason that always happened in the grand finals of tournaments, like when we were streaming, and it's such a bummer. But yeah, vampire counts do win that, so that's going to be a victory for Zone, who's going to go up 2-1. Now, if Zone wins the next game, then that is going to be a game, set, match. And he will be taking third place. Platypus certainly on the back foot here, down, but never out, my friend. So we'll be getting going here in just a second. Let's pull up the picks and bets.
Sounds good. And we'll be doing a 5-minute timer now in between matches. So they've got 5 minutes to do their picks, their bans, and then select their armies. This will kind of help speed up the time in between matches so we can jump into things a little bit quicker for you guys. Thank you for bearing with us, dealing with the Steam server outage and everything of the sort. And this has been a long time coming, right? The championship itself has been a pretty long set of matches and everything leading up to this, yeah?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We had 8 qualifiers, so there was qualifiers hosted by various individuals in the community, and the winner of each is playing here, which is quite great. So the individual who won my qualifier, the dreaded Puggington, is looking to be in pretty good shape, so we'll see if he's able to bring it home. We do have the picks, so it's going to be Slaanesh, Grand Cathay. Wow, okay. Cathay is being picked again by Platypus and Norska. See, as we get deeper into the best of 5, you're starting to see more faction range, which is pretty cool. And we see Slaanesh being banned and Warriors of Chaos being picked. So Slaanesh being banned and Warriors of Chaos is going to be the pick for Zone. And this is exciting. Here we go, man. It is going to be Chaos versus either Norska or Grand Cathay. And Demons of Chaos were the bans here. So let me go ahead and update that as well. The Demons of Chaos. You guys hyped? You want a little bit of Norska? We'll see if they've evolved from the Stone Age. Have they learned to start fires and do all that sort of good stuff? Should be fun. Should be fun. Yeah.
So we have the picks are.
So the picks, we have Slaanesh being picked. We have Grand Cathay and Norska for Platypus with banning of Demons of Chaos. Zone then banned out Slaanesh, leaving Platypus with Grand Cathay and Norska. And Warriors of Chaos was the pick for Zone. So it's either going to be Warriors of Chaos versus Norska or Grand Cathay. I would love to see Grand Cathay here. I think that'd be really interesting. Although Norska would also be wild as well. Yeah, that would be certainly very strange. All right. Perfect. The Northmen come, you think so? What would you rather see? Do you want to see some giant mammoths?
I want to see Throg. My old nemesis.
I thought. Wait, weren't you playing Throg in that campaign? You were. Throg's your homeboy, man. That was who you got Sirtha.
I meant to say my old boy. You are the Sirtha.
Yeah, that was fun. You know, I feel like Sirtha. I bet you Sirtha Ek will get added to the game. Like, I feel like when Norska eventually
have to. I feel like Norska has to have we know Norska's getting a rework, and there are tons of different options you could do for all these different lords and characters that are Norskins. But I think it'd be really, really fun to just see Sirtha Ek. It's like a fan favorite, right? Like,
I think it will.
At the very least, make him an FLC character. You know?
Yeah. I think Norska is going to get a pretty substantial update. Like, they're in the potato ages. They're just so ancient. Like, I remember playing Norska in 2017 when they came out. Like, dude, that was like a lifetime ago. It was so long ago. We're almost in 2023, and they're still, banging the rocks on pieces of wood, trying to figure out how to do things. And but Norska, all jokes aside, does have some good elements for domination, right? They have good infantry with the enrage mechanic. Skinwolves are actually very strong at controlling flanks. They have the javelins and the throwing axes against armor. Like, mammoths are actually not terrible here. So I don't know, man. We got some choices. So now we're just waiting for Platypus to pick, and the 5-minute timer will begin once the. So we've added, or CA has added a timer to the players. So we will have a 5-minute timer once they pick their factions, and everything's kind of set in stone there. So Yeah, this is third place. And then we have the grand finals after this, which is going to be super exciting. Dude, you guys know you want Norska. Norska's coming. They're coming for vengeance. Wolfric is going to come in on his mammoth, and all of you guys making fun of Norska in chat are going to feel the wrath of Ragnar here. He's coming for blood. Are there any, to your knowledge, Ryan, are there any like really, really cool Fimir characters? Oh, it's Norska.
Is it a Norska mirror match?
No, it's Norska versus Warriors of Chaos. It's the Warriors of Chaos, man. We actually get to see Warriors of Chaos today, so we could see some marked units in conjunction with the undivided units. Potentially get to see Archaon, who knows? Archaon versus Wolfric is like a little bit of a rivalry as well, so that's kind of a cool thing. I'd be hyped for that.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, that's it, man. You all good over there?
No, I just got confused.
But yeah, it's going to be Warriors of Chaos versus Norska here. So ultimately, Platypus, having had Slaanesh banned out, opted to go for Norska against Warriors of Chaos as opposed to Grand Cathay, which I'm excited. We already saw Cathay do well today. And if Cathay hasn't played again today, that's great. They'll have a 100% win rate in a competitive, grand finals. Let's take that. But yeah, I'm curious. I mean, probably a Mammoth, maybe some Fimir as well. You still there, Ryan?
Yeah, sorry. I'm been looking at this one thing. But yeah, I think like when I played Norska, I think, oh yeah, you can go with all these things. You got your mammoth, you got all this stuff. But dude, I just love the skin wolves. The skin wolves are so sick. And then the hero running with them. Like, in fact, actually, I kind of think I would want to see a legendary lord that is a skin wolf. I think that would be really fun. But it's like, how do you really make that different from a souped up hero? Like he'd have to be much bigger, much cooler. Like you'd have to have so many things attached to him. But I think, again, playing as a lord, that is a skin wolf. Like maybe he has like stock, and all sorts of cool stuff too. Or it's like maybe he gives stock to all their skin wolves.
Yeah.
Stock and Vanguard. Like that'd be such a fun way to play through a Norska campaign where you're just this marauding skin wolf legendary lord.
Oh yeah. I think it'd be especially cool to have a skin wolf character that could transform back and forth. So much like kind of like
like a Malice.
Yeah, but except you can go back. So the skin wolf character on cooldown can like it'd be really cool to see a Norskin shaman character that could turn into
a shaman. It's a caster.
So he can turn into a warrior character that has like combat buffs, and then he could switch back into a caster and like cast. That would be super rad. I mean, Norska has so much potential for neat stuff. You could add like a legendary Fimir character, like a swamp caster lord or something. Like there's so much potential for Norska, and I'm pretty excited to see it for sure.
I kind of think by like the end of the run, by Warhammer 3 is kind of like, hey, we're in the final like 2-3 years of like, maybe 3 is a long time, 2 years or so. I'd love to see like a Warriors of Chaos or a Legion of Chaos that brings in marked beastmen, and Norska can dip into those beastmen, because Norska has tons of beastmen, and that is part of like the relationship in its army. Of course, like the Norskins in and of themselves are a tribe. Like they are not like you think of the Marauders. Okay, well, Marauders are like there's Norskins, there's Kurgans, you've got all these different types. So I'd love to just see like more beastmen, different marked beastmen across the whole board, the whole gamut of chaos.
I bet you Norska will get some of that stuff. Like that would be pretty cool to have like Centaurs. Like you could just add Centaurs to Norska and like give them like, wolf pelts on their heads or something. Call them.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff. But yeah, I for sure think that someday we'll see beastmen with marks. Like, don't they have like Pestigors? I remember when I played Blood Bowl, there was
Pestigors, Slangors, Warngors.
Dude, that would be so rad. And yeah, I think
Zangors. I mean, Zangors. Those are marked gores.
Beastmen are cool in domination too. I know we haven't had a chance to like show you guys. All right, let's make sure we're on the right map. Sorry guys, it's my fault slowing this one down. It looks like they're ready. They just told me. And Death Pass is the map. Let me just double check this. Hold on. And the map is going to be Death Pass. Perfect. Alrighty, we're all set. Good luck, have fun to the players. All set. They are good. Perfect. Cool. Let's get this party started. But yeah, I would love to see those, man. I think it'd be really neat. Beastmen are good in domination mode because they have tons of Vanguard options. Like all their infantry, like the Gores and the Gore herds and stuff, they all have Vanguard with the exception of Estigor. So they can really, really pressure point super hard. And Beastmen, in my experience, have been one of the best factions at actually flanking side points. Like, if you think your point is safe there, Beastmen are just going to appear there with like an unholy horde, which I think is very, very lore friendly too, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Like they always kind of like come out of nowhere, just appear from the forest, like completely unplanned. It's a surprise. It's Beastmen. We're here.
Beastmen are always down.
Ruined your birthday. God, I'm always the first one to load in. I'm the best.
Well, you have a nice computer. My potato is like from many, many moons ago, man. So
Dude, we got to build you another one.
yeah, someday. So we have loaded in. Death's Pass is one of those kind of apps where going for side points is very, very viable. It's a pretty common tactic, and once we do load in and have the position players, the position of the players here, I'll show you guys like kind of some of the common tactics. So, looks like Sparty is still kind of loading there. Looks like the internet game.
No. I loaded in and I said I was waiting for you, 3 chumps.
All right, fair play. So, couple viable options. There's the very simplistic approach, okay, where both players deploy in their obviously in their home zones, and they just fight over 2 and just send like one unit to hold their back objectives, right? That's very common, and then they just fight over that. But something else that's pretty cool is both players go for the other player's home objective and then fight over the sides. There's all sorts of weird dynamics on this map. Usually with brawler factions like this, it's just going to be an ugly fight in the middle, though. So who do we have here, man? It looks like it's the Mountain God.
I would say look at what he's brought. Look at what Zone has brought for us here today.
Yeah, it's the Mountain God.
Sun Eater.
He didn't bring any of Kolek's new activated abilities, but nonetheless, Kolek is still a pretty good choice against mammoths. Like, even if there are no mammoths, he's still, a really strong combat character, can terror out formations, and is very, very problematic. But it looks like Warriors of Chaos have gone for Chaos Warriors into the sunset, so shielded Chaos Warriors to deal with Berserkers and Marauders, and Chaos Spawn, backing them up with the Weird Spawn included. So yeah, very, very classic undivided army with the Shadowcaster, of course, with Pit of Shades, kind of, backing it up there. Now, looking at
backing it up there.
You see the Barbarian Horde. Marauders with Great Weapons, a really good choice. They will trade super well into Chaos Warriors for their price point. And then we do also have some Javelins and Throwing Axes. So lots of cool stuff, man. Lots of cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, those Javelins have always been such a solid mainstay, right? Like Throwing Axes too have such a good amount of damage coming in, but just like getting that nice AP or not AP anti-large damage from those Javelins is so nice. Like I remember a really cool build you showed me way back was using the Marauder Chieftains, then just like reinforced with axes and javelins to just really kind of melt down like a smaller elite army, like say like Lizardmen, stuff like that.
Certainly a very classic tactic. Now, what's happening here in the Death's Pass, Norska is feigning a push, it looks like, to location number 1. Now, this is kind of interesting. It's a little bit of like a chess game, a little cat and mouse. He is moving over towards objective 1. Now he's going to see what Chaos responds with. If Chaos responds too heavily to objective number 1, what he then does is he's going to be moving like, oh, I have my arrows. He's going to be moving down here. So here's the feign. He pushes here. And if Zone sends too much over there, he just kind of doubles back like this and swarms objective number 2 here. And it looks like he's going to be sending some base Marauders over here to grab objective number 3. So it's very interesting to see how people deploy. I wonder if he's going to be committing. He might go all in on objective 1 here. We'll have to see. Kind of denying Chaos that big line engagement that maybe Kolek and all those different spawn want.
Did you just refer to the telestration as your arrows?
Yeah, I got my little like pointing arrows here.
Oh, yeah, my arrows. I've
so
got
much
my
fun,
quiver. I know what it is. You can get full on John Madden with this.
I know. It's pretty great, man. It's pretty great. So it looks like Norska is going to be committing to that side. I wasn't sure if it was a feign, but it looks like they are going to be going for it, which essentially guarantees that Norska will be getting this, because the only thing Zone has sent over here is a single warrior and a single spawn unit, which will easily be dispatched by this horde of Norskins with great weapons and different units like that, which is pretty cool. Now, the response from Chaos is probably going to be a fast Alpha Strike on objective 3 to try and get the 2-cap here. But Norska seems to have planned ahead pretty well. They have some Skin Wolves heading over there to fight Kolek, and also a couple basic Marauders. So yeah, going to be tricky, because the Chaos army is very slow. Chaos Warriors, 28 speed, Marauders, 35 speed.
Yeah, you can see at that third capture point too. Kolek's running over there. He's going to be reinforced by some halberds and coming in with a unit of spawn to just kind of wreck shop on those Marauders and that unit of Skin Wolves.
Dude, imagine how bad it would be to just be one of these Marauders right here, just getting smashed by some giant lizard man with a hammer.
Yeah, exactly. Dragon Ogre Beast. Like, no, thank you. Like, I always make a comment about this kind of stuff, but dude, imagine how disgusting that thing smells. Those horns are just grotesque. His teeth look rough. Like,
yeah. I mean,
then again, he does have Skin Wolves behind him, so there's one thing after another.
Yeah, I like the Skin Wolf pick here. Like, I feel like the Skin Wolves have a lot of utility, like, because almost every Chaos Undivided player is going to bring a couple Slaanesh Cav with their Marks of Chaos. So these Skin Wolves are actually quite good against them. Anti-large, Obviously, they have regeneration. Very squishy themselves, so it's a little bit of a glass cannon duel. But if Norska manages to get objective 3 here, it looks like it's going to be somewhat contested, but Norska should get that. That will be very nice for them.
We get it at objective 3. Some Hellshredders of Slaanesh too, just kind of getting some just variety in there. Like, we getting some units from Slaanesh. That's the best part about using these Warriors of Chaos, getting all sorts of different marked units here.
Yeah, and I'm quite curious to see the engagement between the Skinwolves and the Hellstriders. Oh, it looks like an unfortunate engagement here for Menacing Platypus. He eats the charge. So the Marauders are going to go into Buffroth, and then the Skinwolves will probably countercharge from there. He needs to get the other Skinwolves engaged against these Hellstriders, which are hunting down the Marauder Horsemen. And it looks like the Skinwolves have been given the countercharge order, and the Marauders are backing them up. Overall, Kolek is going to be quite helpful here, but the Marauder advantage does go to the forces of Norska.
Oh, dude, Kolek just punted half that Marauder force
Oh,
away.
That's so bad, dude. Oh, my goodness. If these Skinwolves route off the edge of the map, oh, he just lost like a 20 unit of Skinwolves to the edge of the map. That is really, really bad, dude. They were like almost full health and had a lot of potential to still fight. You're not going to see that reflected in the damage value, but Kolek with the steel chair just absolutely hammering these units. And now Chaos has Chaos Warriors with Halberds here, which will probably push the Norskins back. So maybe Norska is going to go for the middle now. I think that's their new play because that flank looks dominated by the Mountain God here.
That was such a good 1-2 punch there. Like, that was a great little play, pushing those off. Skinwolves did win with those unit of Hellshires that just, dude, look at that. They just went short of the board, almost fled right off as well. But the Kolek is just eating that sun.
Yeah, Kolek's doing a great job. He's now a little bit trapped up by the Skinwolves, though. This is a relatively cost-effective engagement here for Norska. Also, there are throwing axes back here, which do good armor piercing, so Kolek's taking quite a bit of damage, but oh no, not like this, dude. Another route.
Like this.
The terror route. So terror routes are temporary. They only last a couple seconds, but if you're that close to the edge of the battlefield, it's not going to matter. Oh no, that's such a loss. There's 18 of them, dude. Oh, they came back at the last second.
Just short. And for those that don't know, so the models, there's 24 total models. The damage is down, but they can regenerate a lot of that health back. As long as they don't lose models, they can bring that health back, so it at least kind of tops it off a little bit more.
Indeed. Pretty cost-effective engagements in the middle for the Platypus. The Chaos Warriors, which are a more expensive unit, are taking heavy attrition from the throwing axes back here. You can see the Marauders with the Javelins, actually, and also the Great Weapon Marauders. So Pit of Shades going down to the far side. Big Pit of Shades on top of the Chaos Warrior Halberds, which maybe Norska's going to have an opportunity to get this objective. We'll see, despite Kolek's presence.
Those Halberds are getting chunked more and more into it as they get drawn into the Pit of Doom.
Yeah, Pit of Shades is pretty brutal, and looks like Norska does
another Pit of, that's like the third or fourth Pit of Shades that it's gone off here.
Well, both players brought a caster just for Pit of Shades, which is a testament to how it's a little bit overtuned, and a lot of those spells probably need looking at. Javelins throwing downtown. Norska does have the back objective. Yeah, they have objective 1 pretty comfortably, and they now have the Kolek objective. So if they can win there, and they're also pressuring the middle. Value trading is very even, but Chaos is actually slightly ahead because of the Skinwolves being pushed off the battlefield. But ooh, nice hounds here. The Beast of Tashnar, what a great play by Platypus. They're anti-large. They're going to be excellent at chewing through the weird spawn.
Dude, like this is just getting. This is so scrappy. Like, if you look at the damage, like, watch those numbers just soaring up because there's so many like hard trades and counters going on here.
Yeah, a lot of great engagements. Norska trading very effectively in the middle. The Marauder Great Weapons being an excellent choice. Marauder Berserkers will take a lot of damage from Chaos Spawn, but they also have 57 weapon strength, so they'll put some hurt on those spawn as well. Might even be able to win that with a little bit of support from the Marauder Hunter Javelins. Beast of Tashnar actually still got worked on by those spawn. I think there might have been a little bit of friendly fire from the spears, but how is the Mountain God doing over here? Looks like he is battling.
He got a really nice shot right down on the Marauder Berserkers and dropped the thunder quite literally onto them.
Yeah.
Like, he's been doing a really good job of just trying to move around, not getting pinned down for too long. He did get a pretty good alpha strike earlier, like you were talking about with the Skinwolves and the throwing axes. So it's just been a matter of moving those things around. Another Pit of Shades in the center, dropping on Berserkers. That's the second Pit of Shade on Berserkers here from zone to just kind of mince up a lot of that close combat infantry. And the nice thing about it is he's been using those Pits of Shades on spawns, on trolls, so it's not going to do as much damage to his own units and really mulch through those Berserkers.
Nice Forsaken push here too. The Warriors of Chaos summon some Undivided Forsaken, which are very quick, hit very hard, should be able to mulch through these guys. And it looks like the Warriors of Chaos are kind of claiming dominance in the middle engagement. Norska does have a nice engagement on the side, or I guess a nice objective play, I should say. They managed to hold that objective from Kolek. Pit of Shades going down. I feel like this should be the Summer Pit of Shades Championship as the Forsaken here get melted super hard, and yeah, just basically point and click, just deletes an infantry unit. Very, very strong as the Javelins continue to just pour into those spawn though, and value trading's very even. It's probably dead even considering the Skinwolves, but Norska does have the 2-to-1 cap, and that clock is ticking.
So how are you feeling about the game right now as far as like the state of things? Like, it's looking like Norska is really starting to climb a lot of things back. They've got the double cap going. I see some tricks up the sleeves coming. We got a set of Feral Manticores going wild on the battlefield, and Kolek is still
wild.
Has 50% health. He's still around to do some ground pound. How are you feeling things going?
Yeah, Kolek is doing very, very good. He's been a pretty substantial presence, but he's also been tar pitted and is very expensive. So there's a little bit of something you got to take with that. But Chaos is for sure going to get the middle. The double Hellstriders here are going to just absolutely tear apart these Marauder Horsemen. The state of the game is very tough to analyze. Norska does have the hold on the flank, but it's a very tenuous hold. Like these Hellstriders of Slaanesh could go over there and maybe bunker bust that. Hard to say. And Norska is looking pretty well defended actually here on Objective 1. Maybe they got to send some units over to the center. They still have their spawn. Manticores, of course, are pretty good duelist, sniper type characters. It's too close of a game to call at this point. Though I would say, oh man, with Kolek still in the battlefield, that's going to be a problem, but there are a lot of javelins to deal with him.
Oh, what's coming down here? We got two pits of shades right on top of each other.
Oh my god.
Oh man, look at that, the double shade.
This is like the state of the meta right now. They might as well just take a screenshot of this and be like, you want to be good at multiplayer, do this. Double Pit of Shades, obviously clearing out most of the infantry, which mitigates capture pressure. And look at the play. He unsummons the Famir character before Kolek can kill it. That will prevent his army from actually taking the leadership penalty, which, I mean, still though, there's a double-edged blade, right? Because now the caster's gone, no more Pit of Shades, and Kolek and the Chaos Undivided Manticore, given the Norskin Manticore the business, so Chaos though is
a thorough thrashing.
Yeah, they're down on points though. Skinwolves, nice Skinwolf summon in the back. You see that? They're tearing apart those Hellstriders.
They're really, because I was going to say, how are these Hellstriders doing? How are they going over in this location? I looked at just in time to see the Skinwolves just completely devour them.
So Chaos Undivided has been having more favorable trades, I would say, and having Kolek on the battlefield means that there could be big terror routes on objectives. Norska, like I said, has a very tenuous, flimsy hold on this far side objective. They need to run some sort of interference probably, because you can see the Forsaken, the Spawn, Armored Chaos Trolls moving there. Maybe get these Marauder Horsemasters and get in front of them. I think Norska has to find a way to hold until they can win on one objective, but even still, Chaos is pressuring on all sides. We have Forsaken tearing through the Marauders here, more Forsaken coming in, although the Berserkers will be able to hold that for quite some time. But it is getting a little bit danger close to the point where Norska could win on the single objective.
I like that you said danger close on that. That got me got tingles on that one. That was a great usage right there. I like that.
Yeah, but that's not to say Norska doesn't still have teeth on the map. We have the Beast of Tashnar. We have some Skinwolves running around, and they're hunting down these Chaos Undivided assets pretty well. It looks like they're now going after the Hellstriders. Granted, I think they should have just killed Kolek right there. He would have died to the Skinwolves, Beast, as well as the Throwing Axes.
Yeah, I gotten really mucked up right there and just kind of put that threat off the battlefield. I mean, he's only got 25% health. Might as well try to remove that and at least get the leadership element out.
Indeed. So here in the middle, we do see Kolek Sun Eater. He's going to be hunting down these Marauder Horsemen, still taking a little bit of damage. They're not Throwing Axe variants. They're just the basic Javelin variant, or not basic, but advanced Javelin variant. So Kolek's 95 armor and missile resist will serve him pretty well there. He's a giant scaled beast after all. Manticore coming in, going to be pushing off these units. I feel like I'm having flashbacks of Warhammer 2 meta when I see Manticores flying around. They were so meta. Pretty much every single game at the end of Warhammer 2 was Grom the Paunch and Stone Trolls, or basically, Marathi, double Manticore, all sorts of fun stuff like that. But here in the middle, Warriors of Chaos are holding it. Norska is on the back foot. They're trying to hold his back objective, but Chaos...
And take a look at that first one. We got the little horseman trying to jump on. 2 units of them. And he does have some Skinwolves coming in to help relieve that situation. And those great weapons are trying to anchor that down a bit as well.
So Norska will win on one objective at this point. So Norska is basically just going, unless my math is off, which it should be correct, but basically Norska is going to be going for a Helm's Deep. The horn will be sounded. They got Skinwolves, Marauders, Javelins coming in, and more Marauders being summoned in. So pretty much all hands on deck. There still is a threat that Norska could do a back cap, but with Chaos Armored Trolls and Forsaken sitting there, I think everything is going to be coming down to this objective. So we can just kind of park our camera here and see how this Duel of Fates goes.
This Duel of Fates. Platypus is fighting to stay in it here. He's down 2-1 against Zone. If Zone can pull a dub off here, he wins 3rd place. This is to keep Platypus in the fight.
Indeed. And you're just seeing the power of the Hellstriders with Slaanesh, right? Like the fact that Chaos Undivided can bring a couple marked units. They could bring Chosen of different gods. They could bring a lot of cool stuff. So that's really helping a lot. Like the Hellstriders, normally the Skinwolves would be very, have a lot of autonomy and dominance in this matchup, but the Hellstriders here are just such an excellent tool for basically, pushing those units. But Norska does have a lot here, guys. And that victory timer, he's only 500 tickets away. Norska might be able to pull off the W with a really good objective play here.
Ooh. Can he bring the Famir back at this point? You know, just get some Pits of Shades out.
My concern about the Famir is he probably doesn't have a lot of Winds of Magic left. I think we saw 4 or 5 overcasted Pit of Shades, which I think cost 18 Winds of Magic apiece. It's pretty close. He might have some wins, but the thing is, when you're in a desperate situation like this, you need like fast objective holding stuff. Like summoning a big caster character is better for a prolonged fight, but man, the Hellstriders of Slaanesh getting all over here. And oh look, it's our favorite spell. Here it comes.
Oh, it's coming down. Pit of Shades on these Berserkers. These Berserkers have been getting roughed up by the Shade all day, dude. Roughed up by the Shade. Shade has been thrown onto them.
Dude, this is very, very tense though. Like, Chaos is very close to winning this. Yes, Norska does have the capture weight here with a couple Marauder units, but all it takes is Kolek terror routing a couple units off, because when a unit is routing, it actually doesn't have capture weight. So if Kolek can just run around and terror route these guys, he might be able to just get behind these Marauders, you know, and just get the big steel chair coming down from the top rope and just take them down, man.
Dude, it's feeling like it might happen.
Yeah. Oh no, we're good. It's
the
just
worst time for lag. The worst time for look at that! Look at those skin wolves though. They're going to threaten right into any kind of rear charge right there. But yeah, they just need to get that capture off.
They'll be helpful for sure, but I think Chaos is getting that momentum. A lot of the Norskin stuff is just so tattered at this point that terror routes are going to be a problem. Norskin Marauders obviously are not ITP. They're not immune to psychology. And dude, the fact that Kolek has just held on is just so big. And like we talked about earlier, the terror routes can be very substantial, unless of course you're facing Slaanesh Marauders who just don't care. They're ITP, but
coming out of the last 100 points. I think Norska's got this.
Yeah, they had some infantry rally on the other side, but they're getting buckled off. Capture weight belongs to Norska. The Haggard Marauders, the men of the North, have been getting made fun of for months and years. And they're here to send a message that we don't care about your fancy new DLC and new units. The old Haggard Norskins going to be coming in with the W and tying up the series, baby. That's going to be a victory for Norska. No comeback here. GG. Oof. That was a great game. That was really fun. Kolek was great. He was awesome. He was a menace. He was the mountain god. But Norska just had the 2-cap for too long. Chaos had the slow army, you know, the 28 speed warriors, whereas the Norskins, of course, they opt not to wear armor, but that did help them get around the battlefield a little bit more. So there you go, dude. There you go.
It happened, man. It happened.
It's like Old Faithful, man. You know, they just come in, quality infantry, Berserkers, just insane leadership, great staying power. I loved the Javelin inclusion, too. Look at the value on the Javelins. 1,000, 900, 500 there. Great weapon infantry, all did super good. Like, most of them paid for themselves, which is pretty rare. So that was really good, man. I dug that one quite a bit.
You know, I wish this was the finals.
Well, the finals will probably be equally as glorious, I would imagine.
I just mean like we've had so many good matchups, and it's like if the finals, it's always rough when you have like a third place like match that's just been like just scrappy, right? And then you get to the finals, and if it's not like that level of epicness, you're just like, well, and there's the finals.
we did have that for some Everchosens back in the day, where it would just be like this: the third place match is just this glorious scrap, and then the grand finals is just like, you know, a forest camping situation or something like that. Yeah. It's always a good time.
Just kind of blows through it.
You ready for the picks and bans?
Let's get it done.
What is your power fantasy here? Who do you want to see? I know what chat wants. I think they want the glorious Dowie. Beards and belts.
Let the high elves in. Who picks right now?
So we are going to go the map. The map is going to be the battle for Itza. Itza. So Itza is set. It is 2-2, ladies and gentlemen. Norska strong all day. Dude, Platypus has been playing all the underrated factions and making them work, which is so just a testament to his skill. And
I mean, that is always the best way, right? Is like you put your opponent on the back foot with just like an off meta pick that you've like, oh, okay, this is kind of something I've souped up. I've got it ready, and this is my like wild card. Like we used to see that happen a lot in a lot of the other Everchosens, where it's like people would choose. I mean, do you remember? I think it was who chose like a really wild. I think it was Wild Riders and Dryads Wood Elf army, and it just was like such a left field pick.
It sounds like a Falcon play. It sounds like something Falcon.
I think it was a Falcon play, and it was just such a left field pick that it just kind of threw things for a loop, because we had been seeing so much of one thing, and it was like, Wood Elves, where are these coming from?
Yeah, I would love it, man. Yeah, the Warhammer 2 meta was pretty defined at the end. There was like maybe 5 factions that were just super dominant, and you know we're kind of seeing something somewhat similar, but I would say, just based on this early, you know, meta, it's too soon to just draw like massive conclusions, although I think we can fairly say vampire counts and Slaanesh and some of those demon factions are very, very strong. But In my testing, a lot of factions of the old world like actually defeat Khorne and defeat Nurgle relatively well. It's mainly just Slaanesh and the vampire counts that are the big problem. So if they can be looked at a little bit, maybe minor adjustments, like changing skeletons and zombies to being expendable and, nerfing Helman cost a little bit, I think that could be nice. And for Slaanesh, I think if you increase the cost of Marauders, I think you could start having pretty good engagements and pretty good meta. So we're not that far off, really. I think just some minor changes, and obviously some units seem to have bugged capture weight. If they fix that, then I think we're going to be sitting pretty good. So players are getting their picks and bans ready as we load into the rubber match here, Game 5. And we're here, man. Cryptors, yeah, they're pretty good too. A couple things to look at, but we're getting there. We had a Khorne game, right, Sparty? We played a show match earlier.
We did a show match with them. We did a show match with that.
We did a show match, so that was a little bit earlier, but yeah, it is what it is. It's time. Battle for Itza, man. The Dowie could march. I know you want the Dowie in your heart.
You know what? These people would really pop it off right now with a High Elf Dowie.
That would be fun. The grudge match, yeah. The war of vengeance.
Yeah. Let the war of the beard. Thank you very much. Let the war of the beard go down. Let it happen.
Yeah, that would be really, really good. I would totally be down for that. I would also like to see. I would like to see a Skaven game. I think Skaven have a ton of potential in domination. Like I think they can be very, very strong. But a little bit hard to play. There's a lot of micro, a lot of routing units, a lot of unsummoning and housekeeping you have to do. But I think they could be pretty good. So for Platypus going for some of the stronger factions now makes sense. It's going to be Slaanesh, Warriors of Chaos, and Demons of Chaos. Interesting. A Demons of Chaos pick. Banning Grand Cathay.
And then what did we get?
Well, for Zone, it is going to be Lizardmen. So Lizardmen is going to be the pick for Zone.
It's going to be wild.
I'm down for Lizardmen. They're pretty fun. They have a lot of interesting nuances and different play styles you can do. You could play like more of a range-focused build, more melee, monster-focused, all sorts of good stuff. So Zone doesn't really bother banning any of those. So Zone is just like, screw it, I'm just going to play Lizards. And now we have to see what the pick is from Platypus. So, yeah, we'll find out. We will see. Not going to be Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay has been banned out. You were the chosen one, banning Cathay. Well, Platypus had a great win with Cathay on this map and showed that Cathay can win on this map. So maybe, that's why that was done. People could have seen Platypus's Cathay play and could do great for sure. Dude,
seeing another Grand Cathay match would be lovely.
I would love to see Demons of Chaos. Demons of Chaos here would be really interesting, I think. Although the strongest pick against Lizards, I don't know. Probably Slaanesh or Warriors of Chaos is better than Demons of Chaos, because Demons of Chaos are lightly armored across the board. Lizards have a ton of cost-effective tools into light armor. Like Saurus will trade well against most of the demons. So I would probably expect to see a Warriors of Chaos or Slaanesh pick. Yeah, that would be what I would guess. That would be. But this is the rubber match. This is for third place.
No one's chosen Slaanesh this entire day, so I'd be surprised.
No, we had some Slaanesh games earlier. We had a couple. We had a Slaanesh mirror match in the beginning, actually. I think.
I know. I'm kidding.
No, but no. But all jokes aside, they weren't played as much, right? Well, I guess they've been in every series more or less, right?
We've seen the mirror match. Then I think we've seen two other instances of them.
It's all kind of blurring together. I'm trying to remember the matchups because we had like the first best of series, and then we had the Steam crash for like an hour and a half where we just played each other. So it's all like kind of blurring in. I'm like, wait, was that game with? Yeah, I think what about
like what year is it?
That Slaanesh mirror match in the beginning though was actually pretty good. I liked it because we got to see the double war shrine of Slaanesh, which actually turned into Mortis engines, which helped turn the tide of that battle and actually beat Sigvald. So, yeah, that was really cool. Some people asking about Khorne. Khorne is considered by, I think, these players to be... I think Khorne is very good, but I think a lot of people consider Khorne to be one of the weaker demon mono-god factions simply because they don't have magic. So they don't have like the overpowered Pit of Shades and things like that that really can make the difference in those fights. Granted, they have Flesh Hounds and very cost-effective units and whatnot, but yeah, it's cool, man. It's very cool. I would love to see Khorne. I hope we see Khorne at some point today because Valkia is really, really good. Valkia is just a monster. Did you ever play against Valkia in tabletop yourself?
Ooh, I'm watching. I'm like with bated breath, staring at this, waiting to see what they've chosen.
It is Slaanesh.
And the chosen has been chosen.
I'm interested to see Slaanesh here. I think that Slaanesh, instead of going with probably Marauder spam, but I think there could be some Slaanesh armor, like some of the Hellscourge warriors or the Chosen of Slaanesh could be okay. Lizards don't quite have the point and delete magic in the same way. They have Banishment, Ruination of Cities, Comet of Cassandora can be brought, but like it's not quite as like nasty as Pit of Shades. So I don't know. And why no?
What's our
they've been banned
map
nonstop.
here for this one?
The map is Battle for Itza. Did I not switch it on the main? Oh, I keep. The players are probably like, come on, give us the map.
Yeah, I'm watching there. Saw what they said.
Thank you. All right, and we are good. Cool. But yeah, a lot of cool choices. We could potentially see. So switching back on over to the main screen. As the players pick their armies, we will carry on. And just want to thank you all for joining today. It's been a lot of fun. I would stream. Dude, I love long streams. It's always fun, man. Just like
I know you do.
A deep experience.
I like a good like 4 to 5 hour stream.
It's a solid spot.
Yeah. After that, I start to like lose a little steam because like, okay, now I'm hungry at that point, and I'm like, oh god, I'm running out of fuel. Or it's like I have a dog, so the dog's like, I want to pee, dude. I'm gonna pee right here in front of you if you don't do it. I'm like, oh man, oh no.
If you need to take the noble beast out, by no means, you can totally step out and take him on a little walk.
He is asleep. He is good. I'm not worried about it.
What kind of dog is that again? You got like an adorable dog.
Mini Australian Shepherd.
Well, you're asking why he didn't ban? I guess he opted not to ban because like it didn't really make a difference. So that's one of the main reasons. Yeah. All right, guys, we're loading in. It is time. Battle for Itza, baby. One of my favorite maps. I think I would be the most excited to see Empire play today, though. Like, I want to see Houseplant in the grand finals just summon the Sons of Sigmar from the deep in Game 5 and just like pull off some sort of glory. That would be the best. I think that would be that's my power fantasy, and then maybe dwarves at some point too. But
and then maybe dwarves at some time.
But like, you're not going to pick dwarves with like $1,500 on the line, right?
No, absolutely not, man. Like I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Like the dwarf thing is a joke, like right. Like if someone actually with that being said, if someone actually went and selected dwarfs, they did it for a reason, and they're going to come to town with a dread force. Like, so they've got a trick up their sleeve, because they're not going to just choose dwarfs on a whim and go like, oh, this will be funny. Who cares about $1,500 on the line? Like they're going to have like a pretty cool tactic.
Yeah, it's going to be here for keeps. So looking at the armies for the Lizards, it's going to be Chameleon Skinks. In my opinion, the most annoying unit in the game. There's going to be 5 of them. And they're really good, right? Most of Slaanesh is lightly armored, so they can poke the Marauders, they can poke Azazel, they can poke the Spawn. Tons of great DPS. And the rest of the Lizard army is going to be Saurus, which are, again, incredibly strong backbone. When these bad boys rampage, they get melee attack and physical resist, and they will fight all day where you want them to fight. And it's going to be the Lord of Mazdamundis himself, Mazdamundi, with the Nets and the Comet. Pretty cool build, man.
Owner of one of the finest dealerships in all Southlands. Stoked on it. Yeah, and we're going to see this all square off against Azazel and his floating flotilla, a force we've seen quite a few times, right? Devoted Marauders, plenty with spears here. You're going to see plenty of spawns of Slaanesh to support those just basic infantry units like we've seen just kind of time and time again. Tale as old as time, as they would say.
Yeah, it's pretty great, man. Azazel certainly not going to be bored in this fight. Looks like the fight is indeed on. And I'm curious about the initial engagements. I feel like on Itza, if you guys are like land battle enjoyers who maybe aren't sold on domination, I would say Itza's probably one of the better maps for you, because it honestly, like, most of the time in my experience feels just like a land battle with reinforcements, of course. Like, it's just 2 armies moving up, fighting over these objectives. Sometimes a little bit of a secondary engagement on the side for one, but really it's probably one of the more similar to land battle type maps. So Chameleon Skink's gonna move up. Problem is Marauders are all shielded, my friend. Not the easiest to wear down.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and just kind of mirroring that point, when we saw this map previously with Azazel, it was a Slaanesh versus Grand Cathay match. It was, for the most part, pretty much a land battle. Like, it did have all the makings of domination with its capture points, but it played out pretty much tried and true just like it. So I'm curious to see how this kind of goes out as we see these 2 armies line up against each other.
Yeah, for some reason,
clinking off those shields there.
For some reason, the capture value isn't really, or the damage value isn't really going up on the Devoted Marauders. Maybe it's as they lose models. You can see, despite one of the Chameleon Skinks bringing down the Devoted Marauders, like, the damage value isn't scaling. So the damage value might just be kind of broken, guys. So take it with a grain of salt, and of course, we'll do our best to analyze the battle aside from that. Now, Objective 3, probably going to be going to Slaanesh. Lizards have a firm control on 2. I would wager they'll probably send some Saurus Spears up to Objective 1 and maybe just anchor the center. Against Slanesh, you got to be careful. If you spread yourself too thin, they'll pick you apart. So here comes the Chameleon Skinks trolling the Hellscourgers here.
It's kind of funny. There's nothing moving towards one right now. I mean, of course, there's 30 seconds until you can even cap.
Yeah.
So you've got some time to adjust things, maybe build up a little bit more supplies before you even send something. I mean, you can see that Platypus has got 750, 700, almost 800 supplies in the bank. Maybe he's trying to use that for, I think, a Demonettes to kind of push over there. Demonettes are 800 points or so, aren't they?
Yeah, Demonettes are about, they're exactly 800, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Good memory there,
Yes.
man. But
Getting there.
Chameleon Skinks are just the absolute terror right now. They're doing a ton of damage to this Slaneshi army. The Marauders are beat up. We saw the Hellscourgers in the back brought down to about half health. And I do like this. The Cold One Riders and Saurus Warriors have been detached from the main engagement, and they're going to go secure objective 1. So both sides are essentially getting one free objective, and they're going to be contesting in the middle. So just like we talked about, there's like the tertiary side engagements, and then there's just like this big middle Royal Rumble, which is basically like a land battle. There's like flank skirmishes, and then there's like the central fight. So here it comes. The Slaneshi forces draw blades, or I guess spear arms. They don't draw them from anywhere.
Draw their whips.
They just point their arms, which happen to be swords.
like you do. And look at this. Lizardmen just kind of bringing them back, cutting them back a little bit.
Yeah, Lizards are opting to yield the objectives initially to the forces of Slanesh in favor of value and positioning, which is a little bit risky for sure, but I understand that. We saw Grand Cathay do that to Slanesh earlier as well, right? They gave up some of the position. Uh-oh, some sort of witchcraft. Slicing Shards could be going down here. That is a Slanesh spell, which does a ton of damage.
Oh, there it is. I was like, where is it going?
Yeah, this one's big. It does a lot, but it's a very slow to cast, which is how like Pit of Shades should probably be changed. Maybe
I don't know. That's not on Slicing Shards because it's. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the one right behind the Devoted. Boom! There it is. Just misses. It was Comet of Cassandora. They just missed, I think.
Yeah. So both those magic spells, neither of them really did much. But check this out in the back. Yeah. We do get the Pterodons, or excuse me, Razordon hunting packs. These guys have some good DACA. Now, Salamanders will kill the spawn quicker, but the Razordons have a little bit more dual purpose in terms of killing any Slanesh armor that is summoned, and Azazel is also taking a little bit of damage as well, but Slanesh is pushing through, and they do have the double cap, and the top is also in danger with some Slanesh cap going up there.
Yeah, man, like Azazel, it's kind of surprising to see Azazel just right there in the thick of it.
Yeah.
You've got these Hellstriders pushing into these Cold One Riders. Now, I would imagine that the Hellstriders would lose this fight. Help me out with this.
Yeah,
like,
it's kind of scary because there's some Devoted Marauder Spears nearby, so it's going to be a little bit precarious. These are not the anti-large Cold One Riders, so they could have a...
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought there's not Cold One Spear Riders. Yeah, you're right.
But something that needs to happen here, Zone needs to grab this this hunting pack and pull it back. Get the skin cohorts in here as a screen and get them back. The Lizards are kind of buckling across the board. Azazel, with his Demon Blade and his obviously his good combat presence, is really pushing back the Saurus lines. And Lord Mazdamundi, of course, is trying to get his comets off, but none of the magic from the Lizardmen has been very good. Like, almost all the casts have missed or not done much damage, and Slanesh looks to be in a pretty dominant position despite the value trade looking even.
Yeah, another one just missed here. It caught a little bit of clipping into the Chaos Spawn, but again, for the most part, every single time one of those Cassandoras, Slicing Shards has gone down there.
Yeah.
And it just really minced up that last warrior, Saurus Warrior with shield right there.
Yeah, it's
looking trying to make a little flee.
It's looking tough, too. The Saurus Warriors here are buckled heavily by multiple Slanesh units, including Spawn. And Azazel is going to just be hunting the Toad. He's looking to cook some frog tonight. And he's going to be
Look at it, dude. Look at Azazel going right at Orb.
Yeah. And, like, Mazdamundi's going to be perpetually on the run. And the problem with this situation is if the Lizards want to save Mazdamundi, or at least, like, buffer him a little bit, they're going to have to sacrifice units that would otherwise be taking objectives. So there's a little bit of an issue there, although it looks like Mazdamundi just kind of accepts his fate, and he's going to be trying to fight this prince, which is not going to turn out well for him. Looks very dominant for Slanesh right now.
My God, that is not fun. I'm just watching his health get chunked away in swaths. Oh, 400 hit points right there, gone.
Yeah, and you can see the Lizardmen have been kind of pushed back into their spawn zone a little bit. I mean, obviously they have some units and they're going to be able to fight, but that's really not a good sign because this is a home field advantage that he's still losing, and Slanesh is just overwhelming the battlefield with units. We have Marauders going to the high ground objective, and I certainly hesitate to call games very early, like this early, but I think this one is in the bag for Slanesh. I don't really see too many comebacks here. I think we've had some inefficiencies in terms of summons, like the Razordon hunting pack seems like a very curious choice. Obviously, it does have some DACA for the spawn, but it just didn't seem to do that much and just got tied down, and that really just gave Slanesh even more momentum. And look at the disrespect from Azazel, dude. He's just like not
disrespect. Just like, yeah, like I won't even deign to finish you.
Yeah, he's just like, screw it, man. You can have your way. Comet here, once again, the lizard magic is just missing every time. I mean,
slicing shard coming down too. I think. Yep.
on his own units. Oh,
Yeah, you'll say, ooh, that was a
Damn.
pretty devastating one on his own units. Oof.
yeah. If the lizards are going to get anything, it's going to be the slicing shards from their opponent there. Some Saurus
That's very
fighting.
Slaneshi. Very Slaneshi.
Yeah, no, the self-flagellation there. Saurus trying to take the side objective, but the devoted marauders will probably hold them back. Saurus here surrounded. And the big toad is, he's trying. He put a net on his Azazel, but it's going to be too hard to get through 3 objectives, man. The lizards are too slow. They're not going to be able to do it. This has got to be a victory for Slanesh.
Yeah, those are pretty heavy. I mean, I understand where Zone was going by kind of conceding the points and trying to take a harder stance, but I think that it was a progressive march backwards from that point. Trying to dodge comets, trying to dodge slicing shards. The comet dodging was forward, and the slicing shards was back. So it was just a constant movement away from these points, with just little tiny grappling here and there was able to secure them all for Slanesh.
Strangely enough, I didn't hate the army comp. Like the Saurus Chameleon's
No,
combo
no,
seems
definitely
good. Maybe the Razordons weren't too hot, and I'm thinking of some other options perhaps. Like maybe positioning is a bit of an issue. Like you want to do something like this, where you're positioned between or the edge, like more like this, so Slanesh can't surround you so well. Like fighting like right here gives Slanesh a ton of opportunities to like hammer and hammer. So maybe taking a more angled approach for the lizards could have been better. Yielding objective 1 instead of sending units up there and just like playing the middle. Yeah, another comet coming down here, but yeah, lizards are down in value too. Although
It's nice to see with the marks. It's nice to see with the marks so much variety when it comes to the spawns. Like spawns used to be something that like kind of went up and down in meta, but now you've just got so much more kit attached to the spawn depending on which mark you're using, if you're a warrior or demon of chaos, and if you're playing a specific god, whether or not you want to use the spawn based off of the abilities it's going to give them. So I really like to see the presence of spawn in these armies a lot more now. Azazel about to finish off the Toadmaster.
Yep, Battletoad's looking pretty tough, man. And what's really funny is we see Lizardmen kind of get crushed by Slanesh a little bit here in this matchup, but then earlier we see the dreaded Grand Cathay come in and just like steel chair Slanesh, right? Like that's the thing. There's so much unexplored potential. Mazdamundi teleporting back to his star chamber, which is pretty hilarious. That I feel like you shouldn't be able to like teleport if they're like right on top of you like that. There should be like a radius buffer, but even still, it doesn't matter. Mazda's still off the battlefield, and overall, I think that Azazel is going to be smiling. High ground objective being threatened by the lizards. Objective 3 also being threatened by the lizards a little bit. Is Slanesh perhaps running out of steam a little bit? I don't think so. But
Is it mathematically possible to come back at that point? Oh well, I mean, it
would have to be a triple
who's older
cap.
are you?
It would have to be a triple cap, and I don't see that happening. Slanesh is just too good at responding, and Azazel is just going to go around and just be breaking the leadership of all these various lizards, right? He rear charges, he hits like a truck, and flying characters are still very good in domination. Their ability to kind of, influence battles, less so than obviously they can't capture objectives, but they can still influence battles around the field and do very well. Lizards did have a little bit of a capture weight here, but it looks like Slanesh crushes that rebellion, and Saurus might be able to get this one, but it's just not possible, dude. It's just not. Like, I love that Zone is scrapping and fighting and really showing that he's a top tier player by staying in this and keeping the value somewhat close when it could be a runaway train, but I just I really, really don't see any way that he's going to get this.
So you've been doing, you've been doing YouTube now for 7-8 years.
I don't know, man.
But either way,
long time.
Your bread and butter is competitive Total War Warhammer.
Yeah.
And you've sat through the meta shifting with each game's launch, with each DLC's launch, with each patch's kind of tweaking on things. And you've been able to have a lot of conversations with Creative Assembly and how the meta shakes out when these things are coming out. What would be kind of like, how do you view a new DLC having all these strong units? And do you think that's intentional? Like, I guess basically, how do you see, like, do the developers play with play testing in this stage a lot more to get a really good meta out? Or is it just like, hey, we'll put it out, then deal with the meta after that? Like, how has your been experience with balancing?
It's very tricky. It's like we talked about earlier. And again, this game is pretty much over. Slanesh, the lizards are having a decent resurgence, actually. They're threatening a couple objectives, but the slicing shards just buckle
4,800. You're not coming back from that.
Yeah, and you can see the Slaughtercade, which is such a cool name, able to win up there. We'll have a little bit more of a discussion on that, your question, once we wrap this up here and take a look at all this and get the next lobby set up. Mazda actually got 1,700 value, dude. The Battletoad got in there deep and fought Azazel pretty well, but yeah, it wasn't enough. I did like the initial army, but I don't know, man. Yeah, maybe people, Lizardman players, have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Maybe you need like a wild Krokar in there, just with Hand of the Gods, just blasting Azazel in the face and just like out-dueling him. Like, I feel like more needs to be experimented with in this matchup. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be third place. Our victor is going to be the menacing Platypus, the champion of Grand Cathay. So certainly, he won with Cathay against Slanesh earlier. I think he needs like
a champion of Grand Cathay for sure.
I think on our website, I'm just going to unlock the Cathay final avatar for him. He doesn't have to win 75 times; he could just have it. But that was a really, really cool series for sure. Obviously, the last game a little bit more one-sided, but some really, really close games there. And that's going to be a victory for the Platypus. And very well played to Zone. Zone, obviously, we had 8 players in this tournament. Got here, had very competitive series all the way through. And Zone, I'm sure, will be a perpetual contender as we move forward in Total War Warhammer 2 multiplayer. So, GG there.
Indeed.
And it's time, dude. Let's head to the brackets. We are in the grand finals. Puggington versus Houseplant. Let's get this party started. I am super, super excited for this. Give us the Dowie. Summon them from the deeps.
Wronged us.
Dude, they've all of chat has been wrong, dude. We need
They've
it.
been wrong, man. They need it. It needs to happen.
It needs to happen. It does. So they're going to be jumping here in just a second. I believe the first map in the grand finals is once again going to be the Black Ark. And hopefully we get another cool rubber match series. That would be very fun. I would be super hyped for that. Yeah, it was a fun series. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, like I said, like that's kind of why I wish that was the finals, because it would have like a good rubber match, a good back and forth, really good mix up of factions. Didn't just feel like it was like top meta dom. Yeah. Like it was just a nice little kind of mix around.
Yeah, we saw Slanesh kind of lose to the Grand Cathay, which was really encouraging. Like, dude, when I saw Slanesh lose to Grand Cathay with that build, like the wheels in my head just started turning. Like, okay, maybe I could do something similar with Empire with like Huntsmen and Archers, and maybe I could do something with Dwarves to like beat Slanesh on that map. Like, a lot of gears started turning in the old head, so that's certainly very encouraging. Now, players are going to do their picks and bans. We are going to take a short intermission, and we have a video contest, so a video creation contest that was held by Cody Bonds for Total War Warhammer. So we're going to go ahead and show that, where they go over the videos and talk about the winners. So that'll be about 5 minutes, and then we'll be back for the grand finals. And as far as interviewing the winner, today we will finish after the best of 5, but I will be interviewing the winner over on my channel. So I'll grab them and we can talk about the dynamics, what they think of the meta and hidden gems and all that. So that'll be going on a little bit later. So, all right, man, 5-minute break. Let's do it. Let's party and we'll be back.
Sounds good.
Over the last month, a dozen filmmakers crafted their entries for the 2022 Total War Short Film Competition. To be selected, the entrants had to impress our panel of 3 judges: myself, last year's competition winner, Engaging Bear, and you, the viewer, in our online poll of your favorite entry. Every video was made with effort and passion, and while we can't show them all here today, I encourage you to go to the playlist, watch the entries, and support the artists. And now for the runner-up in the Warhammer category, Wrath of the Daemon Prince by the Rad Dude.
For Kislev! Kislev marches north into hell.
God Slayer. World Slayer.
fall.
And the winner for the Warhammer category is The Lion-Hearted by Xiphos. Congratulations again to Xiphos, who's won a $100 prize thanks to the Creative Assembly's support of this competition. I hope you enjoyed the 2022 Total War Short Film Competition. If you were inspired to create your own film, we look forward to seeing your entry in our next contest. Thanks for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now here in the grand finals, and the picks are about to be finished. Players are just kind of wrapping that up. So if we take a look here, we do see Slaanesh being picked by the Houseplant, and we have not had Reginald Puggington make the final pick yet. So we should be good. Yeah. You
scared that scared the crap out of me. I had my headset on. I was like, oh, okay, we'll talk. We'll begin when the cinema. Oh, then you started speaking and just scared the crap out of me.
Dude, the dreaded jump scare came for you. But I would love to see some Wood Elves here. I think Wood Elves versus Slaanesh on Black Art could be a super interesting matchup. Now, more than likely, it's going to be Vampire Counts or a Slaanesh Mirror match. More than likely. Again, there's a lot of money on the line here. It's the grand finals. I understand if they play the super sweaty stuff. But personally, I think seeing a Wood Elf play with like crazy good Wood Elf micro and archers just picking off Slaanesh Cav, that would be really, really quite a treat, I think. So, it's going to be a Slaanesh Mirror match. Yes, it begins.
Oh, God.
How excited are you for the second Slaanesh Mirror match of the day?
I couldn't be further from it. But I'm excited to commentate it with you, my good compatriot Turin.
It's very sweet of you. Now, on the bright side, guys, you have to look at, the silver lining in this situation. We do not have to watch Slaanesh play against any other faction in this series. It's going to be out of the way the first game, and it opens up the portals to the warp to fun matchups afterwards. So Slaanesh will, they'll enjoy one another. I think we'll see the Mortis engine play, although Black Ark's really big, so maybe not. Let's just get it out of the way. That's right. See, you guys have the right idea.
Yeah.
You have the right
rip
idea.
the bandage off now. Rip the bandage off now. Just move into it.
Yeah, man.
Move into all the goods that will happen.
I was really excited to see Wood Elves, though. That would have been fun.
With the picks and bans, are they allowed to pick those? Like, okay, so for example, right now we can see the pool is Vampire Counts, Slaanesh, and Wood Elves. They've banned the Tomb Kings. They both selected Slaanesh, but in the next set of picks and bans, can Puggington choose Vampire Counts and Wood Elves just
Yeah, so
again,
when
or
his
if you
turn
pick them, it's out.
when his turn comes around to pick again, he can pick any of the ones he didn't actually end up playing. So yes, he can.
Okay, so
you
as
just
long
can't,
as you've not played it and
Correct.
it's not been banned, you can play it.
and you can't. I believe I'd have to double check the rules. I don't think you can ban the same thing over and over. So you can't just like every time it's your turn, you just can't just ban and ban and ban the same faction over and over. So inevitably, in a best of 5, you'll most likely have a chance of playing. But some people in chat asking why Nurgle's not being picked here. Well, Nurgle on a big open field map is really going to struggle. They're incredibly slow, and Slaanesh mobility would pick them apart. Vampire Count mobility would. Nurgle is more of like a smaller map kind of guy. Although Nurgle can do well in Black Ark against other similarly speed, kind of type of factions that are around the same speed as them, on a big map, dude, against mobile factions like Wood Elf, Slaanesh, and Vampire Counts, you're going to have a really, really bad time. But we already had 3 or 4 Nurgle games today. Yeah, we had 2 Nurgle versus Vampire Count matches, both of which were pretty close, although actually the second one was a bit of a blowout. And then I believe we had another Nurgle game earlier. So yes, that is that.
That is that.
I'll double check.
Okay,
I'll double check the picks though. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so I'm double checking that. We have a new pick and ban system, so I don't quite have every single detail memorized. Granted, the players have access to the rules which we put together. Yeah, you cannot ban the same faction twice in a single match. Correct. So hopefully that clears that up for you guys. Perfect.
Yeah.
What is it, brother?
What would you say was your favorite point in the stream, and why was it you losing?
It was probably running over your units with chariots. Was one
No, you mean getting ran Durand over by my units. Yeah, I agree with you.
Sure. I do enjoy some Duran. But yeah, honestly, as far as like my favorite game we've had from today, I really liked the Norska. No, it has to be Cathay defeating Slaanesh. That was just such a...
That was fun. That was too fun.
It doesn't get much more righteous than that. That was a very, very feel-good feeling. Now, taking a look at the Slaaneshi armies here, we'll be loading in just a second. They basically are the exact same with like one variance. So fasten your seatbelts, guys. Get ready to party. We are going to be watching 10 minutes of just incomprehensible stuff happening, and we'll see what happens. At least we'll be able to see who held the objectives. So that's the thing. So it looks like the players might have to reload here. One of them may have crashed, but then we will take a screenshots of the armies here real quick. So boom, boom. And they can just replay there. That does happen sometimes. It's very strange. Usually, it's like a debug thing. It happens sometimes the first time in a game, and then you just have to reload, and it's fine after that. So
it was me.
How dare you? No, everybody desynced. It wasn't just you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's an issue that's been around since like it's weird. It's only with some players' connections though. So it must be something between these two players. But yeah, we'll get him back in there and we should be good. So sorry about that, guys. We'll be getting started in just a second. Let me just get an invite code to the players. All right. And get the fancy codes going out. It'd be fine. Same armies.
He's already ready for fisticuffs.
So here's the thing, guys. Some folks asking, why do we not have different banners to help differentiate the armies? Strangely enough, very, very unfortunate stuff. There is currently a bug that if you're playing like with the Chaos factions and you have a different banner, like if you're in a Slaanesh mirror match and you have different banners, for some reason, one of the two players, if not both of them, will not generate army abilities. So there's currently a bug that prevents them from using different banners if they have army abilities. That's why you've been seeing different banners. They might try it. It looks like maybe Houseplant has switched, but I know that was one of the sources of the issues that we were running into before. So yeah, still early. Yeah. It should be fixed by launch, but that is the reason for that. Cool.
It's also like people are not going to want to run that risk, with so much on the line right here. So
get everything reset. Finals and best of 5, and it is going to be versus Houseplant. Cool. Should be fun, guys. There we go. We got the fancy nameplates all updated. Look at that. Power of technology. I've graduated from 2005. Let's ready this
You've
bad
done it. Let's use Excel.
Yeah, man. It's pretty crazy looking back. I was looking at some YouTube videos recently of like somebody had recorded their like high school graduation in like 2005 or 4 or something, and I was like, oh my god, so much has changed. It's crazy.
Do you remember like applying for jobs and they'd be like, wow, we see you have got PowerPoint skills. That's a very good mark. That's a really good mark. You're like, now like you're 2 years old and you're on PowerPoint on your iPad.
You remember in the 90s, like when teachers would want to show like a projector, they had those like big hulking machines where they put like something and had like a thing of glass over the
transparency.
top of it. Yeah,
the transparencies.
Dude, and like the desks, like everything about the 90s like school is just wild, man.
I grew up by Caltech. And,
okay.
And like the 90s smells like Caltech, like just smells like an old library. That's what the 90s smell like to me.
Yeah, it certainly does. Yeah, you say launch is in 9 days, which is certainly true, but there's already another planned patch that's going to be going out before launch. So it'll be updating and fixing a lot of the issues like capture weight stuff and some of the other things we've encountered. So don't you worry. Hopefully it'll all work. We'll see. So
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you ready for this, man? You ready for this Slaanesh mirror?
Just do it, man. Let's Slaanesh it up. Let's Slaanesh it up.
Pit of Shades everywhere. Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Shadows on the Mortis Engine War Shrine, with a bunch of random Slaanesh Marauders and Cav, and the exact same thing on the other side, except with the Cultist.
Oh.
There you go. Oh my God. Dude, wait, have you seen this? You see the Cultist?
Mirror match to mirror them all.
Bro, look at the Cultist. No, there's like a mini shrine. I didn't know that she could go in one too. Oh.
Cultist. Oh.
Yeah, so the Cultist of Slaanesh can ride on the mini shrine. She gets like the bite-sized one. Like the kids menu shrine, and then the one up top gets like the big Chungus one that has like the giants.
Is there any difference of like stat though? Like, could you give her a torturous glory?
No, it's the exact same.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Mortis Engine with the damage maximum of up to 32, which is like that. It's pretty much the same as like Helman Gorse, basically.
But
yeah.
Do you see the toes on that Cultist? Let's go ahead and do a zoom in on those toes.
You want to see what's going on here?
Oh man, yeah. Now you got it. You didn't really have to, but now you got it.
Oh, that's some creepy stuff for sure. Well, anyways, talking about the actual tactics here. Besides, well, I guess the toes are a fear tactic, but I think that Houseplant is going to have the advantage on Objective 3, which could be a big deciding factor because Houseplant has 2 of the shrines, both of which have Mortis engines. Okay, so that immediately means that Puggington is probably not going to be able to win Objective 3. If there's a Mortis engine down there, and then that's going to force Puggington to overextend into Slaanesh's Objective 2. So Puggington is the white border of the Slaanesh army, and the red borders belong to Houseplant. So hopefully that's helpful. Just going to be absolute, just grinding. It's hard to tell what's happening.
Gonna be mayhem. I love it.
You know, I honestly think I hate this mirror match more than the Vampire Count one. I
hands down.
I would almost rather have Helman grinding, you know?
I don't know, man. At least this is over somewhat quicker, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
When you deal with a Helman grind, like, you're dealing with a Helman grind. Like, prepare for 45 minutes of just nothing but dry grinding, you know? Just not fun. Not fun for anyone.
So they're literally summoning in the same things. We have the spawn of Slaanesh moving in, and then we have more spawn of Slaanesh on the other side. So they're both summoning in the identical stuff. Again, the only variable of difference really is that, you know, the army here of Puggington has less Mortis engine. It only has 1, and the other army has 2. So we'll see if the slightly wider army of Puggington is able to outdo the double Mortis engine. That's going to be the big factor. Because the low ground objective does go very, very decisively to Houseplant. It looks like Puggington is rather going to be trying to push back the forces of Houseplant here. So it's on, man.
So how would you deal with the next 2 matches being mirror matches?
I would be very sad if
Nurgle on Nurgle, vampires on vampires.
So you know what's pretty funny about the event. So before the event, nobody could figure out why there was a bug that in mirror matches people weren't getting army abilities. But somebody discovered like 2 days before the event that it was because of the banners that the armies had. So then we have mirror matches. We were very close to banning mirror matches in this event because if we couldn't find the issue, we were just going to ban the mirror matches. So unfortunately, someone did figure out why, and here we are with the blessed mirror matches. So, you know, that was like one QA thing that could have gone a little bit, you know, we could have afforded it to not go as well. But are we going to see a triple cap right away? Oh, maybe.
We learned what we learned. Oh, man, yeah. That's a lot of pressure right there immediately. Got both those points.
Yeah, we see the double cap by Houseplant. So Houseplant has the 2 spears on the low ground with some spawn backing it up. And the reason why the spawn are chilling here is because they can bounce like either way very quickly and help, which is a very, very good tactic. Like with Empire, you want to put your heavy cav right there. Now here, Slaanesh is, yeah, I mean, he's going to have to go. Puggington's going to have to go pedal to the metal and hope his 2 Mortis engines can carry the day. Or he's going to have to rotate and pull like a big power, you know, speed play over here and go pedal to the metal for that side objective. But it looks like Puggington is going to be going for the deeper Objective 2 play And the engagements are now underway as the war shrines are going to be moving in.
I love that. The pedals of metal right there. Hot and heavy.
I've never really looked at the attack animations of these war shrines.
I noticed, man. Like I've been watching how you stream, and I've just been watching the entire. Like you'll ask me questions sometimes, and I'm not paying attention because I'm watching the. Like when you watch that, the Chaos Sorcerer, he climbs down the tusk of that war shrine and swipes someone with his staff. Like those animations are just juicy.
Uh-oh, big Pit of Shades potential. Oh, I think that's going to get a lot of guys. It's very close. Okay, it does hit the Hellstriders, and some of the Marauders got caught. Yeah, it was an okay one, but we have the two war shrines grinding against one another. So far, the two objectives are still being held by Houseplant here. So Houseplant does have the objective advantage, and I think it's a little bit precarious. I would honestly
coming down, dropping some demonettes too.
Oh, already? Wow, that's really quick.
Yeah.
How is that possible so fast? I don't think that was a Chaos Gate. Maybe it was. Yeah, Demonettes of Slaanesh have come out, the summons. Usually you have to be in combat for 120 seconds, but maybe it had passed. Another Pit of Shades up on the high ground, ravaging the forces here of Reginald Puggington.
Man, look at that, dude. Like, again, Pit of Shades, just opening them up back and forth. Getting it out of the way now while we can.
Yeah. No, it's good that, there is some silver lining to it being spammed in this tournament and showing that it's a little overpowered is the fact that action will probably be taken to fix it now, whereas if it had gone undetected, we would be stuck with it for like 4 months, right? So at least there is going to be some changes coming that way. Now, Hellstriders being summoned on both sides, so far Houseplant is very effectively defending. So Houseplant not only has the objective advantage, but also has the value advantage, and the main reason why that's the case is because Houseplant has the home field advantage, right? Has the quicker reinforcements, can get infantry here quicker. The Vanguard points basically instantly feed into the battle, so you can summon in most of Slaanesh Cav units and just hammer the side of Puggington's forces. And we see the value discrepancy getting even bigger. It's going to be very, very tough, and we've been seeing Seeker Chariots today, actually. We've been seeing quite a few of those, but...
They're going down right here, just running ramshot through these devoted Marauders of Slaanesh. They're just pushing right through them, pushing through another unit here, like just using these Seeker Chariots masterfully to just kind of round right through things and onto the next target. Like very, very well done there. Yeah. By Puggington.
Oh man, big Pit of Shades potentially going to be coming down, hitting several units. It might have a little bit of friendly collateral, but that pit does come down.
Oh, and another one right behind it.
That's a weird position, though. I'm not sure what that one's actually... I guess it'll hit the Hellstriders a little bit, but it seemed like that Pit of Shades was a substantial miscast. Could have been right on top of these spears, and that could have been very, very devastating. But honestly, guys, if you don't know what's going on, join the club. We are basically in the same boat. But all we can tell, and thankfully we have this nice metric, is that Houseplant is massively outtrading Puggington by almost 2,000. And down here, Puggington making an attempt for the side objective, which I think should have been done earlier. With the double Mortis engine, I think taking this fight here would have been massively advantageous for the forces of the Pug. And the Dread Pug is capturing it, but it's not going to be quick enough. And the entire time, Houseplant just continues to get an even bigger lead up here.
Yeah, look at the square off down here at the point 3. Just Puggington's massive army staring down Houseplant's army, but they're shy of one unit being in a complete mirror.
Yeah, it's very similar armies, but home field advantage is very, very strong. I remember when Domination was first kind of coming to fruition, a lot of people were saying that every game somebody's going to get shoved in their deployment zone, and it's just going to be constant deployment zone camping. But really, like most of the time, if you're being camped in your deployment zone, you've already lost pretty cataclysmic engagements around the battlefield. But yeah, looking like Houseplant's
I feel like we definitely haven't seen that at all today. Like it seems very balanced. Like especially in the map too. Like you said, like the Itza becomes way more of like a straight up just land battle.
Yeah. Typically, though, the mirror matches are pretty awful. Like they're really not that fun to watch. Some mirror matches are like Dowie and Empire, and look at this like standoff down here. Puggington and they're both just like putting their toes in the sand, like trying to contest the objective. But Puggington actually is going to be sealing this objective. He's got slightly more units. Whereas Houseplant continues to just bunker bust in the middle. Puggington is being pushed back a little bit, it looks like. There's no more pressure on objective number 2 from the forces of Puggington. And Houseplant just getting that momentum and really, really pushing the Dread Pug back as he's got 2 spawn, both of which are like full health, going for Puggington's home objective.
Man, like this is just rabid. Like I love that stare down there at objective number 3, where it's like everything's going to kind of shake up how it does at 1 and 2, and they're probably just going to throw fisticuffs at 3.
Yeah, Puggington did steal the objective, which was quite nice with a big cav. But now he's going to have to run all those cav like up. They're going to have to retreat from objective 3 over to objective 1, and they're really going to have to kind of secure this bad boy here. So it looks like there's a Narcissism. Nice play. Army ability of Slaanesh going down to the Hellstriders to delay Houseplant's reinforcements. And Puggington will win the game if he manages to hold both objectives for the rest of the match. But honestly, if Houseplant's able to get an objective back like anytime soon, it's basically just going to be a victory for Houseplant, because the value discrepancy in the Slaanesh matchup is really quite substantial. Like, they're both flimsy factions, so you can't afford to be that behind. Big Pit of Shades going down, though.
It's so funny that you hover over
Nope,
the flag
it
that's
missed.
controlled by Slaanesh. Oh!
Yeah, Houseplant just has the momentum. I mean, if you look at the value difference, it's what, about 2,300 at this point? So that is like 4 or 5 cav units extra that he has on the battlefield that his opponent doesn't. Pit of Shades did miss there. Could have been nice if that got a couple units, but really this objective is going to be taken by Houseplant. He has this one, and Puggington does have 3, but I just don't see any way that Puggington gets back in this, and the cursed mirror match is soon to be over. And I'm sure
The Band-Aid shall be rippeth off.
we will appreciate that, as will chat, I am sure. So, looking over here, we do see the Hellstriders, Slaanesh, Hellscourges battling. A little bit of a, fun engagement here. And it's even more miserable because we can't change banners because of the bug. So it's just perpetual suffering, which is what Slaanesh would probably want for us, right? So it's very, very lore friendly, I think. Just put me out to pasture, man.
Yeah, just complete ecstasy, like lost in ecstasy. Like, don't even know what's going on. Just completely jump into the fray, rip and grip people apart.
This isn't even like, Slaanesh would have like a degree of like pleasure to it though, and there's like none. So maybe this is more like, yeah, I don't even know. This is more like
what's going down on
it's
that
like
field. There might
Korn's,
be a lot of nipples going down.
It's Korn's torture. Korn just like misery and hatred and anger. Hellstriders coming in from Houseplant. Gets a little bit of a vanguard push here. Going to be defending his home field objective. Puggington does bring in a couple loose cav and remaining units to try and steal the home field objective, but that's the advantage of defending your home field, right? Bit of Shades going down. Basically just hit some spawn. And yeah, the value continues to stay the exact same. So they're trading evenly, but that's not going to win the game for the Pug.
Not going to win the game with the Pug.
I like Pugs, man. They're pretty adorable creatures. So Chaos Sorcerer of Houseplant is going to be pulling back, getting some pretty substantial capture weight here. Puggington does have a couple spawn, as well as some Hellstriders, but the Mortis engine of this thing is pretty active now, I would imagine. Let's see what it is at. So the Giver of Torturous Glory, it increases with intensity, but for some reason I can't see the exact intensity, but it should be pretty strong right now. And I could have sworn I saw another Pit of Shades going down. Houseplant has secured Puggington's home objective. Hellstrider's getting in there, Fascination going down. I love Puggington's scrappiness, but it's to that point where Houseplant will win on one objective, and with a bigger army, you just fall back to your home objective and say, come at me. And I don't think there's going to be too much going down here. The raw Nurgle despair, yeah, I think that's a more apt description, my friend. just pure entropy and suffering. And,
lovely.
yeah, it's over! I feel like I just dropped the ring in Mount Doom, and I'm just like laying there, bathed in flames, missing a finger, just like, it's over. Just
carry me, Sam.
It's like, yeah, if that continues to be like meta, I might, like in my tournaments, I might just have to, oh my god, do something about that. All right, so the double Mortis engine did not do the trick, but I don't think that was because of the double Mortis engine. I think it was more the positioning. Puggington lost the initial side battle, which forced him to overextend. I think that was the variable. So for anybody looking for a tactical analysis of that, that is, I think, why it went like that. Not too much more to say. You guys know how it goes. Let's get into the
not much more to say there. Yeah. Well, I think you wrapped that one up there pretty well there, Bob.
Yeah, man. We tried our best. So that's going to be a victory for the Houseplant here in Ye Old Grand Finals. So what is the map? You guys want? Don't you put that double Gorst on us? Whoever said that,
don't say that. Don't
take
say
it back.
That, yeah. Can we get a ban? Can we get a quick ban, please? Like,
take it back.
Oh my lord.
No double Gorst, no double Festus. Although a Nurgle mirror would be more interesting, I think. Maybe, because we haven't seen it at least. So there's that. Maybe we could see some like War Shrine or something fun. Yeah. Dude, don't you put that vampire count on us. Don't you do it.
You put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Don't do it. It's just hell on earth. I'm glad we were all here to suffer together.
It's just hell on earth.
All right, so let's see what the players are doing for their picks and bans. Let's wash that one off and move on. And we will see what armies they decide to go with. Dude, sign me up for a Dowie mirror any day of the week there. Like any day of the week. I am down for that. I'm super down for a Dowie mirror.
I think like the thing that any kind of mirror match or any kind of healing match are just become slogs where it's like, okay, well, it's a lot of hurry up and wait, but it's like anything, even this mirror match is fast. Like that wasn't that long of a fight by comparison, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, sure, it's a mirror match. It is what it is.
It felt long.
Yeah, it felt long because of what it was, right? But it's like the difference between feeling long and being long. And that statement can be taken out of context in a lot of really beautiful ways. And I'm going to stick with it.
Yeah. I hear you, man. I hear you. Players are scheming. We can see the first picks and bans coming out in just a moment. We'll, of course, update you guys. The next map is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, the Broken Leg Gully. Let's take a look here at the Grand Finals maps. And Broken Leg Gully is going to be the map, which certainly encourages some faction diversity, I would say. If Broken Leg Gully opens up a lot, like even dwarves are good on Broken Leg Gully, I would say. They can just pop like an organ gun in the middle and they can do some nice work with that. So we'll see what they do.
Even dwarves.
Ryan, how awful would it be if imagine if every game was a Slaanesh mirror match in the Grand Finals, like every single one, and we just had to sit and suffer through it.
I just threw up my mouth.
Would you just leave?
No, because you know what I wouldn't do?
You just take a nap?
I wouldn't abandon my friend.
That's very sweet of you, dude. That's very touching.
I wouldn't abandon my friend in the way that he abandoned me in the Throg match with Surtha Ek, in which you ambushed me. So then you just said, "Why don't you come over here?"
I'm just gonna make that my channel intro. Just you, just getting Throg, just getting hunted by the chariots.
I love you, but right now, I don't need to like you, and I could be okay with that.
Dude, you're cruel, dude. So somebody in chat was asking, how do they decide which maps to play? So the maps are all preset. Basically, we determined the maps before the tournament. Players had the opportunity to familiarize themselves and practice with the game order. So it's been there. Yeah. I wonder how many
So it
Slaanesh
looks
mirrors
like we have Houseplant has chosen Vampire Counts, Tzeentch, and Norska with a no ban, and Puggington, I believe, then chose the Wood Elves and banned.
Oh, we got a Wood Elf game.
Tzeentch.
Yes, Wood Elves. Sign me up, dude.
Stoked on that, yeah.
I'm happy about this. All right, so Houseplant. Houseplant has gone for Vampire Counts. He has gone for Norska. And what was the other one? The other one was... I'm trying to scroll up here. And Tzeentch, correct? Vampire Counts, Norska, and Tzeentch. Nope, that was Nurgle.
Yes, correct. No, Vampire Counts, Norska, Tzeentch, with no ban for Houseplant.
No ban, okay.
Puggington chose Wood Elves.
And Puggington is going to be banning Tzeentch. Dude, Tzeentch is just getting karate chopped in the bans today. Like, nobody is...
It's sad. I like to see a good Tzeentch play.
Tzeentch isn't as good as Slaanesh. I'm surprised they're just getting banned out.
Yeah, that's kind of why. Like, I remember asking, like, well, how's Tzeentch now? And you're like, Tzeentch is not that great by comparison. So I'm like, I really kind of wanted to see him.
Guys, we're not having a mirror match. It's not happening. No mirror matches. We have a fun old world faction being included, which is great. So we'll see what happens. I would wager... Ooh, do you go with Vampire Counts here? Or do you go over Norska? Probably Norska. Norska has good shielded infantry that can like push back the Wood Elves. Skin Wolves are also good against their cav. And that's it. It's going to be a Norska pick. Hell yeah. Sign me up. Sign me up for Norska. It's not the Empire, but, you know, hey. I'll take what I can get at this
We'll do
point.
what we can with what we've got. Yeah, I got you. It's all right.
All right, so there you have it. It's 1-0 in the Grand Finals. Houseplant is up 1. This is... not quite for all the marbles yet. It will be soon. We're not at any form of a rubber match where somebody can take the entire series, but it is Norska versus Wood Elves. Vampire Counts will probably come in the next game. We'll probably have a Vampire Count mirror match to seal the fate of the old world here.
To really just lick the wounds.
Yeah, it'll be great. Yeah, I think Norska could be good here, though. Norska against Wood Elves and land battles was always a pretty fun one. Got a lot of like cool dynamic cav engagements with Skin Wolves and Wild Riders, and I wonder what kind of missile play. I feel like the Wood Elf style of like Eternal Guard, Dryad plus Glade Guard is actually pretty good, so perhaps we could see that. Norska does get forced into some choke points on this map, but also the high ground engagements where they can like move on the sides is pretty good. Like they can have the Marauder champions and the basic Marauders moving up the sides to avoid some shooting from the low ground. So there's all sorts of stuff like that. I'm good, Arlen. Thank you. I am good indeed. Yeah, if we get a mirror match, how about this, Sparty? If we get a mirror match, they have to play at × 3 speed. They're just like turbo fast.
That would be. I would love for you to do a speed tournament.
The problem is it can lag. Like if the armies and there's a lot of graphics on the map, it's just like it just becomes like a PDF slideshow basically. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good point because even in my own computer, it's like that just got choppy.
Yeah, no, for sure. And your computer's like nice. My computer's from 2016, although it has had like 1 or 2 minor upgrades, but it's I'm surprised it's holding up so well, man. It's doing its thing.
Still a solid rig. That's a good processor you got in there. It's a nice machine.
It could be worse. Could be much worse.
Especially the mileage you put on it because we stream and we record,
we do a lot.
So that's really heavy.
Norska does have the advantage here, of course, of having a snow map, so they're in their natural habitat. The Wood Elves, although I'm sure there's some snowy forests, so maybe they're okay as well. I just want to see a fat mammoth, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be the Balefiend again. The Balefiend seems really cost effective as a character, just having it as your lord. So cheap,
you
shadow
get
caster.
like really cheap. Yeah, I was say really cheap Shadow Master. Get that bad boy out. Drop some bows on him.
I think as far as like legendary lords go, like Wood Elves probably, I think Draika is probably the best simply because of how overpowered Pit of Shades is, and I think Orion could also be good. You know, he's a pretty strong presence on foot. He's got 2 crowd clearing abilities in Hawk's Talons and the Hounds of Orion, so he can like clear out blobs of infantry, and I think he also causes terror. I don't quite remember; it's been a while since I've seen him, but there's a lot. This is best of 5 for anybody just joining.
Who
Orion.
Cause terror?
Orion. I think he does. I can't quite remember. He at least causes fear. I'd have to double check.
He does.
That.
He causes terror. He causes terror.
Very cool.
I looked at his unit card.
All right, so they're ready. Cool. Now we just need to wait for the Pug. The Dread Pug will be finishing here in a second. And the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you all for joining, and thank you for enduring some of the mirror matches. There are gems to be found, don't you worry. And we have a Spellweaver of Life facing off against a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire. So, you know, the big lords have stayed at home, and looks like they've sent their minions. So it is the Wood Elf Missile build that we've been seeing, which is kind of how they play in land battle as well. Are you excited?
I am excited to see this go down. I want to see some Wood Elf play. I want to see... I mean, we got a really cool Wood Elf play earlier, and I'm expecting, again, a lot of the same stuff.
Yeah, Wood Elf
but I think that
earlier. It was crazy.
But I think so. I mean, they were against Lizardmen, right? It was Lizardmen Wood Elf play, right?
Yeah, it was the Wood Elves were really dominant in that game. They even pushed into their opponent's deployment zone. Were able to give them the dirty. So that was very impressive. Yeah, we're seeing a similar play style.
Look at this, dude. Like, yeah, well, this will load in a bit. But I was going to say I expect a super just like... The nice thing about the Wood Elf long or wide play is Norska can really match that really well.
Yeah.
So,
Norska's got wit
stoked.
and durability, like you said. They have the Marauder Champions, which of course are shielded and have 80 armor, so they're going to be very, very good at trading. And what you would probably want to do here, if you're Norska, you don't want to move down the middle. Like, if maybe send a couple Marauders there is like a little bit of a tease, but the best play for Norska is exactly what the Houseplant is doing. You take a big heavy metal force down the side here, right? You take objective 3, and then you just defend your back objective with some spears and some core infantry. And then the Wood Elves are going to have to reposition their shooting line to defend, and that's when you crash down from here and go for the middle. That's probably the most common tactic on this. And we do have a Fire Sorcerer, so it's going to be Burning Head versus Dwellers Below and Earthblood and all that sort of good stuff. So,
which is great. I like it. I like that we're not seeing shadows on either with the ability to bring it. Like, I like that we're just getting life and we're getting fire. Just a good old standard fight.
I think Pit of Shades might be a little bit overkill against Wood Elves because like most of their units are very cheap here. Like nothing is above like 600 gold, right? So Pit of Shades might not be like super valuable. Whereas against like some Chaos Warriors who cost like 800 or 1,000, whatever, it's going to be much better. Burning Head I think is quite good. It can definitely toast some light infantry, and obviously Lore of Life is always pretty good. Healing and direct damage have always been powerful, but Dwellers Below functions very similar to Pit of Shades. It doesn't like quite draw them in the same way as Pit of Shades does, but it still can serve functionally the same thing, which is quite cool. So
I do like those two abilities, Dwellers and the other one, Awakening of the Wood. Like they've changed over the lifetime of the game, and they've become more damaging. They've become cooler effects, all these cool fun things with them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Norska looks to be going for a triple cap, which is very aggressive. I mean, I guess if your opponent has a missile line, you're going to be sacrificing, HP and value on your units to control the objectives because they'll have missiles which can't contest the points quite as well, right? But Norska looks to be going for a triple cap. They're going to be taking 3. They'll probably push in on 2 here in a second. And they're holding the high ground objective, which the Wood Elves are sending some Glade Guard and some Spears over. And we do get Treekin, the Firebark Elders, coming in. So the Firebark Elders, of course, a very tanky unit, which are really tough to remove.
Dude, look at them. They're just crip walking all the way up there, man. They're doing the full-on robot. They'll be able to eat those flaming heads, no problem. Drop down that flaming sort of ruin. They're not worried about it. Oof! And the eagles have arrived.
Is that an actual eagle summon? Oh my goodness.
That's an actual great eagle.
So the application of the Great Eagle. If your opponent just brings a Potato Lord, which is like terrible in combat, like a Shaman Sorcerer, the Eagle can actually just annihilate it, right? Like this guy has like terrible defensive stats, no armor. So the Eagle doesn't care that it's not a cool Manticore. It's going to be able to jump in there. But Wood Elves secure the middle in a very decisive manner and also are pushing the high ground. So we got some archers, we got some spears, looking to scrap with the Norskins. And Norska is going to be responding by summoning in the true alpha of the skies, which is going to be a Manticore. And yeah, Norska does have a 2 cap right now. They're going to get 3 and should be able to secure 1, which is going to force the Wood Elves to make a hard decision. Do they go back to their home objective and try and secure that through this bastion of Norskins here, or do they go for the backfield objective for Norska? I think the correct answer is the backfield.
I like that. Look at the tide. Look at the hill. The Marauders just coming down from the hills into these Eternal Guards with shields, just ready to just plunge right into them. And you get the mana core coming in too. So at least the mana core can be used to kind of shoo away the eagle, periodically at least.
Yeah, mana cores will defeat eagles usually. A big burning head on the Wood Elves, which is going to be buckling that Wood Elf position. They're going to be breaking. Oh, and it bounces off the wall and goes back into the Marauder Champions. Oh no. Dude, the bouncing burning heads are so funny, but Marauder Champs are such beasts. They're going to be able to grind through that, no problem.
I totally forgot that the burning head bounced until we did the other match, and it bounced off the edge of the map and back. And I was like, oh, I forgot that it does that.
Yeah, it can be.
Manticore coming in here, getting crispy on those guards who just get buckled.
Yeah. Marauder Champions are excellent fighters, very durable, incredibly high leadership when they're enraged and all that sort of good stuff. So moving into the objective, Wood Elves look like they could be in a slightly precarious situation. Obviously, Objective 3 is owned by Norska. Norska does also own Objective 1, and Norska is going to be summoning in some Marauder Chariots. We have Berserkers fighting against pretty ideal targets here in the Eternal Guard, so should be able to cut through them. Archer's doing good damage, but it looks like Norska is holding pretty well, and with Norska's big aggression push here in the middle, it's going to be taking the Wood Elf attention off the side objectives, furthering the lead that Norska has, perhaps at the cost of a little bit of Norskan value, as the Wood Elves have a beautiful missile position.
Dude, the Ice Wolves look great in the 3 engine. Oh, man.
Yeah, they look really cool, extra shiny. A lot of the models
Yeah,
have gotten
I haven't
a nice
seen
update.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we got a Flaming Head coming down. Flaming Head coming down here as well. Kind of a wild one. Look at this, going to really do some... Ooh, kind of ripping through some stuff here.
Yeah, it might hit some of those Eternal Guard on the far side or those Starfire shafts. But nonetheless, the Wood Elves do respond to some Wild
bounce
Riders.
back right back into him and melted the Glade Guard with Starfire shafts. But look, it's coming. Oh, dude, it might go back. Oh,
No,
it dissipated right before getting to those other Eternal Guard.
It's run its course for sure. Now, the Wood Elves are struggling a little bit to hold on to this objective. Norska does have a ton of infantry, Marauders, and they do also have the Shaman Sorcerer. They got Berserkers touching the objective here. And there's a chance that the Wood Elves could be triple caps. Granted, the Wood Elves do have some decent mobility up in the high ground via the Glade Riders with Spears. That might have an opportunity of taking Objective 1 with a little bit of support. But those Norskan Berserkers, man, are just going ham. And we're seeing Norska performing really well in today's tournament. And the fact that the value is even and Norska isn't even committing all of its assets because it has defenders up on the high ground is a really, really bad omen for the Wood Elves. And looks like the Wood Elves are in a bit of a rout here. The Marauder Champion's durability seems just a little bit too heavy duty for the Wood Elves to deal with.
You know, we've been seeing a lot of Berserker play. And we saw it in the Warrior of Chaos match with them. We saw it in this match. And I like they're probably one of my favorite infantry units for Norska. I love the cascading effect. Another Flaming Head coming down this midfield right onto this unit. Uh-oh.
Looks like he canceled it. Yeah, he canceled it.
Oh, okay. I thought I did one of those last minute tweak outs. Oh, dude, the Shaman. Look what's happening with the Great Eagle.
The Shaman is getting pecked in the face pretty good by the Great Eagle, as we kind of articulated early. It's a pretty decent little strategy to have a cheap kind of character assassin. And you can see Houseplant's attempting to do the same thing, using the Manticore to go after the Spellweaver of Life, not having quite the same success. And the Shaman Sorcerer, actually, it looks like he might have gotten unsummoned, or maybe just karate chop there. I think he got unsummoned, but...
He got unsummoned, I watched
it still accomplishes the same thing, right? You're getting rid of the enemy lord, he's got no caster. Wood Elves, thankfully for them, are holding on to the middle objective. As far as the value goes, Puggington has taken a slight lead. Norska might be in danger of losing their home field objective, as they have a couple Chariots and Ice Wolves fighting here, but not really any sustained infantry. And the middle is looking to go back into the hands of the Wood Elves, as the Firebark Elders are holding on very, very well, and those Wild Riders are just hammering.
You know, okay, I didn't know what you meant by his home point. Then I looked at the map and realized, oh, point number 1 is closer to Norska. That would be his home point.
Yes.
Let it be considered me to be a smart man. Let it be said, far and wide.
No, dude, don't stress it. So, objective still being held here. The Firebark Elders, of course, giving great sustainability. And the Wild Riders of the Wood Elves doing great work. They're just like chasing off these Norskan skirmishers, really hammering through most of the lightly armored infantry. And the Wild Riders have always been an excellent tool against Norskan ground-based troops. That is for sure. So, Spellweaver of Life kind of hanging out, maybe looking to drop some Earthbloods on this nice bunch of tankier units like Wild Riders and Firebark Elders. Home field objective, though, for Norska looking a little bit precarious, as Wood Elves do have Glade Riders with Spears, Dryads, and more Archers pressing the position. You can see Norska's response is going to be the Marauders here.
Yeah, I wish that you and I could see what they have in reserves, like by clicking on something and see, like, oh, okay, well, hey, this is going like this, but they do still have these things in reserves, and with this much resources coming in, that could be pretty dangerous. Like, because right now I'm like, okay, well, what does Norska have left that can really kind of help push this tide backwards? I mean, there's all these Glade Riders, there's all these Wild Riders. It's a lot of fast attacking cav on the field now. How are they going to deal with that?
It's tough. Wood Elves certainly getting a lot of pressure, but Norska still does have the triple cap at the moment. So 1, 2, 3. So they're getting a really substantial point lead. And if you're Norska, what you do is you kind of scrap with what you have. This would be my game plan right now, is I would just scrap for whatever objectives I can hold. You can see the middle's being, held for now, but Wood Elves look like they're going to be getting a cap. And you probably have to start reinforcing objective 3 with some skin wolves and maybe some sort of mobility. And you just go for the Helm's Deep play. I think that's really going to be one of your only chances. I mean, you could go for wrestling objective 1 back. You do have the home field advantage. There's some Marauders with great weapons, but Dryads and Eternal Guard will trade fine here, especially with some Glade Rider support. But Wood Elves also have archers here, guys. And it looks like the hardwood is on its way back. Reginald Puggington has secured the middle, and the Wood Elves also have secured the home objective of Norska. And it looks like the Haggard Barbarians of the North, waiting for their update here, just in complete sorrow. Have held.
I'm looking at this here. Houseplant's got 1,800 supplies, and I'm like, okay, are you going to be bringing out some heavy hitters? Is this going to be a nice, big infantry reinforcement? I'm really, really wondering what he's going to be doing with this next play.
It could be, so there are some people who like to, instead of just summoning things as they're ready, you wait till you can summon 3 or 4 of them, right? And then you try and overwhelm the position. So you could summon in 4 Chaos Warhounds and steal an objective or something like that. Norska going to be going for the hold here, so we do see Marauders fighting Dryads. Dryads should trade very effectively there. And I do not see Norska holding this. Wood Elves are a very mobile faction. They have all these cab with good capture weight, and Wood Elf cab is really good against Norscan infantry in my experience. And really, I just don't see this being held. So Norska has to pull a quick one. And just like we talked about, the quick one is going to be pulled back here, as you guessed, with the mass reinforcement. So we see double Berserker coming in here.
Oof, so this guy's going to just chop through the Dryads, quite literally. Ooh, I love that.
It's going to be good, but the thing about the Berserkers is they might get intercepted and roadblocked. So you can see the Dryads are moving up, and that's going to be obstructing the Norskins from getting onto the objective. Beautiful Wild Riders coming down from the hill, punting those Norskins into the Shadow Realm.
Oh,
yeah,
Lord.
Love it. Oh, but look at the double Hound summon, too.
Dude, that right around, too. I liked it.
But Wild Riders are going to be super effective against them. They have to move in here. Berserkers are cutting through some archers, which won't hold for super long. Norscan Warhounds pulling back, and this is getting pretty pitched here. Norska is still holding on to objective 3 as well.
Man, another summon down of now the Beasts of Tashnar here. That'll give them a good little bit of anti-large.
Yeah, and Norska is in the territory where a single objective, and they get the nice surround. So the Norscan Warhounds come around, and they're going to buckle those Dryads super quickly. Glade Rider's going to lose to the Beast of Tashnar, and Norska might be able to get its Barbaric Claws here on this objective. Wood Elves are rushing up with Firebark Elders, Glade Guard, whatever they can, pulling Cav from the other side of the map. Norska is about to lose this objective. Ooh, Wood Elves need to make sure they get that. This is very, very close, guys. This could be a razor-thin one.
That's a clutch right there. I'm like a time vault right now. My butt is clenched. Got the Eagle coming in to swoop down onto the Beasts of Tashnar, going to hold them into place. You also have the Wild Riders coming in, as well as some Glade Riders and that Spellweaver.
Yeah, this is going to be really tight. Norska does have a lot of capture weight on this, and they do take it. So Norska takes 1. Now, they can win on just 1 objective. If Norska is able to just hold this, and they might be able to, my friend, because looking at the Wood Elf army, there's a lot of archers that are low on ammo, a lot of very tattered units, and the Norska kind of resurgence where they summon in all these healthy units by banking resources. That's a very high level play. Myself, I'm too much of a potato to do that. I would probably just be panicking and summoning units, which is kind of a tell to your opponent, right? But Wood Elves are trying their best to get here, but this is not going to be an easy one to wrestle. Considering on the other side, Wood Elves have a lot of Dryads and healthy units that are not in position to help with this.
That is wild. 4,500 to 3,100 points. This is going to be really razor thin, I think.
Absolutely, man. And I can say from experience, I played a couple practice games with Houseplant this week, and there was many matches where I was literally he would just win with these really crazy plays like this. I would just be on the razor's edge of winning, and he would just pull it out of nowhere. And it looks like that could be the case here. But oh yeah, this is tight, man. Look at the dogs, the Norscan Frosthounds coming in, and he gets a good surround of the Wild Riders.
Yeah, and they've just been kind of going all over the place too. There's been a lot of really good micro with those. He was able to use the Warhounds to pull one of the Wild Riders back and open up a nice big gap for the other Warhounds to get a surround on that Dryad unit earlier. A lot of really good micro here from Houseplant.
You can see he's kind of rotating his hounds in the back to make sure his units don't get surrounded. So Puggington tries to get some Glade Riders around the back to rear charge the Norskins and break their leadership. But he has these hounds kind of serving as a sweeper, as they say in football or soccer.
Dude, it's so good. He's doing really good with that.
Great play. And the Wood Elves are so beleaguered here. And the Dryads are on the other side of the map, so they just can't get here in time. But, if the Wood Elves just capture it, they just objectively win the game. But the Norska won this game earlier. They won, not this game, but they won the same way earlier against the Warriors of Chaos. And we're seeing that playstyle of Norska just being super scrappy with their Berserkers and, they're kind of like that one kid you went to school with who's just like all elbows and just like super skinny and scrappy.
115 pounds, but just has like daggers for elbows because they're so pointy and just goes to town.
And it's still like super hard to take him out, right? It's like the scrappy friend. Even the guys twice their size are, you're catching elbows to the temple, and that's kind of like an analogy for Norska here. Norska's going to be claiming victory, guys. I can't believe they won that. It looked like the Wood Elves were going to start steamrolling them, but saving the resources up and sending them in to get objective 1, dude. MLG play, super awesome. See how much fun we can have when it's not a Slaanesh mirror match, man. That was great.
See how much fun.
Yeah,
dude,
was
that
awesome.
Was beautiful. That was a beautiful performance there. Houseplant eking ahead 2-0 against Puggington, and really like someone was saying, like, how is this a close game? He's 2,000 points behind. Well, at the end of the game, that was only 5,000 to 4,000, because those points can really add up quick if you're not holding on to all those capture points as fast. Like that stacked up so fast.
They both played very well. Like, I loved the Eagle play, having the Eagle hunt the Shaman Sorcerer with the meta being what it is, with people bringing cheap caster lords in a lot of these matchups. Like, having the Eagle was such a nice tech piece. I mean, Puggington had some excellent play and really was dominating the trading towards the later end of the game, but Norska was able to really scrap and get that good leadership, and the Wood Elves kind of ran out of steam and got stretched across the map, and they weren't able to get back and across, and saving up the resources to surprise your opponent, dude. Because most people just, as soon as something's up, they just go for it. But he saved up like 2,000 to summon 2 Berserkers and 2 Hounds and just went in there and got it, which I thought was a true masterclass of this game mode for sure.
Yeah, I definitely. That's why I was like, man, I wonder what he's doing with this huge bank.
Yeah,
because he's really kind of amping it up. Like, I wonder what it's going to be. So I was really stoked to kind of see that like 1-2 punch of just Berserkers, then the dogs, and then more Marauders, and then Horse Masters, like, or Horsemen. Like, I really liked that.
Oh yeah, dude, it was really, really cool. On to the picks and bans again. We do have the Houseplant going up 2-0. Puggington putting up a great fight, though. These games have not been one-sided, I suppose. Although the Slaanesh one was a little bit one-sided, but great matches nonetheless. And ladies and gentlemen, we move on to Game 3 of the Grand Finals. Let us see who will be drawing blood here as we clean up these picks from the previous round. Maybe if we all start chanting for the Dowie, they will be summoned from the deep.
Dowie.
Dude, I want some Sigmar, but Houseplant is the one who's a really, really good Empire player. Like, so I had been kind of despairing about the Empire a little bit, and Houseplant came in and beat my Khorne pretty decisively with the Empire. I was like, okay, not that Khorne is one of the stronger Chaos factions, but it was really cool seeing the Empire having some really good play with grenade launchers and all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, this has been great, man. This has been really, really good.
Yeah, I definitely have enjoyed the.
Once you get through the dreaded mirror matches, it becomes interesting. Yes,
mirror matches are going to mirror, you know.
Summon the ancestor gods. Summon Sigmar. I don't know. There's too much. If I was Houseplant, though, like, all jokes aside, and there's $1,500 on the line, I would be going for blood. I wouldn't like pick anything. I probably wouldn't pick anything fun. As much as you don't want to hear that, it's like.
No, I know you. I know you way too well.
You gotta eat. You gotta eat. You know. But if I was down 0-2, if I was in Puggington's position, I would probably go for a fun pick. I think I would.
mean, just to put it into perspective, we were playing like a fun, just like, hey, let's joke around domination battle between the two of us, just in the middle of this stream where I clearly won, and he was looking at like meta picks, and meanwhile I'm like flared.
Bro, I brought the giant.
I brought
the farting giant. I brought the farting giant. What more could you ask for?
And he farted all over me, dude.
That was probably the highlight when he farted on Gotrek. That was hilarious.
Dude,
yeah.
It was rude. It was insensitive. I don't know if I liked it.
So Khorne hasn't been picked today. Khorne has not been picked, which I'm surprised about.
Not been picked.
I feel like they're pretty good. Khorne is strong in my experience. They have good trades, but they can't really abuse some of the magical imbalance like some of the other factions can. So the
Khorne is strong with this one.
That's going to be the issue. That is going to be the issue for sure. So let's see what these mighty champions decide to pick here. The picks and bans will be coming through in just a second. Khorne against vampire counts isn't as good as you would think, because you have to fight through their chaff like fisticuffs while there's a Mortis engine active. And Khorne does have Marauder Horsemen now, though. So they can actually take down Mortis engines using that, or you can go with like a big demon and try and rampage it. So there's a couple ways to do it. Yeah.
Chosen vampire counts, greenskins, and Tzeentch banned vampire counts for Puggington.
Okay, the Dread Pug, he has gotten vampire counts, as you said. He has gotten the greenskins. I would be down for a WoW for sure. And then we got Tzeentch. I would like to see Tzeentch too, honestly. Tzeentch has been banned.
I'm really surprised. Like I like you said, like I didn't think him to be the immediate go-to band, but
Yeah.
I would have loved to see at least like Kairos or Village.
Yeah, could be fun for sure. Could be fun. So here we are. We see the options on the table. Now it is time for the Houseplant to respond. Vampire counts are banned. You know, you could actually go Empire and ban Vampire counts here and probably have a good chance of winning, because Empire isn't terrible against Tzeentch, although, yeah, Tzeentch mostly has what? Shielded, and they have Halberd Warriors, which are a little bit problematic for Empire Heavy Cav. Okay. Little something here. Let us see what the Houseplant is going to do. So, Houseplant already played Slaanesh, right?
It almost sounds like passive aggressive. Like, let's see what the Houseplant's going to do.
No, not at all. Houseplant played Slaanesh, and then in the second game we had Houseplant on Norska. So Vampire counts are banned, and Slaanesh is banned. So that really is this is actually going to be a little bit deeper. Yeah. This is going to be a little bit of a deeper range of factions to potentially be choosing. Oh, okay. So we got Tzeentch being picked. Cool. I'm excited. Yeah, I wanted it as a Tzeentch game. So we got Tzeentch being picked here and Vampire counts. I'm actually curious about this one. This is something that interests me. So I want to see how this matchup goes. I feel like Tzeentchian shooting is pretty good. So we'll see if they can take on the Vampire counts.
I'm so excited.
Or maybe they just go with... Yeah, because if you try and go Helm and Gorst against Tzeentch, and they have like one of those flying birds or chickens that can like snipe you with like blue fire spam, you might just like lose it right away, right? So this could be an interesting one. We did see in Dov's and Sotek hosting yesterday, we saw Tzeentch lose the Vampire counts, but I'm curious how this is going to go. I think it can be won by either side. So,
I mean, I'm excited for it. We've got some Tzeentch finally.
Yeah, man, it's going to be good. So he went Tzeentch banning greenskins. Okay, so the greenskins were the ban. That's why the WoW wasn't picked. I'm surprised to see a greenskin ban. It's cool. It's good to see. Grimgor will not be making an appearance. Although Grimgor, all jokes aside, I think has a little bit that he could bring to the mode. I think Grimgor can do some work. So it looks like the Pug. Will the Pug be unleashed? Will he escape his leash and attack the... Oh, Houseplant actually has a wolf as his picture too. It's like the Pug versus the wolf. It's the evolution.
That's even better. It's perfect. It fits too well.
Yeah, it's pretty great, man. It's pretty great. Dude, we have like three, like my picture is Wookiee, my old dog. You can see he's got like bulging eyes, and I think you have like Darth, one of the Darth characters, right, from Star Wars.
Yeah, Darth Revan.
Dude, you got to get your dog as your picture. I got to get him on there.
I can do that. How do I do that?
So right now it wouldn't update unless you like reset your game. But
you wouldn't update.
Yeah, like there's a couple directions you can go with Tzeentch now. Like you can go with Spawn Forsaken, which is classic. You go Spawn Forsaken in blues. Blues, of course, can shoot and snipe very effectively. Yeah, okay, it looks like it is going to be a Tzeentch Daka build using nothing from the new DLC. Actually, is the Pug unchained?
Ooh.
Let's find out. Ryan, do you think the Pug will be unchained?
Dude, the Pug, he's down too. He's going to unleash the beast.
Yeah, my dog Wookiee was part Pug. He was like a Pug Affenpinscher mix, and you wouldn't think so, but he had a pretty deceptively hard bite. You would think Pugs don't really pack much punch, but Wookiee could get your finger pretty good. He always used to like sleep in this little bag, like a little like bat cave thing where you couldn't like see him, and you would reach in to like pet him or something, or to like see if he was in there, and you just like get your finger, you know. It was like because it would like startle him, and he was like kind of blind, so yeah.
Little beast.
Yeah, he was a noble creature. So, you want to take a look at the Vampire Count army? Are you surprised by anything you're seeing here?
In this Vampire Count army? No, it looks exactly like I've seen. Two Necromancers, one including stroking his Forbidden Rod, with tons of zombies, tons of Skeleton Warriors, and Crypt Horrors. It is the Vampire Count army of the day.
But how hard is the Rod going to be stroked? Do you think it'll happen multiple times or just once?
He is going to find the quietest, cutest corner of this little high elf shrine area, and he is just going to beat that Forbidden Rod like it owes him.
Dude, you just fulfilled everything I wanted from that statement. It's great. This is like the 6.5 hour commentary when it just like you've seen this just miserable army comp so many times. Anyways, it is zombies, skeletons, Crypt Horrors with some Black Knights, and then we do of course have the Necromancers and Helmengors. All right, very exciting stuff. Now looking over at the Tzeentch army, it's going to be blues and pinks. He's a strong independent Tzeentch player. He doesn't need any DLC. He's got the
no sir.
A lot of shooting. And what's cool about these blues and pinks is they have such a deep formation that you can put them in guard mode and they can just blast like in guard mode. And even if they're in melee, they can shoot things to pieces, which is really, really strong. And this tech piece is really cool. The Burning Chariot of Tzeentch potentially can roast Helmengorst and the Necromancers, and the Herald of Tzeentch also shoots from his disc, so he might be able to just kill the Vampire Count characters and get the job done. You know?
Yeah, I mean, they've got no way to bring it down. Like, I mean, there's no shooting they've got to worry about. Sure, there's fell bats, but it's not like there's zombie dragons in this fight or anything like that. Like,
yeah,
there's no real big super threat up in the air for them. So I think that's kind of a cool play to, hey, well, all right, I can take these guys. I can fly pretty much uninterrupted.
Yeah, I like it. The Burning Chariot is one of those things that can be a trap sometimes, though. It's really expensive, and like the thing is, let's do the math on this. If you want this Burning Chariot to pay for itself, it has to kill Helmengorst like 3 times.
That's a good point. It's super expensive.
It's like, is it really going to get there? I mean, okay, but from just a battle perspective, though, it's still good because removing a Mortis engine, despite the value discrepancy that might be pertinent there, it's still very, very good, right? So,
yeah, dude, and they're just going for broke. I like this. Like, okay, we're going to use the Furies, screen out any fell bats, and to just dunk any and all damage that we can. Like, yeah, I definitely see it happening.
100%, brother. The Furies, like you said, will dunk on fellbats. Like, it's a very one-sided fight. Like, the fellbats will get through their shield, but not that much more, and then the Furies can heal up, which is pretty good indeed.
Look at that Necromancer. He was like, "Oh, my rod," and like ran back immediately. He's like,
yeah, usually just. I'm surprised he's just hiding it though. Like, even if you have the Necromancer,
you always want to hide your rod.
Well, no, but sometimes having the rod on the capture points, like on an insignificant capture point, is not a bad idea, right?
Mm.
I think like I usually do that when I'm playing Cathay, when you have the Wujing or the Astromancer with the Cloak of Pomei that gives you Winds of Magic. I still like to put them up on the objectives and just run if something comes, maybe. But Screamers being summoned in. Screamers are anti-large armor piercing, so maybe tech against the Crypt Horrors, and the sniping has now commenced, my friend.
Oh, here it is. Come on. Get the Fellbats involved.
The Fellbats are screening, and Vampires are no joke in the air. I mean, you see the the Devils of Schwarzhofen coming in, dude. These guys will crush the Furies.
Oh man, I didn't think we'd see any Vargeists.
Well, this is good tech because each can have a pretty dominant air force, but Screamers plus Furies won't do badly against the Devils. But the problem is the Necromancer. Oh wait, I don't think they brought Invocation. No, they do have it. Okay, so he literally has like all the spell options amongst his 3 Necromancers. So Invocation will probably win that fight for the Vampire counts, but with 2 Screamers in there, that could really change the paradigm of the matchup there. Did he just shoot Helmengorst? It looks like he missed. I think he missed there.
Yeah, it looked like he actually went towards the Devils. I think that was just his normal, hey, I'm shooting from my horse or from my disc.
I'm already getting kind of a bad feeling about this matchup for Tzeentch. Like, I feel like their kind of gambit of like trying to snipe the Vampire characters is just not working out super well. Like, the Vampire characters are still full health and the objectives are open, but Tzeentch will move down from the high ground and rain unholy fire. You can see Helmengorst here getting blasted pretty good. And oh no, oh, don't get baited onto the ground. The Fellbats landed, baiting some of those units to the ground. Could be their doom. Let's see here. More of the Screamers of Tzeentch kind of circling about. Helmengorst cackling and running away. And here comes the big Air Force fight, which the Vampire counts for sure will win, in my opinion.
Dude, look at that. Look at this Air Force fight. It is just ridiculous looking. Like,
I know, it's just anarchy. So there's the Burning Chariot on Helmengorst.
Oh!
Yeah, it's not even that much, though.
Yeah, I was like, didn't do the damage I wanted it to do. But it's going to, I mean, it's got cascading damage if it can keep firing. But that's unfortunately what's going on.
Dude, this has got to feel so bad, though, dude. Like, look at this haggard Tzeentch Air Force just being dunked on by the Vampire counts. Like, it's just an absolute bully beatdown, dude. You remember that show?
Yes!
That's basically what's happening here.
Oh, my God. I haven't heard that term forever.
Dude, the Devils hit like trucks. 110 weapon strength. They got Helmengorst just like dancing on his chariot, you know, ghost riding it down below him. And yeah, we see this.
Pug deflected that really well, I think.
He did. And that's brutal because now Tzeentch has like one option, just to like haggardly move from the high ground and just start trying to remove the Vampire counts, who have, mind you, like 2,000 in the bank. Do you know how long it's going to take Blues and Pinks to remove like 5 skeleton units? It's going to take like 10 years, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, the next DLC will be out before they're able to finish that. And I think Tzeentch knows. We have Forsaken coming, and dude, this is just such grim tidings. Like, look at the Vampire counts, dude. They're so troll.
In it for the long haul here today.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we are, man. And you know, Pug is on the ropes here. So, you know, if he gets the win with Vampire counts, that means that we might be able to see some more interesting factions for sure. Tzeentch is on the way down, and they're going to be pouring in. The Pink Horrors getting ready to unleash a nice salvo. I mean, in theory, the Tzeentch army should be just blasting the Vampire counts and trading very, very well. But there's a good Air Force too, right? We have Fellbats and Vargas, which could really disrupt the shooting. Here comes the magic. There you go. Nice pink fire right there.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like maybe Puggington was kind of expecting some shenanigans when he saw Tzeentch. But I feel like the Alpha Strike onto Gorst, while a really cool thing in theory, I don't think it really works at this level of play. You know, like I feel like that's something that Puggington, okay, well, he might try to do this. Because these guys have been playing against each other and trying out these builds and stuff like that. So I feel like that was maybe just, I think you even said this earlier, just too much of a gamble for something that doesn't fall through for you if it doesn't work out, right? You're like, all right, well, that goes all my point dedication. Now I have to see if I can slog my way through this.
You really raised an excellent point. Like, excellent point. Like, at the higher levels of play, it's just like in any other RTS game. Like right. In StarCraft, for example, if you're trying to play Protoss and rush someone with like a cannon rush, or in any other RTS game, you're just trying to do some sort of a tactic that just is a gimmick that really punishes someone immediately. Like, at the higher levels, it doesn't work as well. It's much harder because people cover their bases when they have more knowledge of what could potentially come their way. Now, that being said, I really like this pink position. I mean, this is nasty. If this had been done a little bit earlier, like, I think that the vampire counts could be potentially withering off this objective. And the reason why he's doing those long pencil formations is because even if the front row is inundated in combat, the back row is then going to be able to shoot. And they're getting good damage, mind you. I mean, that Necromancer's in serious danger, but the vampire counts can just cackle and sit on these objectives all day, and probably will be able to Helm's Deep on objective 1 by the time Tzeentch can finish him off. I think if Tzeentch had just gone for like a frontal engagement, this battle would be going way better for them.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is like if they had just gotten pressure in while trying to do their alpha strike, at least it's like, okay, you can't put 100% micro to deflecting the alpha strike, which Puggington clearly did. It's like he couldn't distraction Carnifex it at all.
Yeah, indeed. We got some blues and pinks up in the hills. We got some spawns sitting in reserve. They're just going to drop zombie summons all day to target the advance of Tzeentch. Granted, vampire counts are taking a lot of damage. I mean, they've lost a fair amount of chaff, but that being said, it's just chaff. And we see zombies just being resummoned, and multiple units just on their way back, and
sitting on 2,000 in the bank.
If I'm Reginald here, I'm like probably 90% confident that I'm going to win this. Like, I'm just sitting here dropping Haggard summons. Helman Gorst just finally happy. He was a meme for so long, and although Helman Gorst did get discovered as being overpowered at the end of Warhammer 2, like a lot of Warhammer 2 land battle tournaments towards the end were basically vampire count players with Helman Gorst using Gaze of Nagash and just like getting a cheap Mortis engine, right? So people have known about Helman Gorst since the end of Warhammer 2. He became, I would say, relatively prominent during the Warhammer 2 World Championship. But yeah, he's still here, and I think he certainly warrants some changes. I would imagine there will be some. So Herald of Tzeentch flying around, maybe going to be looking at the Gorst, man. But dude, look at that vampire count Air Force, man. It's so nasty.
Yeah, man. It's disgusting. Like, what are you going to do with such reckless hate?
Yeah, and Tzeentch really kind of did this to themselves by pushing down from this choke point. Like in a big open field engagement, like the zombie summons wouldn't be that big of a deal. But considering they put themselves in this bottleneck like this, it's going to be tough. And, you know, the only chance that Tzeentch really has is to go for a triple cap. Like, try and outvalue the counts to such a point that you can triple cap them. But look at the value. It's still vampire count favored, actually. Like, the trading is favoring them, which is really, really grim tidings for sure.
Yeah, man. Like, oof.
Yep.
I'm hoping for a concede now at this point. I'm like, man, I just think I think that Alpha Strike was too like pot committed.
Yeah.
And yeah, you got a lot of spawn here, and the spawn can do some work, but I think it's just the damage discrepancy, the points in the bank for Puggington, like, yeah, there's just too many things. Although, I mean, Houseplant's like kind of like ramping up a 1700. Maybe he's trying to get a big engagement here with these spawns to then just bring stuff in with a big like reinforcement burst. But again, so can Puggington.
Yeah, Puggington's been, I mean, they're both banking quite a few resources. You can see that Reginald Puggington's sitting on like 3,400 right now. What I wager is going to happen is Puggington is just going to, he's just going to cackle up on the high ground and just summon in a bunch of reinforcements here and try and jack objective 3. And then Tzeentch is going to probably get triple caps, and I would say that's probably going to be it. Although that's a really nice army ability right there, hitting the entire vampire count army. And you can see a little bit of desperation out of Tzeentch, though. They're kind of just force moving down. They know they don't have much time, but dude, against vampire
look at
counts,
this summon in of 3 Marauder Horsemen here just going for a back cap onto 1.
Ooh, let's see that. Nice spot, brother. Nice spot.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Not going to be easy, though. Black Knights exist. They have 80 armor, super durable against the Marauder Horsemen. And
then just 5 counter summons of Dire Wolves. No, 4.
Tzeentch has carefully curated the series for you guys so we can get more fun matchups after this is over, because Vampire Counts and Slaanesh will have been played. But Marauder Horseman potentially going to be able to jack this objective. Tzeentch is behind in value. Vampire Counts also have healing too. And it looks like Hellman Gorst is now Mortis Engine draining all these guys, and the Herald of Tzeentch trying to snipe Hellman not working as intended. Now, what could have been kind of interesting is maybe Village could actually be good here in these like melee grinds, but yeah, he knows it's over. It's been over for a while. And that is going to be a Vampire Count victory, as Tzeentch's positioning just was not up to task. In an open field fight, I think Tzeentch would have fared way better. You cut the cheese squad and bring like a more sustainable combat-based army, and maybe you can beat Vampire Counts. But in that choke point, no way. They just put themselves in a bad situation, which, understandably, like, you know, you're up 2-0, right? And you go for like the finish. You go for like kind of the quick snipe and to just try and get that W. I totally understand where Houseplant's coming from, but it did not work there. And the Pug has been unleashed, guys. So it is 2-1.
Dude.
As we
Unchained the beast. The unfettered monster beginneth his rampage.
Hellman Gorst only 500 value that time. Yes. So let us go ahead and head on over to the picks and bans. And the next map, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be, where art thou? We have it. It is going to be Death Pass. Death Pass. One of my favorite maps. A Dowie map, if there ever was one, mind you. But don't get your hopes up for the Dowie, guys. It's probably not going to happen. Dude, how hungry are you right now?
So hungry, dude.
Just the casual 7-hour stream. No biggie.
I was telling Turin too, like, okay, like last night I put in an order for McDonald's, and I never ever like kind of eat that kind of stuff. But I was like, you know, it's the only thing open at 6 a.m. I'll walk my dog. I'll get like ready. I'll get him all situated. I'll get him in his crate, and then I'll eat. And it'll be good to go. Well, the order didn't go through. Like I got a text middle of the night or a email that says like, nope, sorry, we had to cancel your order. Dude, so I ended up eating just like an apple and like a bagel with peanut butter, and I like scarfed a what's it called, a protein bar down a little bit ago. I'm just limping into it, man. I ordered food like just a little bit ago. I'm like, cool, that'll come here, and then by the time we're done, I'll just eat the hell out of that.
Dude, I'm so hungry, dude. The wife and I are going to the fair after this. We're going to go to the fair over in BC. No, not here, over in BC. So we're going to head there, and I'm just going to eat all the dirtiest carnival food I can get my hands on.
Dude,
it's going to be great.
That sounds so good. I've never been to a fair around here, and I want to. If
really?
I had known.
You've never? I guess you've been to the ones in Los Angeles where you grew up, yeah?
Yeah, I went to like all those when I was growing up. Like every single like. I grew up Catholic, right? So we would always have like the church fairs.
Yeah, those kind of things.
I'd go to those all the time. But damn,
dude, fairs, when you get a little older and you go back to like the local county fair in the United States, and you realize that like how grungy all the like a lot of the attendants are, like you know, like it seems so much less safe. I'm just like, you know, they just like, oh man, yeah. I just noticed that last time I went to one, I was like, oh man, that guy is like really just not paying attention to like this ride, and they're just like,
it's just teetering and everything. Like,
yeah, it's definitely pretty wild, man. You know what's really fun though is Ren fairs. I love going to Renaissance fairs. That's so much fun. We should go to one, man. We should jam
absolutely. I you know, more what we should do is get involved in the what's it called? The reenactment fighting thing.
The thing is, my hands are really messed up. So, I mean, I could do it, but there's a chance I could like mess up my hand, which, you know, basically ruin me.
No, Nick, here's what we'll do. We'll just whips. We'll tether whips to your hands.
I'll just have a slashy whip on my arm, just strapped to it. I'm just swinging it around, dude.
And just the whole time hiss at people. Just
yeah, that would be funny.
And people will like, man, I don't really want to fight that guy.
That guy's nuts.
I don't know if I'm really into
running around in like a loincloth. Okay. Houseplant's got his picks and bans, so let's go through that. It's going to be Tomb Kings. It's going to be Nurgle. I'm always down for some Nurgle action. And we are in Death Pass, so we got to update the map here. And pick 3 is going to be Warriors of Chaos. And Lizardmen is the ban. All right, cool. So now we need to wait for Puggington to ban one of Houseplant's 3, pick for their own, and then Houseplant can pick from the remaining 2. So players are doing that right now.
Dude. Someone in chat just referenced people that work at carnivals. Lots of panther tattoos, and that's too good.
Like roses and yeah, all that glorious stuff. So we got Warriors of Chaos being picked by Puggington, which is cool. I'm always down to see that. I like Warriors of Chaos, and he's going to be banning his opponent's Nurgle. So now Houseplant chooses from Tomb Kings or a Warriors of Chaos mirror match, which as far as mirror matches go, Warriors of Chaos would be fun because they can do a lot of different stuff. So yeah, that's what's going down. Oh, it's Tomb Kings. Okay, this is great. I love this. Tomb Kings are awesome. Warriors of Chaos are awesome. This is going to be a really fun fight. Yeah, Turin Hellscourge, I know. Dude, so when I went to a Ren Fair in like 2015 or 16, and they had a javelin throwing contest. So they gave us javelins, and like we got to throw them at a board, and I actually ended up winning it. It was pretty cool. Oh. But there was only like 4 people competing. It was like me versus like 2 guys in their late 40s and like a kid. But it was still super fun.
I mean, dude.
And I was like drinking mead, and it was just it was a really fun time. Yeah.
So you mean to tell me you too beat a child like I did?
Yes, just with the javelin of doom.
Yeah, like you're sitting there chucking axes, and you're like, you just lured to the
no,
tree,
it wasn't an axe. It was a javelin. Like it's a throwing spear. So I was like,
an actual javelin. Oh, sorry, I thought you said axe. Sorry.
I think like one of the older gentlemen I was like competing against like threw out his shoulder when he did it and like tore his bicep or something. Oh my god, dude. Yeah.
Well, at least you didn't like full on bulldoze through a child and his father like I did on a snowboard.
No, it was nothing like that. Yeah, it was fun.
Dude, I'm wanted in like a different county, man.
States.
Killed a kid and his dad by just slamming into him with a snowboard. Didn't know what I was doing. Couldn't stop.
Yeah, it's we got to go, man. I bet you probably have done archery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you would be good at that kind of stuff. Like you've done like sword training too, like in your theater arts, your thespian arts, right?
I am certified to teach you both broadsword and rapier if you ever wish to learn.
Dude, that's so cool, man. That's so cool. I love it. Tomb Kings versus Warriors of Chaos. It looks like Puggington is going to be picking the flag for Sigvald's, I think, unique army, which is what is it called? The Decadent Host or something like that? Yeah. Dude, how fun would a Warhammer fair be? Yeah. Imagine how cool a Warhammer Fantasy Ren Fair would be.
That would be so amazing. That'd be so amazing.
We should put one on. That would be really fun, dude. Would you guys come?
You know, what would you cosplay as?
Oh, I would for sure be a greatsword. I would just wear like the kind of the Holy Roman Empire style, like Lanzknecht, like with a greatsword and like a giant floppy hat. I would have to be something from the Empire,
I would go as a dwarf.
Dude, you're also tall though. You're almost 6. I think you're around like close to 6 feet, right? So you would be
5'11".
Yeah, you would have to like do something about that. Like we need some perspective shots to make you look like.
Actually, maybe I just go as a priest of Sigmar. Make it easy on myself.
I think warrior priest would be your best bet. Like you would pull it off so well.
So much easier.
Yeah, that would be fun.
But I could get surly. I could get real surly if I went as a dwarf.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. That'd be really cool. You could totally do the mohawk too. Just get like a fake mohawk and just glue it onto your head. Oh my god.
Orange crest.
Just all haggard and flimsy. That'd be so funny. Like a rubber mohawk. Just spray painted orange. Oh my god.
I mean, I would be the toast of the town if I did such things.
I could do Sigvald. I could for sure dress up like Sigvald. Yeah, I could do that. I have long hair like Sigvald.
Just go as Gorse. Just get you like a raggedy little cloak or a raggedy robe. You'd be good.
Just while shambling about.
Yeah, dude. Break one of your knees. Have you really kind of fit in?
Yeah, that's good times, man. So the matchup's going to be starting any second. Tomb Kings versus Warriors of Chaos. You have some cool options. You have Ushapti Greatbow, which are excellent. Sepulchral Stalkers for the Tomb Kings are relatively meta. You can use them to deal with any large threats, like Kolek, for example, or Archeon on horseback, whatever. They got halberds up close. They also have really good AP shooting. So you can go with catapult type builds too, like Screaming Meme catapults. You could bring like 2 or 3 of those, and they can really bombard enemy armored infantry and break them off points, especially cheaper marauders. So there's a lot of cool stuff Tomb Kings can do. As far as Warriors of Chaos, the world is your oyster, dude. Like their roster is so massive. You can bring any of the 4 new Champions of Chaos characters. Like it's insane. It is absolutely insane. So I would imagine Festus though would be the pick. Maybe a wild Bellicor. Dude, you want to see Bellicor?
Oh,
yeah,
I would love to. I mean, we haven't seen him, and I just want to hear what's his name. The Dwarf King, like talking. Like he was great job on the what's it called?
Thorek?
Voice acting for him.
You want Thorgrim Grudgebearer?
No. The what's his name? God.
Gungar Ironfist?
Bellicor is voiced by.
Oh yeah, by the Dwarf King from The Hobbit. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I got you. Thorin Oakenshield.
Yes, thank you, Richard Armitage.
Yeah, that would be really really cool, dude. Oh, somebody had a great suggestion. We could go to the Warhammer fair, and we could be village. You could just be the jacked one, and I'll just like ride on your back and like wave a staff around.
Or we go as Gotrek and Felix. Easy.
Yeah,
easy,
Gotrek and
easy.
Felix would be a big win. Although the village one is funnier, but I'm like not that light, so I think it'd be hard to carry me. I like weigh 185, so.
Dude, just Grom the Pawn.
Just
Goblin.
Yeah, Grom the Paunch, dude. We get one of us to be the hype goblin. That'd be great.
Yes!
All right, guys. 2-1. If Houseplant wins, it is over. If the Pug is unleashed once again, we go on to the rubber match. It is time, dude.
Ooh.
Let's get this party started.
Houseplant is Tomb Kings. Okay, got it.
Dude, Volkmar would be great for you, too. You could be a really good Volkmar.
You know what, man? I hate mustaches.
But, I mean, you would have a good one.
You're not wrong.
Mustaches are rough, though. I have a really big one right now, and it's like, it's
Oh
very
my
irritating.
God.
Yeah,
And
no.
Anna kisses you with that thing?
Shoot,
Good Lord.
I have the best wife, like, on the planet. She is
Yeah,
such a saint. She is such a saint for dealing with me with the way I look. It's just,
Seriously, dude, the mustache, and she
Yeah.
dealt with you when you had the mullet.
it's
like,
true
oh.
love. It's true love. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
She's just so exhausted. Babe, I'm going to grow out a mullet.
Okay, honey. So, take a look at this
Fine.
build. This build is really cool, and even though Festus does have the lore of Nurgle, you can bring him bare bones and just get the Mortis Engine effect and the AoE healing, right? So taking a look at Festus, he just brought Stream of Corruption and then has his natural abilities, and there's a Chaos Sorcerer of Fire with Burning Head to help clear out like Tomb King's infantry. It did get nerfed, it doesn't just like one-shot Tomb Guard anymore, but it's still very, very good. Aside from that, we got Marauders with Great Weapons, kind of an interesting choice. I feel like Great Weapons wouldn't be that good against Tomb King's infantry.
Puggington's army is really mean, man. This has got a lot of really good stability.
Yeah, it's pretty rad. And we got the Chaos Warriors with the old Great Weapons back here? No, just shielded Chaos Warriors. So, yeah, just Chaos Infantry supported by Festus with big AoE healing. And now, oh yeah, dude, Screaming Skull Catapults, my favorite unit in Domination. I actually just put up a video that went out as this stream was going with these Screaming Skull Catapults. And yeah, they're great, dude. Ushabti Great Bow, Nagakara Warriors, Skeletons. I love it. And it looks like it's going to be a Lich Priest of Nagakara just to get the heals on your army. So, very good stuff.
Juicy fight. I love it. I mean, I honestly, well, okay, it's not fair because the other one's Vampire Coast, but Tomb Kings was a really good campaign pack DLC. Like when they came out, like,
Oh, yeah.
I had so much fun with that campaign. But then Vampire Coast came out, and it was like everything I've wanted in a campaign. Like nice, clean, succinct, good, fun, beautiful music. Like I loved it, and it's really fun to just see Tomb Kings because they just got like thrashed upon so much in tabletop. I don't think I ever saw anyone ever play them, and it's fun to see them in Warhammer or Total War Warhammer get like a really good lease on life. Like they're fun to see in the game.
Yeah.
They have really cool matches a lot of the time. You have so much fun stuff with the chariots. Like it's really fun.
Yeah, Tomb Kings are a really cool faction. And as far as the old world faction scaling into the new multiplayer, I think Tomb Kings have done it one of the best. Like Tomb Kings, honestly, I don't think... Like, they can fight Slaanesh very well, actually. Like, Tomb King's basic infantry, Nagakara Warriors, trade mega cost-effective into Slaanesh in my experience. Tomb Guard do. They have cheap horsemen, they have great magic, good monsters, good range. Like, Tomb Kings kind of do it all. One of the reasons why they get wrecked in Warhammer 2 was because of Burning Head being a little bit, overtuned at the time, much like Pit of Shades is now. But really, Tomb Kings are just a great army. And if you are a new player looking to get into multiplayer, in Domination more specifically, I couldn't recommend Tomb Kings enough. You don't have to worry about routing units. You have access to great magic. Really fun thematic units are also good, like Ushabti Great Bows and Screaming Skull Catapults. They bring a lot to the table. So it looks like Tomb King's going to go for Objective 2 and sending a Defense Force to 3. Going to be playing a very, very standard playstyle on this map, which is just defensive, artillery support, defend your home, and let the enemies wash upon you.
Let them wash over you.
I like it, dude. That was good. That was like, you sounded like a God of War actor who, the voice actor. Yeah, you could do that really, really well. You certainly have the voice for it.
It's the guy from Stargate.
Dude, I love Stargate SG-1. But anyways, we don't want to get into a rant about that right now. So, back objective being threatened by chaos. Looks like the Marauder hordes are pouring over the hill. Festus is going to be committing to this. So Festus and the boys, you could see more reinforcements, including Marauder horsemen throwing axes probably. Yes, going to be summoned to deal with the Ushabti. And Chaos is also going to be preparing kind of a tertiary strike here in the middle. But Tomb Kings can also backcap you using a mass amount of horsemen too. So lots of dynamic play that could be going down here.
It's wild. This is like a very big land battle. Like there's so many forces on the field right now.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely, man.
The catapult's starting to scream.
Dude, Screaming Skull catapults are so good. They clear Marauders like it's nobody's business. So if your opponent's like bunching objectives...
Oh my god, that just did a quarter of its health.
See what I'm saying? Look at those Marauders get chunked, and that wasn't even like a perfect hit. Now, Objective 3, this is super important, dude. Festus is coming. Slaanesh Cav coming in as well. This is going to be a big deciding factor how this engagement goes.
Dude, I'm just watching that Screaming Skull catapults go down hard, but 3 is going to be... Oh!
Yeah, I know. We got the
Skeleton Spearmen jumping into it. We got the Nekar Warriors jumping onto those Marauders with great weapons.
Tomb Kings are going to have to put more support over here. With Festus coming in, he's going to start draining these guys down. Nehekar Warriors they should outtrade Marauders, although it looks like there's a little bit of support coming in from the
we got
axes.
some Sepulchral Stalkers coming in here as well.
Oh, that's nice. So that gives you the poke you need to take down Festus.
Yeah.
And then look at the Ushabti. They're coming in.
Yeah, more Ushabti Greatbow coming in. We got the Kepra Guard, which are Tomb Guard, that have 2 Kopesh, so they're going to be able to do a lot more damage. Got that nice little juicy... burning head?
No, that's going to be the Stream of Corruption from Festus. Currently, Festus also has the healing elixirs on, so that's what's really cool about Festus. He can heal his Mortals of Chaos. Very, very valuable, because their stats are usually good. Oh, nice one right there. Stream of Corruption grinding through.
That was a great one.
That was really good, but the Undead are quite resilient, and Sepulchral Stalkers, let's see what kind of damage they can get, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, the center cap 2 is also being held really well. Though Screaming Skull Catapult is just kind of poking away at the Chaos. Even the Chaos Warriors are kind of getting chunked up by it. And then point number 1 is held by Puggington. So Houseplant's going to need to start pushing people off these points and really holding that 3rd point to try and get a little bit more point advantage. But, man, dude, just look at Festus over there.
He's a beast. And what's going really well for the Warriors of Chaos here is Festus is actually in combat with the Ushabti. So the Ushabti are actually line of sighting the Sepulchral Stalkers, so they're not able to shoot. Whereas if the Ushabti pulled back away from Festus, the Sepulchral Stalkers would be able to butter his bread. Now, Objective is actually going back to the Tomb Kings here. They have Skeletons, they have Nehekar Warriors, multiple Ushabti, and the Stalkers here. So if they continue investing resources, which I think they should, I don't know why this Lich Priest and the Kepra Guard are leaving. Kepra Guard are one of the most insane units in the game. These guys have 100% armor piercing, they regenerate. It's nuts, but yeah, Tomb Kings need to get this objective back. The longer Chaos holds it, the closer they're going to get to Helm's Deeping on their back objective, which you do not want as the Tomb Kings.
Right. Oh, man. Okay, got the big tide coming in here on the 2nd point. The Screaming Skull Catapult just knocking into these Chaos Warriors too, and still chunking out big chunks of damage, man. But I think maybe the Lich Priest is just coming out to make sure that 2nd point just stays heavily in the hands of the Tomb Kings.
Yeah, I think that's a
burning
mistake.
head going down too.
Yeah, in the middle. Ooh, that's a nice burning head. Goes through the Nehekar Warriors there, able to tickle into the 2nd one. Middle objective actually being threatened by the Warriors of Chaos. I think that for the Tomb Kings, it's probably more important to secure this back objective, but now that they've left with their Caster and their Ushabti Greatbows have gone elsewhere, it looks like Big Daddy Festus is going to take this, and it really looks like the Tomb Kings, despite value trading well, are on the back foot. Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for them here.
Yeah, the Sepulchral Stalkers too, just getting shut down as well. Like, I think that's a little bit of a misplay.
Yeah, indeed. And Festus just draining away, living his best life. Are the Tomb Kings going to go for some sort of a back cap? Obviously, they may be able to win the middle engagement. They do have their catapult still shooting and a lot of Nehekar Warriors, which may trade well. But Warriors of Chaos Infantry are pretty durable. Even the basic Marauders, have somewhat decent melee defense. But are Tomb Kings going to play for the back? It's being defended by some basic Marauders. Maybe some Nehekar Horsemen going back there. Like, we could see a play where they save up a bunch of points and go for the back cap, but really it looks like Tomb Kings just kind of let Festus have his way here, and the Sepulchral Stalkers, which were the perceived answer against Festus, got forced into melee. They were obstructed by their own Ushabti for a lot of the fight, and they just got dragged down by the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. Beautiful play here by the Pug, and he certainly has been unleashed.
Yeah, and we're going to see some Tomb Scorpion action coming in with the Kepra Guard and the Lich Priest, and being reinforced with some Nehekar Horsemen. But the Ushabti Greatbows moving that direction as well. Ooh, and a Manticore is looking to eat up that Lich Priest. This is going to be pretty precarious.
Yeah, that's a real Manticore. And the Tomb Scorpions are cool because they have Vanguard deployment, so you can Vanguard deploy a monster. The Slaanesh Hellstriders, which are one of the 4 marked units that Warriors of Chaos can bring, do get charged and take some casualties, but Kepra Guard are really going to have to hard carry this game. Because again, it is getting to the point where Chaos has got the double cap. The middle, though, has been resecured, it looks like by the Tomb Kings, I think. They have enough troops here, and the Warriors of Chaos are looking a little bit thin. But the fact that Chaos is up in value and Festus is also providing healing means that the value discrepancy is even worse for the forces of the Tomb Kings here.
Yeah, another summon in too of Nehekar Horsemen trying to help out that 3 cap. It's kind of getting a little dicey here. I mean, they're in also, the Tomb Kings are in a really gnarly position that a Flaming Head could do a lot of damage. So you do have to be kind of careful with that.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful stream of corruption here. And this is pretty unfortunate for the Tomb Kings because the Kepler Guard, though they're doing very well, are also taking a ton of drain, I believe, from Festus. Never mind, Festus is actually on its healing elixirs right now, so there is no Mortis Engine on the Kepler Guard. Huge, huge boon for them. But will Tomb Kings be able to wrestle this? They have allocated their Ushapti Great Bows to shooting downtown, trying to pick off some of the horsemen and infantry and cav over here.
Look at the Lich Priest here.
Oh, is he fighting? Is he in battle with Festus?
He was about to break away there. Get hit up pretty hard.
You know, it would be a great...
just squeezed away from that situation.
How cool would it be if Festus like actually picked up someone as like a killing animation and like put them in his vat?
Dunked their head in it or something, yeah.
Or like, you remember those like dunking boards at the county fairs where like somebody throws something and knocks you into the water? Like you fall in.
Yeah. Back
like,
to the fairs.
Like one of those. But anyways, Tomb Kings and Kepler Guard trying to get this objective back, and with the Kepler Guard sustainability, they might be able to do it. I think Festus should probably switch onto the Mortis Engine to drain them down. Tomb Kings might need to go for a triple cap soon, though. So how is the middle trading going?
It is definitely going. Like Burning Head just kind of minced up that unit of Skeleton Spearmen.
Yeah.
But things are... I just don't know if Houseplant can hold the long here. Like, yeah, he just brought in some more Skeleton Warriors and everything here, but he's got Chaos Spawn shutting down his Screaming Skull Catapult. They're shutting down his Ushapti Great Bow. I think he's just losing a lot of his big tools to kind of threaten back into Puggington.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, he's getting to that point of no return. The Warriors of Chaos, though they do look to be thinning, like the Tomb Kings in the middle, the Nehekar Warriors, even though they don't have a ton of AP, their bonus force infantry for their price point really carries them into the sunset. And it looks like, yeah, the Warriors of Chaos have been routed off the middle. But what's happening now is you're seeing Marauders and more Marauders being sent to Objective 1, because I think your boy Pug knows that eventually a Helm's Deep back there is going to be a thing. Tomb Kings have resecured their back objective, though, and the Warriors of Chaos have been routed there. So Chaos is looking kind of thin on the map. Like, outside of Festus, do they really have that much? I guess there's a couple loose spawn and some warriors around. This is a very, very scrappy fight. I mean, both sides are looking super beat up.
Dude, Kepler Guard are still in it, and they're now surrounded Festus. There's nothing left at 3.
Yeah.
The Rad Scorpion, the Tomb Scorpion, and the Nehekar Horseman can kind of block out any kind of reinforcements there and just kind of keep that pressure there.
Yeah, and the Ushapti, of course, very useful against this mass amount of armored infantry here. Chaos Warhounds coming in, trying to resecure the capture weight. Couple Nehekar Horsemen being taken down. Burning Head from Chaos also tickling those warriors on the other side. But we got more Skeleton Warriors, more and more undead troops surging forth, but so too are the Hordes of Chaos, summoning in Undivided Forsaken, which of course, very quick. They have 46 speed, so they can usually be a pretty good pick at just kind of shock value getting into these objectives. But this is looking to be a pretty close game. Are Tomb Kings scheming anything for the back objective? Because I think they might need to do that very, very soon here.
Well, we got another unit of Skeleton Horsemen coming in, Skeleton Spearmen, Skeleton Warriors. So, like you said, it's just going to be a matter of, can they get to a point where they can just Helm's Deep the last point? And I think they're getting pretty close to it.
Yeah.
They're just holding down the one, and there's no threat, really, any perceived threat really coming their way. And Festus is just kind of chortling over here at capture point 3.
Yeah, he's causing some problems. Looks like the Tomb Scorpion's going to be moving over to kind of try and shut him down here. The Tomb Scorpion should be able to bully Festus. He's but immortal. Festus can be broken off the objective for sure, and Kepler Guard are not going to let that one go easily. Skeleton Horsemen also surround a Manticore. That's like pretty cost effective, but the big issue for the Tomb Kings is the middle. It looks like Chaos has the capture weight advantage and is going to be getting that, but we do see Undead Surge again. Skeleton Horsemen, a very useful asset for getting 3 capture weight onto the objective, and Tomb Kings might be able to get this. Ooh, Burning Head.
Look at this Burning Head come down. Oh, that was such a well done Burning Head.
Every Tomb Kings player is just like having like flashbacks to Warhammer 2, but the Tomb Kings are slowing the rate at which Chaos is holding here. Unfortunately, they don't have any big Vortex. That would be super punishing here, and I think the Ushapti summon has been used. More Nehekar Horsemen pulling in to secure at the middle.
It was earlier in the very beginning of the center point fight.
Got it. So you did see that earlier. Okay, so it was in that big pitched engagement, but yeah, Chaos is slowly getting the middle, man. This is very, very tense.
Yeah, I mean, Festus now is below 50% health. Kepler Guard going to be jumping into these Marauders as the Tomb Scorpion just goes fisticuffs with him. But they're still holding on to that point, and I don't know. I think now Chaos can just win by holding points, just completely not Tombs guarding it, Helm's Deeping it.
Yes. It's very, very close. Currently, Objective 1 is owned by the Warriors of Chaos. 2 is owned by the Tomb Kings, and it looks like they're going to be further securing that as they push back the hordes of the Dark Gods. Festus would really, really be well-suited to be here in the middle, but that's the problem with slow Nurgle characters, is they're very powerful, but sometimes if they get caught in the wrong spot, they are not going to do the trick. And objective 3 is,
Oh,
dude, the Tomb
he
Scorpion
broke
has kicked his
Festus.
butt. Yeah, the Tomb Scorpion, really, really solid here. Able to break Festus and actually tear
Oh,
around
and he
him.
gets a summon of Nehekar Horseman there too.
Yeah, you need that, because if you lose this back objective to like a big influx of Marauder Horsemen coming in for like a cheeky back cap, you could be in a little bit of danger. But the Tomb Scorpion will get back on there, and the Horseman should be able to secure that. Dude, this game is getting really, really close, man. Puggington is up, but the Tomb Kings,
Down to the wire.
I think they need a triple cap. I think, oh man, no, actually, I think Tomb Kings just barely get it based on the math. It's really close. You know, math was always my worst subject, so, you know, bear with me, my friends. And Festus has returned, but the Horsemen are going to be moving on, and he should get broken off that objective. Looks like he's broken now.
Oh man, this is down to it. Oh, I
Yeah.
don't know what to do.
Dude, those Kepler Guard have just been such an insane MVP. Like, their durability, their
Dude,
regeneration.
they have really held on for dear life, dude. Like,
Yeah, they have.
that's pretty impressive.
Looks like Festus is going to be chased off the battlefield. Tomb King's able to re-secure the middle. Here you can see the Chaos Warriors and the Forsaken of the Spawn trying their best to get... Oh my god, this Burning Head's going to be so good. Could this be...
That's going to be brutal. That's going to be the thing that tips it, I think.
But it's going to take too long. That was a really good one. That was needed like 5 minutes ago, like something like that.
Yeah.
And dude, look at the score. It's so close. I don't know, man. The math is so close. I think the Tomb Kings will win with 2 based on my calculations, just barely. So they need to hold this middle. It's going to be very, very tight. If Chaos manages to get one, which I don't think they will, it looks like the Houseplant may be able to clinch the series here. He might be able to.
Man.
It's looking like he is. And that would be a 3-1 victory. Here comes the-
I'm not even watching the match. I'm just staring up the score.
I know. And look at the value trading, too. It's so close. We've got 12,000 to 11.7, give or take.
11,006, yeah.
It's very, very tight.
Oh, my God.
Okay, the score is being passed. Here, the Tomb Kings have passed the Warriors of Chaos just barely. They're up by 20
Oh, my
points.
God.
I don't think
It's
Chaos can do
happening.
it. I don't think they can.
Yeah. Oh,
Dude,
my God.
That was so close, because look, they're getting it now, and that is
so
it.
close.
GG. What a great way to end today's competition.
What a way to do it.
Yes. At least, hey, we got a glorious ending. And with that, Houseplant is going to be claiming victory 3-1. But well played to the Pug as well. The Pug was a perpetual challenger here, doing great work, putting up an excellent fight in every matchup. But you see the power of the Tomb King's infantry and some of the dynamic play they have via the Kepler Guard, really cost-effective horseman units. We didn't get to see Sepulchral Stalker shine. That almost cost Houseplant the game, but at the end of the day, he just kept scrapping. And that is going to be a 3-1 victory, man. GG. Just a deep, deep 7-hour stream. Absolutely massive.
Girthed out.
At least we got to have our show match there. It was fun. But man, really cool showcase of the Warriors of Chaos. Festus was great, but you could see his weaknesses, right? Like, he's not a great fighter. He died to the Tomb Scorpion. He got routed off, and once he anchors himself somewhere, like, he's not going to be able to really, get around. If he had been in the middle, though, if Festus had been in the middle, the Tomb Kings would have lost that 10 years ago because of the Mortis engine. But you can't be everywhere at once, man. These big, chunky Mortis engine characters, they got their weaknesses, which was great. So, dude, that was a fun one, man.
That was a great one to end on. That was beautiful. I loved it. I loved it.
It is, brother. GG, well played. It was certainly quite a bit of fun. Not today, my friends, but sometime in the next 2 or 3 days, I'll be having an interview with some of the winners and participants. We'll have like a podcast on the over on my channel where we talk about like tactics and how they think the meta is going to shift. We'll also discuss things that probably need to be changed to make it more interesting and more dynamic in terms of faction selection. So we'll be having that in the next few days. And yeah, man, that was a lot of fun. That was cool.
Yeah. Huge shout out to my co-host here, Turin. If you want to get involved in the competitive multiplayer scene, please go and check out his YouTube channel. It is simply called Turin, where you can see plenty more of these competitions. He puts them on all the time. He's got daily uploads of videos where he covers all sorts of competitive multiplayer. I'd honestly say he is the go-to competitive multiplayer channel on YouTube, because that is what the lifeblood of his channel is. So if you want to get involved, please go and check him out. And a huge shout out to Dov Plays and Lore Master of Sotek for covering the first day of this, as well as Creative Assembly for hosting the tournament themselves.
Yeah, and we had all the qualifiers as well. There's a lot of moving pieces that went into this. So thank you guys all for joining. We will, of course, this tournament has been great. We've had some good games. We've had some games that have been rough, obviously in terms of balance. But this is really, really good information going forward that I think is going to provide the community with a lot of data, as well as the upcoming couple weeks. Once everyone gets their hands on this and we can have a couple of weeks of tournaments, and now that we have the ability to capture win rates in tournaments, we're going to have really good data that I think will be able to take the game to a really, really, really good place in terms of balance. So, we're just getting started. It's going to be great. And again, thank you, Sparty. It's been a lot of fun. But make sure to check out Sparty's channel if you haven't. He does all kinds of fun stuff. And I think you're doing an Imrit campaign right now, right? Just taming all the dragons.
Tomorrow, and then on Tuesday, Village. Because you're doing some Village fun.
Dude, I think of all the Ren Fair suggestions, the Village one was one of the funniest for sure. But yeah, man, that's it. Congratulations. Houseplant going to be claiming first place, winning $1,500. Puggington coming in with the second, winning a substantial prize. So that's got to feel good regardless of the defeat there. All the games are really good, so certainly hold your head up high. And again, for third place, I believe we was won by the Zone. Unless it's been a while, my brain's fried, right? I got that right.
It's Zone. Yeah, it's Zone.
Yeah, okay. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, dude.
It's been 5 years.
Dude, I've sweated off like 3 pounds of weight. I haven't eaten since like 5:45 in the morning. It's go time, man. So thank you again for joining. It was a lot of fun, guys. We'll see you next time. There's going to be an absolute onslaught of tournaments coming up in the next few weeks. And we're going to be experimenting with different pick and ban systems to also encourage a little bit of, fun stuff. So don't worry. It's going to be great. And that is it. Sparty, you're awesome, man. And look forward to casting with you again.
Thanks for watching, guys. Have a good one and take care.